涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる。語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き への思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた。重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある。熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション。答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル。心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart。乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing Heart。 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こうよ。乗り越えて行こうよ。星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High。 まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜も新しい朝もここからまた始めよう。 My heart shines endlessly。
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we
Welcome, everyone, back to another day of the LCS lock-in tournament and the LCS waiting room ahead of another quarterfinal day of play. We're just rushing to get a tweet out.
We gotta get it out.
Raz had to verify.
Raz versus Twitter round 2.
Twitch channel we were on.
Look, I'm always hypersensitive. Sometimes it's like, is it still twitch.tv/riotgames or is it /LPL? Or...
It's watch.lol esports.
Is it that too?
.com.
Yeah.
You do need that last part in order to get to the website, Mark.
No, you don't.
How's the internet work?
It'll autofill it.
Maybe it will. Who knows? I've never tried. Either way, let's dive into some topics. Top of the day, we have to talk about Dignitas. I know we've got a lot of games coming ahead of us, but Dignitas with a massive, massive upset. Dodo even coming in to make sure that the entirety of the broadcast got the flame that it deserved here for having picked 100 Thieves across the board to appear in the finals. Most people thinking they would even take the whole thing.
Okay, I think this just shows how much of a shock it is that 100 Thieves lost, right? Because, like, 100 Thieves is admittedly the incredibly safe prediction. They have their exact roster.
Yeah.
We knew that that roster was going to be here when we made these. So the fact that Dignitas were able to upset them is pretty insane.
And they also, like, they were one of the few teams that scrimmed in preseason in Korea too. Like, they got all their ducks in a row, came in here, lost the FlyQuest in group stage, and then of course this happened.
Yeah, and I would say it's not even like it was a crazy coin flip kind of way that they lost, where it's like, oh, they got snowballed on by some cheeser picks from Dignitas. Like, for the most part, it was pretty standard meta. Games went late.
Wasn't a 2-1.
No, it was not a 2-1. Like, Dignitas outperformed them.
Yeah.
That's all that happened, and that's why it's even crazier in a lot of ways.
Straight up to it.
And that's why now we kind of have to reassess Dignitas as a team because it reminds us of Spring Split literally of last year.
Yeah.
Where this team looks really damn good. River and Neo performed insanely well that series. So now that River came in, fresh off the plane, instantly performing.
I think the big thing with River and what we saw from Dignitas yesterday also was that his understanding of where to be in relation to his lanes early was really important. And that's actually, along with some draft choices, what helped shut down 100 Thieves' bot lane. So they obviously recognized that this is where we have to attack, and it's smart. I still think, I like what I saw from Dignitas. I still think some of the mid and late game needs work. So when we're looking at, okay, where does this team go from here? That's where I'm looking as their communication improves with River.
So we're only 2 weeks in to the 2022 season, and I wanted to make sure I protected the credibility of my on-air talent.
Thank you.
So I had production and graphics make a quick edit to our predictions graphic from earlier.
Wait,
no, I
don't like this.
I love it.
So the good news for all of you is that you have correctly predicted, in fact, that Dignitas would take down 100 Thieves.
This is a finals match, technically. So you just made us all predict that they're going to win whoever they play in the semifinals next week.
TL.
Don't they play TL? Yeah, it's impossible to have this finals.
Then Jat needs to work on his prediction game. That's what Jat needs to do.
I'm with Jat, too. I'm apparently a little confused about how... You know what? No, what we're saying, we're saying is that this is the real final.
Don't overthink
What
it,
we're
Mark.
saying is this is the real final matchup. Me and Jat have it right.
The actual finals.
This is
It's
the
gonna be
actual
the
finals.
semifinals.
It's happening in the semis.
Got it.
Yeah, the EG side of the bracket doesn't matter.
Right, yeah. All I'm saying is
I'm
don't
a big
overthink
fan of it. I'm a big fan of
Thank
it.
you.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you very much. I worked very hard on it. So
I would never
I appreciate you recognizing the real.
Yeah, there we
in
go.
the room.
Photoshop
You know what I mean?
work is working out well.
All right, so
You
our
have a second
producers,
career path there.
our producers tell me that we don't really have a good transition to get out of this. So instead, I'm just gonna dive into a clip from a series. Let's see what we got.
A series.
Oh, I gotta get on the phone real quick. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Hello, Raz? Yeah, what you said on the analyst desk? Yeah, Neo? Yeah, that was right. This is exactly what we wanted to see here from Dignitas. This is exactly what they gotta do to be able to fight back against the reigning champ.
What the hell?
Beep, beep, boop. There, he's calling you on the analyst.
Dude, I love Captain Flowers. Like, he has a lot of skits. I'm sure he like concocts them in the dungeon.
No, he
brings
doesn't.
them out in streams.
If you think that he gives any forethought,
He does!
I don't think he gives forethought to moments like that. That is all natural.
That's what he wants you to think.
No,
Yeah.
see, that's why it's more impressive to me. I'm almost positive he does not come up with these like things to. He's not awake in bed at night thinking up of a cool way to call Raz.
I know he thinks of end calls.
Yeah.
That I know. That's
lot of
pretty
play-by-plays.
standard play-by-play thing.
But, like, those
he's
in the
not
moment-
thinking of a Raz phone call bit late at night. I mean,
But-
maybe he is. I don't know.
No.
But we've got a lot of good bits on that official TikTok channel, LCS Official, so there we go.
Damn right.
Wow,
You know we have a
Raz.
TikTok.
Better than
I
ever
didn't
had it.
know, and then until like a few
I
months
didn't
ago,
either.
and then I went to it.
Yeah.
And my face is all over it. And
There-
I was like, how did I not know that they're putting videos of me out into the world?
There's a
it is.
licensing
On
fee for
TikTok.
using your face.
Yeah,
There's no
what?
licensing
Where
fee.
DMCA
Are you
them.
gonna charge
Screwed
the
up.
LCS?
Get in there.
I'm coming after you, right?
Streamer meta.
No. It's good fun out there. Go check it out. All right, now on to some real stuff. We're going to get a look at Golden Guardians today, and I know that this has already been a topic of conversation, but I kind of wanted to take it one step further. In an interview, a video interview with D-Gon, so if you have not seen it, make sure you go check it out. Great interview with Chime. Chime said, I've got to be a bigger voice for the team. No soft language. Just we should play for this. Last year, I had a lot more of a collaborative voice, like I'd suggest ideas or I'd make some calls. I was kind of both things, and now I want to be doing just one of those. So he's put some very specific goals out there on paper, but I kind of wanted to talk about what good communication in League of Legends looks like, ultimately, right? Because I think he hits on one very key piece, which is the active voice, right? And not using, like supposing language. What if
We
did
could do this.
We could
We could
do
do
this.
this, yeah.
It's let's do this, or this is our next objective.
Yeah. When I was working with Chime in his rookie season, this was definitely like a big takeaway. I think for your rookie split, of course, just like getting to learn a lot of the concepts is a big thing. And just, of course, working on your fundamentals. And this was a good takeaway. Like, this is the main takeaway of just like generally making calls, but also just like, it's fine to not feel like you know how the game should be played at the stage, right? It is a collaborative effort. A lot of the times, you shouldn't make it a rigid check sheet, but like basically engaging in the conversation with your team, flash timers, asking your carries who are the threats if you're setting up for an objective, right?
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, I'm afraid of Akali is a good example, right?
Right.
So you have an idea now how you want to play the fight.
Now we got to peel her off.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say it changes from team to team too about
Yep.
exactly who's saying what and
Yes.
what communication is valued. Sometimes those kind of more suggestive calls could be good in the team where you don't have a super communicative teammate and you're like, hey, do you think this is
Yeah.
good? Like, how's your clear going? Like, do you need camps on top side? Are you falling behind the game? Asking can be good, but overall, everyone's gonna have to hit a couple benchmarks. Like, having a plan is a huge deal.
And I also like the way he put it in terms of no soft language, because the other, on the flip side, and you can both comment on this because you've been coaches, but listening to comms sometimes on teams, there will be a lot of excess talking, and that's just as bad as no one talking, because that actually muddies everything. So when you're trying to make a definitive call and have a good check-in on like what the game state is, it's actually really bad.
You just want, exactly, and you just want lessons from a game. Because
Yep.
if you don't have, like, a good example is like a jungler, right? A consistent role for a jungler is to make the call whether you're burning an objective or turning, right? Because if it gets to those moments, you don't want cluttered comms. You want them to make the call. And you're completely fine if they make a mistake. Because you can look in review and be like, actually, it was really low. We should have just burned it rather than turning. But you want them to make the call. If it's a suggestion, you don't know what the lesson is because it's like, well, we didn't make a call in the moment.
Right.
But you should make the call, learn from it after.
I feel like for laners too, on that point about excessive communication, some people treat it like a stream Like they're just
like stream of conscience.
yeah, but like
their
also like
laning
they have like
picks.
some audience listening. It's like I don't care that you like want to speculate about your
I
build
missed that
path.
CS. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh, if I go back now, I have 800 for pickaxe. I could say, and I'm like, I don't like. Just shut up. Just make your play.
Yeah.
And let your jungler and support talk about like roaming and stuff. Like there's some laners who really start just talking about everything going on in their lane. We don't need that.
Yeah, and then kind of pulling it back to Chime. And this is just about like, I mean, Golden Guardians Academy, they've gotten good experiences. Same with TSM Academy.
Yeah, yeah.
The main goal, as you've heard from Spawn from when he was here, is to make it to LCS and to try for it. I remember once again when I was here for his first year, like Chime's main goal, he made it very clear he wants to make it to LCS. He made it there, but he wants to fight back for that position.
Yeah.
So like having very clear goals, understanding what your core like strengths and weaknesses are, so you can work on that. And it's great that they get experiences like these, or experiences like the Proving Ground qualifiers or Academy itself. Like all of this makes you a better player.
Now, we to a degree started this discussion yesterday off the desk when Jat was here, because he had brought up the idea that there's also a point to be made around nonverbal communication, right? Or the fact that if things have gotten to a certain point of verbal communication in a game, it can sometimes mean that it's too late, right, to be making the call. If you're having an active discussion about the decision you should be making, it means that not everyone arrived at the same conclusion together. And ideally, right, in a perfect world, you could probably play a game of League of Legends in perfect silence because all of you think about the game in the exact same way. And therefore, you will all always arrive at the same conclusion. To a degree, that's kind of what you want a team to become, right? Not necessarily blinders on, only ever thinking of one type of strategy. Now we're going to miss things, but kind of, hey, we all arrive at the same conclusion, so we're always operating kind of at the highest level, on the same page, and in the same moment.
100%. I mean, it's always going to be a battle, especially with like in Academy, when people don't have that shared knowledge, or they're working on themselves in their own specific roles. So the next step a lot of the times is learning what other people's roles are and knowing what they need, so you don't necessarily have to communicate it. I love it. And Chime did this too, actually, in off-season, where he was just spamming jungle games, right? Because it is
learn another role.
Learn another role, especially since as a support, you're working with your jungler a lot. So it's things like these that make you a better player in the long term, and I like it. So I agree with you.
So from there, as Golden Guardians, I think as a team and an org over the years has impressed us, you know, in the very beginnings of the organization, low-level performances, low placings in the LCS, and have gradually gotten better. Some core trios, you know, we look at, of course, the 100 Thieves block of characters that came over from Golden Guardians, all playing very well. There's also this aspect that you hear a lot of players sometimes attribute things to, which is just how well they get along with their teammates. And that is kind of the next piece of this whole puzzle, is like, how much does the power of friendship actually play into competitiveness, rather?
I mean, I think the big thing with that is having talked to players. Like, I'll go back to actually not analyst desk experience, but interviewing players. I think Huhi said it best when he was on CLG, because I was asking him about like power, friendship, whatever. And he basically said, what you need to do is you all need to have just a strong understanding of how you all want the game to be played, and you need to ally on that. But then B, you need to get to a point with people where if they're saying like constructive criticism, or even if it crosses over into I'm angry in the moment, so I'm accidentally going to say something that it's going to come out harsher than I actually mean, that you have enough of a bond to have that not hurt past like the initial sting of someone saying that play was shit, you know?
Well, from one former CLG player to a current one, yesterday, the Tigers had the opportunity to catch a few thoughts from CLG's own Palafox on this very same concept. Let's take a look.
I love to see you smiling. I know that in your TGI interview, you actually talked about the fact that you feel like you get to play with friends, looking forward to play with contracts for a while now. So how do you feel that that is contributing to your happiness on this squad overall?
How do I say this? On FlyQuest last split, we were like all separated, and it kind of felt like we weren't as much like friends. But with CLG, it really feels like everybody's super close, and like everybody's just having a lot of fun all the time.
I'll give you a counterpoint, hot take maybe.
Okay.
Let's go.
Team Liquid 2015, a lot of people hated each other on that team. A lot of people didn't get along.
Really? I feel like if that were the case, there probably would have been like a whole story or narrative.
There might have been. There might have been some drama. You might have
I feel like
seen.
maybe
Breaking
somebody
Point?
would have like turned a camera on that.
No, Breaking Point was 2016.
Oh,
2015 was
yeah,
when
this is
Piglet came over
before.
the first time. Yeah, there was a lot of problems. Some players didn't like some coaching staff. Some players didn't like each other. You know, it was a bit of a disaster. But
Who didn't you like, Mark?
No, I was the most liked. No one had problems with me.
Oh, of course.
I was well respected.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like here.
Yeah.
Just like here.
Oh no. But my point was, we got first in the regular season, and we should have gone to Worlds. We collapsed not because of the internal drama, but because like we just had some bad reads on the meta and we didn't play well. You can be a good team in the short term without being friends. If you have enough talent, if you can be professionals, when it comes down to it, like you can make Worlds. We should have made Worlds. We failed for strategic reasons, but then in between 2015 and 2016, then that roster blew up. Right. And so the friendship and camaraderie matters more in the long term if you're going to stick together with these players. And that's like where it matters more for me than actual like on a given Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, I was going to say another really good example of what you're talking about is actually 2014 Royal. that team internally, not a good atmosphere. Not a great atmosphere. There was also a language barrier where like people were joking that it actually might have helped because then they couldn't
They couldn't insult each other.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know what you're saying. No, but like I actually agree with that point too. Like I think if you want to, especially the way the game has evolved now, if you want to win a world championship, your communication can't have some sort of like a lot of internal conflict.
No, without a doubt.
That can't be resolved.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll continue to track that. Just a cool conversation on how that kind of synergy matters. From one team dynamic, though, to another, this was just a fun moment, I felt like, throughout the weekend. But again, to a degree, kind of points to what looks like a very healthy environment because it was all done kind of in fun and jest. And we'll use this comment here from Linky Kins to get into it. Impact, the angry Korean father of young children, yelling at the Zoomers during the interview as they celebrate another Smurf game. To me, it was just, it was the contrast of the question about being the grandpa on the team at, you know, late 20s age, and then
Hey, quiet down!
It was I don't feel that old on the team, and then yelling. In fact, we have a clip. Let's take a look.
Give me a second. I literally say just 1 second. Guys, I cannot hear. Quiet, please. Guys. Okay, good. My space is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, Jumbo is always, you know, loud. It's not quiet. I can hear again, but it's fine. I can do. I got surprised because I have interview because I inter, so I was not expected. Thanks to invite and thanks to guys watching LCS, and see you after 2 days.
God, that with the picture he tweeted out like last weekend about him on like the sled with the Zoomers, like I think this is gonna be a running joke in the community a long time. It's just angry old man Impact with the children running around.
It's funny too because it links with the Vulcan interview where it was the same thing where he was talking about the grandpa and stuff. I was like, oh, that's great. The dynamic is amazing. So that's fun. You're winning games too, so everybody respects each other.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's why I kind of wanted to bring it all the way to EG in the end because they are the 4-0 team. And while yes, tons of great individual players on that team, you have a nice mix of veterans and young players, rookies. And so that's always, too, where I kind of wonder what the dynamics of relationships will be like. You know, when you have a hot young rookie who either develops an ego, has one already, or might develop one, or actually lacks confidence even, right? So how do you work with those young players, especially from the perspective of a veteran, someone who's done it for so long?
The weird one is going to be Inspired, who is like, successful, you know, he has the experience because he was an MVP in the LECs.
But also young.
Also 19. That's exactly.
I think he's turning 20
He's
tomorrow,
got it all.
I think.
Oh, I did not know that. So happy,
All right, well, welcome to your second decade,
sometime
friend.
this week.
All right, this next topic is my favorite one of the day, and it's a very simple question. Comes from Nicholas Marks. Is there any world where Vulcan isn't the best player in the LCS right now?
Yeah, there's a world for that. On the same damn team. Look, I agree. I love Vulcan right now, and I think he's definitely like top 2 energy. But like then you'd have to look at Inspired.
You exude top 2 energy, Mark.
Energy.
Love it. Exude top 2 energy.
Exudes
So
top
okay, who's next to him in your equation of 2?
Yeah, Inspired would have to be.
So
the
it's
other
him and
person.
Inspired,
And
okay.
so like both those two players have been smurfing it.
Yeah, I mean, they're both incredible. I was trying to think about other rosters
Yeah.
because, like, you know, 100 Thieves just flopped, so Pronk can talk about them. Neo's looked incredible yesterday.
Yeah, he did look good.
And River as well, but they haven't been around quite as long.
Yeah.
TL's been changing out their roster left and right, so there's like not been that consistency. So I think the fact that it's these 4 or 5 players, playing all their games so far, EG has in some ways like the most easy ones to point out as like these guys
Yeah.
are standing out. They're 4-0.
Yeah.
They haven't swapped their players around.
Before yesterday, maybe you would have said FBI.
What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, like, I'm also thinking Inspired and Vulcan. With FBI, it's also difficult because, like, yesterday, for example, I know we were talking about this in the green room before, but, like, you know, once he gets behind as Caitlyn, if you look at some of his team fights, his positioning is still really good.
Yeah.
But then, like, he's not doing any damage. like he sets up everything for the fight well. The traps are there, you know, they're all set. And because, you know, Dignitas recognized that that's where they needed to attack, he wasn't able to have the same impact in game. So, like, how do you factor that in?
Yeah, and there's also, I mean, there's just that one moment at Rift Herald where obviously they lost the 4v5 Rift Herald fight where you can always make a mention of like, oh, well, as a team, you can make a separate decision. But of course, he was like just instantly going bot lane and then realized, wait a minute, we're fighting for Herald. So I'm just late. So it happens. Like, those are issues that you have to go through. And I mean, now they're just done.
So here's the follow-up to that. And I have a feeling we're all leaning a specific way. But,
Oh, yeah.
The Abominable Snow Ben. Wonderful name.
Wait, that's a sick name.
I didn't
Yeah.
even catch that when we chose this yesterday. Who won the Vulcan trade? Is it at the time that this was tweeted, Cloud9 was undefeated. So I'm gonna make sure
Yeah.
I support my
Yes.
boy Ben here. In that, at the time that this was tweeted, Cloud9 was undefeated. So undefeated Cloud9 or undefeated Evil Geniuses. Obviously, now that Cloud9 has taken a loss and EG are looking like the favorite, I have a
Doesn't
feeling most
matter.
people are gonna say that EG
No.
won the trade, but
Cloud9 is not even playing with their starting roster
Yeah.
yet. That's like, this is the lame answer. I know I'm about to give it, but like, this isn't Cloud9's plan. Like, you can't judge them based off lock-in when, you know, Berserker and Summit and Winsome are all still in Korea with LS. You know,
Yeah.
like, this is not the final Cloud9, which makes it a little weird for me to pass judgment.
I would even challenge the concept. What's the trade? We just got Vulcan. What did you get? Like,
Yeah, money.
there we go.
well, okay, yeah. That's
Well,
how
there we
much is
go.
Vulcan
Now-
worth. No, I mean, okay, yeah. Ignore the concept of a trade. I
Yeah.
would just say, do you feel, you know, basically who made the right decision or the more right decision for their team? Because I'm at least of the opinion that Evil Geniuses won out.
Yeah.
Because I do think Vulcan is the best player in the LCS right now. So I think just by virtue of that, it doesn't really matter what Cloud9 found in place of that, right? With their total new direction and choice.
I found in place of
But
that.
that's
though,
what I'm
is
saying.
my point.
I'm just doing it hypothetically.
Yeah.
I don't really care. I don't think whatever Cloud9 has built is going to out-index the power that
Okay.
they lost in losing the best player in the LCS.
So I didn't expect Vulcan to just come out flatly as the best, like, you know, kind of relating to the last one, how he's performing insanely well in every game. I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
But on day one, I said, I don't understand the decision-making process in losing Vulcan and at all, because I just thought he was still a top 3 support regardless. He can be your second All-Pro or a third All-Pro, but he was always there competing with Core JJ. So it was crazy for me that they lost him.
Didn't Peter Dunn say on Hotline League that they were so surprised that Vulcan was available to them?
I didn't know that.
Or
Yeah, he
something
might
like
have.
that. Yeah, like I think he like dropped that in one of his conversations where he was just like, yeah, sure, we'll take Vulcan. Didn't think he was going to be on the market.
Okay, well, that's kind of all the proof I need then.
Well,
EG
when
won out.
Vulcan's
Peter, if
terrible
I'm
in
wrong,
spring,
call me
I'll
out.
come back to you.
Yeah, all
after
right.
that trade block.
I wait on bated breath for that, Mark. All right, well, that's going to wrap up the waiting room. Let's get ready and dive into our final quarterfinal matchups of the week. What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS Lock-In Tournament ahead of our last quarterfinal day. 4 more teams stepping out onto the Summoner's Rift to do battle to book 2 semifinal spots. Let's go ahead and pull up our bracket. Take a look at what broke down yesterday. It was Dignitas Quantum Bay who took down our reigning LCS champs to make their way to the semifinal, and they did it in 2-0 fashion. Not to be outdone, though, Team Liquid would do the same, 2-0 over FlyQuest to advance to the semifinals. Today, though, we turn our attention to the bottom side of the bracket where we have EG versus Golden Guardians, and then Cloud9 versus CLG. So we kick things off with that EG versus Golden Guardians matchup. I think for most people, again, it's the only undefeated team out there in Lock and Mark. Heavy favorites.
Yeah, absolutely, for that reason, as well as the fact that Golden Guardians, it is still their academy lineup. You know, we talk about 100 Thieves playing Dignitas. Well, that is the Dignitas starting 5 for the LCS.
Right.
And so, same with TL playing FlyQuest. This is probably the biggest mismatch for the reason that EG is absolutely stomping the tournament right now. They have the highest combined kills per minute, the highest goal difference at 14. They're tied in first blood percent, and they have the fastest, or the second fastest average game time, but that's all wins, whereas other people can lose very quickly. So they are absolutely smurfing the tournament, and then they're going up against this Golden Guardians lineup with a lot of young players.
Hey, they at least have that one thing to your net. You said that they were tied, right? At least with first blood
Is that
percentage.
what you're holding on to?
We're holding on to the fact that Golden Guardians Academy is also first, at least in first blood percentage. First 5 minutes of the
you're
game.
right,
Yeah,
you're right.
there you go.
Yeah, there we go. At least in the first 5, that's going to be contested for the rest of it, though.
So we're going to get blood.
Yes.
That's what you tell them.
Let's go.
Blood's going to happen.
Lots of blood. And when you talk about blood in the early game, you're, of course, going to turn your attention to Inspired. As a player, if we talk about, as we just had, anyone to challenge Vulcan for best in the league right now, it's looking like Inspired and what he gets done for the team from the jungle.
Yeah, and it's not even like bloody stuff necessarily. I mean, he's obviously communicating with his lanes really well early, but the most impressive thing about Inspired has just been how he's been able to set up a lot of these plays for, you know, the younger players that are coming in. So, like, we talked about Vulcan, how well he's done. That's reflected in actually, I think, a lot of Danny's laning improvements as well. But setting up these plays for JoJo to succeed, having compositions where he can pop off on stuff like the Diana, like he actually did so much that was sight unseen in that game that led up to the point of him popping off. I know everyone made fun of me for my weak tweet. Inspired was taking over the game. I'm the queen of lukewarm
Weak
take.
but accurate.
But Inspired is incredibly good, and you really have to look at like a lot of his early pathing and the way he's communicating with the team just to see how strong he's been.
Yeah, a lot of my concerns, of course, it was just the fact that he would be focusing on his own clear and, you know, that you would play towards him. I was like, oh, okay, if that's going to be the case, and if Jojo Pyon's going to be incredibly aggressive, then he might not be hovered over in certain times when he's trying to get his wave in. Not the case.
Yep.
They're doing really well together. He's being hovered when it matters. In fact, that one Trinamere dive that River went for crumbled because Inspired was waiting. So.
Well, the other piece of that kind of young superstar puzzle is JoJo, and you just mentioned his name. So let's turn our attention to the mid lane matchup. JoJo versus Ryoma in this one. Spawn, the other day, kept kind of coming back to Ryoma as a young player as well, who had a lot of talk and hype around him and didn't necessarily live up to it in his first year. I think this is a matchup that you can kind of look at again with that ever-evolving conversation around kind of the breadth of the mid lane pool. He could really make a name for himself here if he finds a way to outdo JoJo and Inspired.
100%, and just I think that there's going to be a lot of confusion for people out there just at the stats that are presented there. I mean, Ryoma is literally just playing Corki. so he's going to fall behind in lane and then have like the huge number that he had there in the damage percentage is like a function of that. But these two players have gone up against each other multiple times in Academy. And then, of course, like have been two of like one of the best players in Academy. So it's a good matchup to see.
Yeah, I think for Golden Guardians, easily Ryoma has been their best player. Their win was a lot of his playmaking, being aggressive, finding good packages on the Corki, as well as the game that they lost. He still had a good Zoe game or two. And so Ryoma is someone who has the ability, if this matchup is going to go in their favor, if they are going to be able to pull off this monstrous upset that we talked about, it would be finding a way to upset JoJo, who he has played against a lot in the past in Academy.
Now, speaking of Ryoma, he caught up with Pastry Time after his match on Friday and shared some colorful insight on the mid lane meta. Check it out.
You joke about it, but what is the mid lane meta like? Is it all control mages? Do you just have to pick these champions, or is there maybe a little bit more than the matchups we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was just like, the old meme Corki Azir. Well, I guess now it's like kind of Corki Victor. But, I mean, Corki's just pretty strong right now. So I feel like, priority. I mean, I think across all regions it's going up. So, and win rate's pretty high.
And how is that for you in this game then? Obviously, you know, you have the powerful champion in your hands. It kind of gets the late game. You need to make the big play. How was the end of that game for you, piloting that champion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about like, you know, I think at least early game, like, I mean, in my opinion, I think Victor should win early. Like, you should try to get some advantages off that, whether it's like just a lot of lane pressure, I'd say, because I think that's the hardest part about Corki, just making sure he gets through the early game. But once he gets through the mid game, you kind of start piloting everyone and then trying to maximize, you know, everything on the map. And once those objectives come up, you know, you start packaging in and start farming people.
Ryoma will definitely have his work cut out for him today as he tries to take down Evil Geniuses in a best-of-3 series. And look, for those of you at home, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Dash, why are you not wearing a suit jacket right now? No, I'm kidding. You're thinking, why is Raz in a trash can? And you might remember from Summer Split of this last year that we made a rule here on the LCS. And Raz, would you care to let people know what that rule is?
The rule is don't have your predictions come in late, or just please put in your predictions.
Okay, well, the fact that you can't even, yes, you have to submit your predictions before the show starts, or you're going to have to do the opening of the show from a trash can. Raz has forgotten to submit his predictions for the day. And so,
Isn't
Emily,
it clear?
I will turn to you and ask for your predictions, and then we'll go down the line. So, Raz, you have a moment to consider who you think is going to win.
You can flip-flop if you want.
This is a different bin than you were in.
All right,
I had
so
a nicer bin.
Emily,
You
what are
had
you
a
doing?
ghetto bin.
Yeah,
It was metal.
they cleaned out the bin for Mark.
All right, Emily, who are you going with?
EG2O.
EG2O, Raz, from the trash can.
EG2O.
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 EG2O, all right. Well, that's what it looked like yesterday when people made predictions, and it didn't necessarily go to chalk. So I gotta wonder if my analysts are just completely clueless or if they have their finger on the pulse of competitive League of Legends. From here, though, we're gonna dive into the first quarterfinal matchup of the day, and we got Freakin' Azale standing by for the call. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Dash.
Can we really trust the predictions of a man sitting in a trash can, though?
No, and we can't trust the predictions of anyone down there because all of them thought 100 Thieves was going to win the LCS. The only good analysts on air today are me and Jat, who's not even on. So, you know, shout out to Jat and me for being the smart ones here. But we do have a game to begin very soon. Evil Geniuses and Golden Guardians Academy rosters are doing battle. Golden Guardians won a single game in the lock-in tournament. I believe that was against TSM's Academy squad. So they have made it into the lock-in playoffs. That said, they were against the only undefeated team in the LCS. EG were my pick to win the whole thing. It's looking very David and Goliath here.
Absolutely. I got an interesting fact for you, though, and I promised I would have this. More Canadians than Americans in this matchup.
Oh, nice.
I was trying to think. I wonder if this has happened before in the LCS. Because I think it is very rare, because Jojo Pyun, Canadian, Vulcan, Canadian, Tony Top and Chime, both Canadians.
Yep.
We got 4 Canadians. There's 3 Americans in this.
Yep.
As a Canadian, I was like, that's pretty cool.
That is really cool.
And both the Canadians on EG are really, really good.
They're really,
The
really good.
Best player in the LCS, maybe Canadian.
Yeah.
Vulcan.
Yeah. I mean, you've got the easiest nod, I think, ever for Rookie of the Year in Jojo Pyun. Like, this feels like an obvious front runner. And Vulcan is already in competition for MVP with his own jungler.
There
Inspired, of course, exceptional as well. It's going to be a fun look here.
He's just got a Sabotage Inspired, and he's the easy call.
Here's the thing, though. If you Sabotage Inspired, do you win the LCS and then thus lose your chance at MVP?
Oh, it's a tough call.
See, that's tough,
Yeah.
you know? Like,
Yeah.
would you rather be second place in MVP to your teammate or just not in the vote?
Ooh. First or last, you know?
First or
Ricky
last.
Bobby.
All right,
First
all
or
right.
last.
Just hope it works out in the end. Maybe get Svenskeren back, you know, turn it all back around.
Tank the season or MVP, one or the other.
Yeah.
That's the clear call here.
Yeah.
All right, picks and bans coming through. No mid
surprises.
laners banned just yet. Well, now there is one banned out. So you
TF
could go
LeBlanc.
for a Victor. TF LeBlanc is obviously a trade that is available. TF not yet played by either of these mid laners, but it's almost always banned out. Easy grab there for EG. Gonna get to see Jojo Pyun bust this out and see how active they can be on the map and what kind of a style they actually want to play here. You know, traditionally, you see TF paired with hard carry top laners, a lot of split pushy top laners. Camille is a really common pairing that people would love to go towards. That's less the impact style. So I wonder if it's going to be more about, you know, either supporting bot lane or just getting a really aggressive carry jungler for Inspired and trying to get him off to the races, because he is definitely that farm heavy style who wants to get ahead and run over games. He did it all last year in the LEC. He's doing it here in the LCS.
Yeah, and I'm curious. Top lane is really fighter focused for these two players. Tony top across both LCS and his 4 Academy games, because this Golden Guardian squad is doing double duty. It's all fighters. It's all, Gwen, Camille, Renekton, that whole type the whole way through. And even Impact actually on an aggressive look as well with Gwen, Renekton, and Graves. Yes, you played Renekton before, but there's still the Graves and the Gwen in there where they are about getting a lot of farm and actually being big and being a primary threat come late game. So we may see EG play that side a little bit more than maybe they have so far this year. Obviously, Danny and Vulcan are great. Vulcan getting around the map a ton. So I want to see what comes out next. Of course, Jinx, a highly prized backline champion as the Senna hover comes in, and I like this. Now, again, need to repeat, we are still on 12.1. Next weekend, we will play 12.2, which is huge buffs to Senna, huge buffs to Tahm Kench support. That's a very good lane, by the way, is Senna TK. It's very, very strong. So one thing I would recommend, but I'm curious which way they go with this one.
And Danny actually did already play this once. He brought it out against Dignitas. We're gonna get an Olaf here, so I do think this actually really fits. And with more of the supportive style bot laner coming out, I mean, presuming this is for Danny because he played last time, theoretically it could be Senna support for Vulcan, but I'm gonna assume that it is Danny playing this. You have TF as well, so it feels like you're playing more for Inspired, right? Maximize the farm here on Inspired. Olaf has gotten bans in the LCS, but has not yet gotten picked. It's been getting banned against Contracts, it's been getting banned against Blabber because that's kind of one of his signature champions. Has some plays around the world, 13 plays, a little bit below 50% win rate, but I do think it really fits Inspired's playstyle. It's something that he has played a lot in the past, and with Senna ult coming cross map, with TF ult to really support you as well, if you can get in the face and get ahead of Iconic, it could be a tough time for the Xin.
Yep, all about snowballing the early game. Olaf, maybe the single best face check in, pre-level 7 League of Legends for junglers. If he's there, he's probably winning. And of course, Senna can cross-map, TF can cross-map. They can either join directly or indirectly and give him a lot of support. So EG could run over this game through jungle.
And I always really generally cross-mapping ults with Senna, you can get the shield very consistently. You can't always hit the damage, but it's super easy when you have TF because you point and click gold card, you communicate that you're going in, the ulti comes over top, you get a couple hundred extra bonus damage, which is pretty significant, on top of that shielding for pulling off dives, for pulling off kills. Is one of those things that I'm going to be tracking as far as EG's communication and coordination.
For sure. So we're going to see the bans come through. Gwen dropped off the table. Nautilus as an engaged support, of course. Knowing the read here, Golden Guardians knows the general way that EG plays this is Danny is taking the CS. Vulcan's playing a Relic Shield support. So yeah, we're not looking at set. We're not looking at, farm Tahm Kench or something down there. So not the looks at this point in time. Of course, Tahm Kench, again, not great support in 12.1. But we go to the second pick phase now where EG needs support. EG needs a top laner. We know Graves is up. We also know that they'd be forced to blind pick top lane if Golden Guardians wait and grab a support right now.
Yeah, I would expect them to grab a support. We are going to see something new from Chime. Everything he has played thus far is already banned out. A lot of support bans, 4 from EG. There is the Nautilus as well, so it will be the Leona coming through here. Nothing too crazy. Going to give them a bit of engage because they are lacking in that department right now, and I think that's why we saw the Rakan getting banned out after the Nautilus was taken off here. And see what the next pick is going to be. I don't expect that is going to get locked in, but it's hovering on 0. So yeah,
the timer didn't reset since the lock-in on Stixxay's side, so it was kind of down from 30. Gragas going to be the lock here. Now, that is still a top support flex right now. That said, they got to pick both anyway, so it's not doing any heavy lifting here in the draft. Graves would make sense as one thing Impact's already played. It's a pretty solid blind overall. I think its matchups into fighters tend to be pretty solid. And so if that's locked in, we're looking at Gragas support here with the Senna. And I wouldn't mind Gragas getting the farm, to be honest. Okay, we're going for Kennen instead. It does add some more magic damage to the roster. It's even more go forward engage, just starting fights, going off, as fast as possible. And so, yeah, my last question is just, is Vulcan farming or not? Because it can go either way.
My assumption is that Danny is going to be farming. Vulcan has played support kind of AP Gragas, almost like that bursty style, a fair bit here in the LCS over the years, so I'm expecting it is going to be that. Vladimir coming through, very atypical. Vladimir actually feel is pretty strong these days, but not a super common pick for top lane. It's mostly played mid, very heavily skewed towards that. As far as the matchup against Kennen, the early levels I think are going to be difficult, but you get a couple levels under your belt, you start to get that Q cooldown down. It becomes very, very difficult for Kennen to actually have any sort of pressure in the 1v1.
Yeah.
Will be interesting to see what summoners Tony Top is going to bring as well. Ghost Flash is so popular, and I do favor that a lot. It gives so much value in the team fights. And it's something that can kind of dive, past someone like Inspired into that backline and really threaten some of these champions like Senna, like TF, has very strong scaling. And across the board, really, on the side of Golden Guardians, their scaling is insane. You have Vladimir, you have Jinx, you have that Victor in the mid lane as well. So it's going to be really, really scary if EG don't get ahead, but I think they have so many ways to get ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that in the series that we casted yesterday, where Team Liquid kind of ran over the competition because, well, Santorin played around the early winning lanes really well. Cortej and Hansamu in bot lane. Well, I'm invading your Gromp for Camp 6. And, we got a first kill. That's kind of neat. And then, even beyond that one, we saw, in Game 2, the exact same thing happening on the side of the map. Okay, we've got pressure topside. Cool. I'll invade your Wolves on Camp 4. Oh, we got that one as well. That looked pretty good. So, yeah, good teams and good junglers. And by the way, Inspired is an exceptionally good jungler. Already my nod for best jungler in the league. I mean, we'll see how that Blabber fight goes later on, as they fight each other more. But
Spica as well.
Spica is obviously exceptional. I still have that as my 1-2, but Spica certainly deserves to be in the conversation. These are going to be some fun fights. But yeah, EG, I expect, they're really early game skewed. Olaf falls off a cliff, but he's going to kick you off one in the first 20 minutes first.
Yep, absolutely. And TF as well, if you can get him ahead, he can play in the later stages of the game. If you can play one item up, you're not really falling off. You have the support of the Senna as well to be able to dive into the backline, really help you there. But the Vladimir is a really interesting pick. And I think I've liked that some of these Academy top laners are willing to take some swings with some kind of less typical picks. We saw Viper doing it with some of the marksman top lanes, Vayne and things like that. Now Tony Top bringing out Vladimir, which is really cool. It's also generally a pretty good answer to the TF. You can pool on gold card. That's a good interaction if you're expecting them to try to dive you and those types of plays. So I'm pretty excited to see how this one does play out. I think Golden Guardians have gotten themselves quite a strong draft, but EG have something that I think suits their play style really, really well, which is a lot of aggression, a lot of engage, and the ability to create a massive lead here in the early stages and run over Golden Guardians.
Right, and statistically, they have the fastest average win time in the LCS. If you use average game time, you have CLG because they lost quickly sometimes, but average win time I think is a pretty good stat for how you play it out. Oh, we crush and then we close this stuff out, right? We close sub 30, and I know you kind of mentioned it, but I want to kind of spend some words on it. The idea of getting outscaled is if you get to the point where you're equal items, Victor's equal items with TF, and we're 25 minutes in, Victor's probably the stronger champion. But TF starts ahead and is supposed to remain ahead. If he remains ahead, he's still the better champion, and these are why the champions get picked. They early game spike, they preserve their lead, you turn it into Dragons, you turn it into Rift Herald, you turn it into Baron, you stay ahead. You've never been outscaled until they catch up. You never let them catch up. But if they catch up, that's when it gets bad, right? So, we have the Olaf, versus Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's a pretty solid early game champion, but Olaf's up here and falls, and Xin Zhao's I'm pretty good. And then I team fight okay. But Olaf just doesn't team fight at all, right? So it's if he's ahead, well, he's up a Sterix Gauge on you, so he's a better tank. And then if you both hit there, it's my ult's great. So, that's kind of the lines you hit.
And I think it's going to put pressure on Iconic to try to keep things even, to try to mitigate loss in the early stages, to try to really make sure he knows where the enemy jungler is, where that Olaf is, so he can counter ganker, so he can protect his lanes, help them to reset waves when they need to, because you are really trying to keep this game even early.
All right, here we go. On to the Rift, the 10th year of the LCS, the second lock-in tournament, and Evil Geniuses. Surprise, Vulcan was on the market, grabbing to the roster, and undefeated. Right now, the run for EG, hoping to make it to the World Championship at the end of the year. Right now, they'll start with dominating North America. And we just see the mid laners just hanging out, spamming emotes back and forth. Always good to see here, but will there be any kind of a fun ward situation? Iconic doing a pretty standard play of drop your trinket ward down in front of, say, your red buff, recall for a sweeper, and then, all right, we know if you invaded my red with Tony Top where he's standing, there is, I think, literally no way to get deep wards into the red jungle. So outside of a ward over the wall for Raptors, which Ryoma's covering, there is no deep vision. There is no guarantee yet where Iconic's starting, but now Impact spotted as he moves forward. Says, okay, I see Tony Top. Tony Top sees him back. A bit more information known, and Inspired is just maybe going to late invade the red buff.
Yeah, it looks like he's at least considering it, and you can see the movement up here from Ryoma. Gets a little bit of a trade, and this is going to be one of those situations where minions have spawned, so you are just going to stay ahead off this, especially if a second Q comes up here for Ryoma. Going to be feeling pretty good about that trade.
Yeah. TFO starting E is actually really high DPS. It's a ton of level 1 attack speed, and the auto attack damage is quite high. So Jijipyeon traded it reasonably close. We'll see how the lane turns out in the end. But yeah, that late invade, the 2v1, I mean, level 1 Vladimir basically isn't a champion. Yeah. I would take a cannon minion over level 1 Vladimir. And Iconic just has to just walk away and start his blue at 150. That's
Hashtag leave people on that tweet.
Yeah.
Just check who they're playing. It's going to be a good day, says EG. Yeah, this is rough. I mean, not only did he have to start so late, but he loses flash, right? So that's actually brutal. They did see them moving in, though. Tony Top did spot them, so
yeah.
Not playing with respect to the fact that the invade could have been happening. You know, JoJo even moving up there to ward. I feel like the hand was kind of tipped. I'm surprised Iconic didn't just move cross map to start, because now he's down a flash. He's down on camps. If you run into Inspired, you're just dead. He'll ghost on you and kill you. So it could mean that he'll give up double scuttle here as well. It's also really interesting to note that Tony Top is actually playing Unsealed Spellbook, very uncommon on Vladimir. And I think his option was, you know, either go Ghost Flash and do it that way, or he's kind of playing with the Unsealed Spellbook. He's playing with his TP as his default. He can swap to things like the Ghost and the Ignite and the Exhaust for the team fights. And just thinking it's not that much about the laning phase. You're not going for something along the lines of, you know, a Predator or Electrocute, kind of more common runes.
Good early trades out of Aryama. They're actually forcing what could have been the first recall out of JoJo and indeed will do so. So just a Dark Seal for his first buy, and then going to go ahead and TP back into lane, full health, full mana. Okay, fine, but obviously it's going to be a bit of a lane lead early on. We'll see if Aryama gets to get much more. And Inspired, of course, going to finish his triple buff. Right now, up about 2 camps. Going to be about up a third now. Bottom Scuttle is up, but Iconic's pathing took him back to the top side for his Krugs. Scuttle's just now spawned, and I think he's going to maybe even own both right here on Inspired's side.
Yeah, we'll see if Chime is actually going to try to take this with his bot lane. Doesn't look like it just yet. It feels as though Iconic is just going to base and then head back towards bot to try to secure that Scuttle for himself. Inspired will claim the top one. But I think if Inspired just goes straight from top Scuttle to bot, he can probably get both, because it does look like EG's bot lane is starting to push. He's not willing to risk that. Maybe he doesn't even realize that it hasn't already been taken. Because they haven't had eyes on Iconic for a while. So either way, he'll get his reset. A couple Ruby Crystals coming in to start things off, and going to be pretty happy with his start. He's already very far ahead of Iconic, had a much better early buy.
Interesting to see he doesn't go for the boots here, just the double Ruby Crystal, because I believe his secondary runes is resolved. So could have gone boots, could have gone for more move speed, picks the raw health instead. Iconic, yeah, still level 3. I mean, unless you get all 6 camps, you're not getting 4. So, you know, now with this one going down, with his Raptors dying, he's almost the rest of the way there, but not quite. But he can leech like any bit of a lane XP that's 4. Doesn't really need 4 in Sinjao. You have all your skills anyway, but, you know, worth noting. Ryoma still continuing his trades up with Jojo Pyun. And now a fight in the bottom side. Tower is on Chime, but he's got the W on, and it's first blood of the bottom lane.
Inspired.
Golden Guardians, huge in the early game.
Man, I'm surprised Inspired didn't go in at all for that. Didn't feel like he could clean it up, I guess. With him and Danny, I feel like maybe could have got aggressive there. He popped the Ghost, started moving in. If you get the instant kill on Chime, maybe you can turn things around. But of course, was worried, I think, about just getting stunned up by Chime and going down. And Vulcan trying to hold that lane in a spot where it would threaten a freeze and make them stick around longer, I think, so Inspired could come down and get that kill, but kind of oversold it and got a little bit too far forward, ends up going down.
Well, and we can check in the rest of the map, by the way, which is the fact that Tony Top is up CS and a little bit of pressure of impact right now. And if the first 5 levels on Vladimir doing well, the next 10 get a lot better. So pretty good start here. Watch this fight again.
Yeah. And to me, it's a lot just about this, right? It's about the fact that Inspired's coming around. He thought that he was holding them there for this wraparound gank. He just got too far forward. He underestimated their damage. Thought, hey, I have the Relic Shield, I have Aftershock. I'm going to be able to just bait this out. But Iconic is there, so Inspired can't even clean it up, and ends up just playing it too aggressive and giving over an easy kill. So a mistake there from Vulcan, to be sure.
A little bit of damage. Souls always feels good. You know, W auto gets you there. And, you know, he's going to stack up. Again, you do get far fewer souls while playing as Farm Senna. There's just a lot fewer souls on minions that you last hit or get killed by an allied Relic Shield. Those count the same way. And you don't have as much time to just really harass the Jinx or the Leona, because you're busy CSing. But, of course, you have more gold income. So you have your AD from your items instead. Just less attack range and you know, fewer free souls.
And it does look like he's probably just going straight Kraken Slayer here. You know, has the pieces of that Noon Quiver. Just working towards that. No tier, no lethality. As you know, that build is very powerful, and I think it could have been an option this game, because it's not a team with a super tank that you have to kill, but maybe just feeling like, hey, I'm just going to be hitting the Xin, I'm going to be hitting the Leona mostly, and wanting to try to maximize DPS for that.
I will say, though, I am partial to support Senna, and actually a very supportive build, doing items like Locket and Redemption. It actually allows you to still have decent damage. Obviously, it's no Kraken Slayer DPS, but your damage is still fine, and you're a full support.
Yeah. I will say in this comp, their consistent damage is really low, so I definitely don't think it fits in this comp, but you know, you're talking about obviously supporting a normal marksman with that, and I do think it can be viable that way.
Or Inspired or whatever,
Yep, Inspired going to be grabbing another red buff here. So Iconic not having any access to that yet, and Scuttle spawns top, so he's going to take that again. And it'll be interesting to see when they try to make a move towards this first dragon. You know, I do think that EG wants to start pushing the pace of this game. We talked about their early game power.
Yeah.
JoJo is post 6 now, so you want to be getting a reset, starting to look for plays out on the map, starting to really kind of build up those win conditions around Soul, around Herald, you know, to extend your lead.
And the situation right now is Inspired's up, you know? You can't really debate that one. Obviously, the level 1 was really, really smart. There's not a lot Iconic gets to do. He's a slower clearing jungle in the first place. And yeah, we've got a solid 5-camp lead for Inspired. That's a big deal. That matters a ton. Any fight involving the junglers is going to go EG's way, assuming everything else is equal. However, there's a first blood on Leona. Not optimal, to be fair, but it's still 200 gold on Stixxay. So he's ahead of the curve, right? He's up 3 CS and an assist. And so, I mean, Jinx is off to the races. Yes, Senna scales very well, right? The Souls mechanic is obviously pretty valuable. But yeah, if Golden Guardian is getting this early game, that's great.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd be incredibly happy to be even, which they are now. They were slightly ahead. I do think that Vladimir really does outscale Kennen. Kennen can have those monster fights that you always kind of have that X factor, but so can Vladimir, and Vladimir gets to the point where you can just straight up one-tap squishies with a dive into the backline. It gets very, very scary. And swapping over to Ignite, you know, if Iconic gets up towards top side, when you do spellbook over to Ignite, your kill pressure is a lot higher in these types of situations, you know. Charge up the empowered Q, E, flash, R, Ignite, empowered Q, like that alone can be enough to get close to just a full to dead on a squishy champion.
Now here's the timing, right? Rift Herald has spawned. We waited till 8:45, but both supports, both junglers side of the map, Miller's ready to go, and actually Stixxay on the way over as well, whereas Danny, true to EG's normal form, actually leaves him in the bottom lane to get farm. Now Senna, not the best wave pusher, won't get a ton of plates, isn't going to get as much compared to, say, like a Ziggs or a Trist, who will actually earn you 2 plates. So what's the question? What happens to the side of the map? Senna gets a wave, maybe 2. Stixxay is going to drop everything, but it will mean Rift Herald. So again, the answer is how much do you get? And Senna is the worst option for this kind of cross-map play. May still be correct, but they are choosing to cross-map and give up Herald.
Well, it's going to be at least that full wave being denied. You know, there's 8 minions that were there, I believe. So he's going to lose all those minions, but they're just going to go straight top immediately here and send Tony towards bot, I think, to actually collect that. So
Tony needs to ignite something. I don't know if TP was down anyway, and it might not have mattered. But like, if he had TP, he needs to burn Ignite to unlock that spell.
I think he did use it. I think they traded TPs with Impact.
That's fair.
Is my assumption. But either way, you know, he'll be heading down. They are going to lose at least the 1 plate, but they're looking for the engage here now.
4 versus 3. Senna ult to help as well. So 4.5, and now the fight begins. There's a ton of burst, and Shime will die. And with Kennen over the top, it's going to be a kill as well onto Iconic. And now Stixxay is left alone. Gold carded and killed. A beautiful play by EG to collapse topside. I like the thought by Golden Guardians, but the teammates got there.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Now this is Tony going for that kill.
Flash for flash, Ignite cleansed as well, so nice attempt, obviously with the level lead to try to push Danny out, but mid laner got to show up. AD carry got to help a little bit with the ulti, and EG just had a way better play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ryoma, he couldn't TP onto a minion or anything. TP is not unleashed yet, right? So he TP'd defensively to the tower, but that's way behind the play. TF ults in here. You can see, they see Victor on the mini-map. You know, Victor's chilling farming, so they're making the call to go. In comes TF, in comes that Senna ultimate. The TP is actually fairly quick here onto the tower, but you're just so far away from the play. Stixxay is completely cut off. He's never going to get out. And this was just a really good setup here from EG, a good counterpunch after giving up that Herald top. They get so much more because they get the kills top side, they got the plates bot side, they denied farm bot side, and that is going to feel really, really good. Only thing kind of working here for Golden Guardians is at the very least you force both summoners off of Danny, and Tony just swapped over to Ghost, so he is going to be able to have the ability to try to look for another play potentially.
And his teleport is back up, so he can show up to a tower in the next few minutes, and now a stun combo comes across from the bottom side. Good damage. You're going to have a chase through a Sinjao as well. Kennen puts on a stun, but a flashless Kennen does not get to live. Shutdown comes across for the jungler. He's in chunk out of Ryoma, who's keeping his farm up pretty well, and tries to push Jojo out of the lane, but again, those TF ults have been good. The one for the 2 kills.
Yep. It's the Victor Classic. Just ult the wave, push it out, try to get pressure through that, but the kill on bot side means a couple plates here for Golden Guardians, and the ult's not going to amount to too much. Inspired's not going to want to go for this straight up into the 3-man squad. There would be a lot of damage without anyone really to back him up. Vulcan would not be enough there. And Danny playing with fire a little bit. You have to show respect. Anytime they have the empowered Q and Ghost up, it's a bit iffy. Looks like Stixxay, they're just going to give over his kill.
Yeah,
not going to stop the base.
Yeah, even the choppers wouldn't matter. Of course, Olaf could always ult through it. So he's like, yeah, I guess I'll kite downwards instead. Get away from the team.
Overstayed, though. I mean, you know they're both in the area, and that is a foolish death. They even have a ward and try. So I'm kind of confused as to how this happened. You have a ward here, you have a ward here.
One hit, now Impact's in, gets the stun cage down, just lives.
Yeah, so careless death from Stixxay on that bot side. It's going to mean he gives up his life. Dragon will go over here to EG, so EG finally getting a neutral objective and starting to really take over on the map. You can see a good 30 CS advantage here for Inspired. He has the kill, he has the assist as well. Going to be feeling pretty good about that. Ryoma putting pressure down on JoJo, but JoJo has his ultimate once again, so it's time to look for plays on the map here, and we'll see if he can get active and really try to find something. But this has got to be a frustrating game for Iconic, who has just had his buffs taken away constantly here by Inspired.
Yeah. Vlad top, sorry buddy, no lane pressure. Sinjao Olaf, not a 1v1 you win either. Obviously you can just like Olaf ult Q3 and you're like, yeah, my stats are higher than yours, like it's not gonna work. So at least we get the Herald summon though, and at a pretty good time. We're gonna knock down 2 plates with just the auto attacks. I think he's staying just about in range to share plates. No, I think that all went to Sinjao actually. I think Stixxay walked far enough away to not get any of that share. Probably would have been useful. Flash forced out of Ryoma as TF and Olaf show up in the mid lane. Nice attempt right there, but it's a 5-minute cooldown burn.
And a 5-minute cooldown burn. They do at least get the ulti off of both of them. Inspired popped his and JoJo, so not going to be as much playmaking available for them right now. No big objectives on the map just yet. But Stixxay does have to be a little bit careful. You always have to pay respect knowing that the Olaf is in the area, and I think that's why we see Chime is kind of moving down on the mini-map here, getting the vision, just trying to cover this sort of area on the map so that Olaf would have to walk through him, and given that Olaf doesn't have ulti, you can probably just stun him and walk away.
Yep, it's one of the biggest things to learn playing solo queue. Anytime you start to get in these swapping scenarios where...
Oh, look for Vulcan.
We gotta fight. Hold on, yeah, Vulcan, stun. Oh, he gets the body slam in time. The rest of the combo might come in. Beautifully timed Cask. Gets Iconic back out, but able to still slink away. Flash, of course, burned, ulti burned, but a survival for Vulcan.
Yeah, really good reaction time by him. Very quick on the body slam to actually be able to get out, and a great disengage ulti as well. This is kind of a bit of an awkward situation, though, where Danny's just 1v1 laning against Tony top. You can't really push up too much. You will lose that 1v1 if Tony can really connect with you. And Inspired is just really trying to maximize farm. So even though they are ahead and they are stronger right now, they have to kind of give things up on the top side because Inspired is power farming down on bot. He has now turned that into a 40 CS lead. They do lose their flash of support, but Inspired is getting ahead. So he has got to really pay that forward now and be effective in these coming fights.
There's a small window for about 15 seconds where Tony just got his ulti back, and his flash is a shorter cooldown because of rune choices, that he had a flash advantage over Danny, and Danny's flash is up in like 5 seconds. So like right now, you could almost go for the all-in, and Danny has like ult for self-peel. And there's like the tiniest window, like right now. Oh. And Danny plays far back enough that rush being warded helps a little bit. I mean, yeah, I saw him go in, but now the flash is back. Now Danny can trade sums for sums and live, but there was a very small window, and it's passive.
And I will say, as long as you're playing with respect to the empowered Q, Tony should not be able to kill you unless he gets the empowered Q, right? So anytime he does have that charged up, you back up.
Yep.
Because really the way to get the kill is you charge up the E, you flash in, you release the E, you R to amp your empowered Q, you do that full combo, and that's how you do it. And he's trying to look for this, but Danny's playing with respect. Yep. Every time he starts channeling the E, he backs up. Every time he has the empowered Q, he backs up.
Yeah.
And as long as you do that, Tony's probably not going to be able to find a window to actually get that 100-0 play.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, though, like there are a couple times where it's like, you have empowered Q, you can flash Rocketfelt, you're definitely in range, because Senna can't flash yet, right? Like there was those 10 seconds where it's like, flash Rocketfelt will put you in Q range. They didn't really pool E, which is like a little bit more mediocre, but maybe it wasn't quite lethal. Either way, we'll move on to the play that we've got going on, which is top turret will actually fall first. EG's top turret was at like 20 health, but couldn't be finished. And yeah, the top crash is a lot of money. Top lane and bot lane tier 2 are the most gold valuable turrets in the game. It's upwards of about 800. It's really, really valuable, and this is going to be a lot of damage. The question is, can they get the rest of it? Looks like no, as Realma can clear the wave, but that is a sitting pot of gold waiting to be claimed.
I mean, just look at the farm on Olaf. This is so atypical in a competitive game to have more than both of the marksmen. right?
Yeah.
And this just kind of speaks to Inspired's playstyle. You know, this is what he did in the LEC. This is how he kind of won his MVP. He played more the selfish jungle style. He is not the guy to sit around hovering your lanes, help you cover all the time. You know, he goes for maximum efficiency in his pathing. And if there's a camp up, he's going to do the camp. If the gank is optimal while he's walking by, he's going to do the gank. Otherwise, he's going to continue farming. He's going to attack the enemy jungler, really get in their face and try to take gold from them. And that's how he creates these huge advantages. You know, he's good 600 gold ahead of Iconic, who honestly is farming at a pretty good clip for competitive play.
Sure, yeah. I mean, 6-7 CS a minute is pretty reasonable for a jungle in you know, high yielded pro, and able to keep that mark going. But obviously, we're hitting the first big item way sooner for Inspired here. And as we get to knock down some more minion waves, the gold lead remains 2,500. Next Dragon's up in just 3 seconds. And I'm curious if Tony Top thinks this is the spike he's in for. Has the cooldown boost, has the rocket belt. Like, this is a pretty solid spot to be at as Vladimir.
I will say I really don't like cooldown boots. I just think Sork boots are so much better on Vladimir because it's often about, you know, can you get that initial kill, right? And that's why I really do favor like the Sork boots death cap style of build. I think it's extremely powerful. If you can get into that backline, you can threaten that insta-kill. You know, if you go really heavy CDR and you go Cosmic and CDR boots, you get more rotations of your spells, but often it's more difficult to actually stay in range of the carries for that long. So it is a bit of a trade-off, right? If you have a long extended fight, I think this is more powerful. If it's the 100-0 instant fight, the other build is just way better.
Sure, and so I want to see if he's going for the one-shots, right? If they would have happened, you know, and do the mental math, and like, with 10% more damage have killed? Ooh, it would have. Yeah, unlucky there. So keep that in mind. Gold lead remains about 2,500, but the Dragons are stacking up. We're on pace for a sub-30-minute Dragon Soul. It's going to be Infernal, by the way. My knowledge, based on solo queue stats, it is the least winningest Dragon Soul, though not by much, but just food for thought. Pro play, of course, can be different, but just some thoughts out there. And now bot lane being pushed in towards the tower. Tony Top, of course, can always immune stuns, but doesn't easily immune that one. Plays around the gold card, doesn't do anything, just doesn't hit buttons. Stunned forever. Tony Top, you gotta use your fingers, bud. Gets dropped down. Jojo Plun claims the kill.
Yeah, I did not show the respect to that. You gotta pull the gold card, and when he doesn't, he is gonna go down. If he pulled that, it would have been, at the very least, way harder for them to kill you. And unfortunately fails the execution on that one. It always feels so bad when you miss your pull on Vladimir. It's really, really painful. It's, you know, similar to Sivir and missing Spell Shield and those types of things. It's completely game-changing because you give over the easy kill, you give up another tower. That's more map control over on the side of EG, and we'll see if Tony can get anything done here later on.
Well, charges up Q3. Not going to have a target to go for, though. I guess Blast plans forward, but I don't think he's nearly fast enough if he needs to. Okay. I mean, if you committed Flash and he wasn't respectful, it could have worked, but yeah, it's fine. Sweep the brush, take the recall, no problems here. Golden Guardians finally did take the top lane outer turret. I assume someone got local gold on it, but still just trying to keep up in the game. However, it's now 4,000 gold, the difference, as bot lane outer died. The kill, of course, valuable as well, and yeah, EG just really turning the screws.
Yep, and Inspired looking like he's going Spirit Visage second. I do think it's really effective on the Olaf, and honestly, when you're playing against these double AP styles, like, if you go Spirit Visage, basically all you have to do is in the fights, you run at the Jinx so the Jinx is not dealing optimal damage, and you're saying, all right, the Spirit Visage, the resistance I'm building up with this MR is going to deal with the rest, and I'm going to pressure the Jinx. We're going to dive on the Jinx with Kennen, with TF, with Olaf, and really limit Stixxay's damage through our play and not through our itemization. And I think that playstyle is really legit and can work quite well.
Now we look at the rest of the waves pushing in. Mid still under fire. Danny keeping the clip. Doing quite well. 193 CS now. Has managed to eclipse his jungler and his mid laner.
And he does have 34 souls, so at least that's the first range upgrade. It is pretty slow, you know, generally, as you're saying, when you're going this marksman style, and especially if people aren't going to be willing to trade with you a lot, which most people are not. But closing in at least on that second ranged upgrade, did go Wit's End here again and nod towards all the AP damage that is likely going to be what's hitting him. You know, they're going to be diving in towards trying to take out the marksman on opposing teams.
And it does change the calculus somewhat in terms of going for a flat pen build for Vladimir, for example, because yeah, if you've got a Wit's End and Merc Treads everywhere and a Spirit Visage, flat pen's, you know, comparatively worse stat. Look at the play now towards Chime. Slowed once. The stun's going to come down. Olaf ults it. And they got Digipun here now as well. Bunch of CC comes across and just a deletion. Down goes Leona. 1-0 EG.
Yeah, Ryoma shows up, but too little too late here. Does expend the teleport. I don't think EG is going to be so bold to just start the Baron in their face or anything crazy like that. But they do get the pick. Feeling good about it. Now GG trying to push in, trying to get something back. They do force the flash off of Danny, but Now it's EG's time to really
Impact.
threaten.
Flash ult available. Not going to go under the tower. Not sure if he's a stopwatch or not. That could have maybe changed the calculus. The TP's in for not a whole lot, but they can keep map control for now. Dragon's up in a minute. That would be Soul Point.
And he does have a stopwatch available, but still would be pretty far ahead of the team if he went for it. And Inspired not having his ult, I think, really kind of limits your confidence to go for that sort of a crazy play. But it ends up being the trade of TPs. Golden Guardians getting something back on the back end is going to feel good. You know, taking the flash off of Danny for this next dragon fight means he's more vulnerable to someone like this Vladimir, and that can be pretty impactful.
There we go. Smite gets to take a camp. Iconic got to counter jungle Inspired. Congratulations for CS in the enemy jungle. And eventually you will be the better champion. But again, if the gold lead remains as it is, it's not like Inspired is suddenly, you know, lower level, fewer items, less stats than the Xin Zhao. So for now, it's still a rough road. 5K. The gold lead grows and grows and grows. Decent damage towards Chime. And the Dragons up in 8 seconds. Is this the time that Golden Guardians fight? No one's playing for the top wave. No one's playing the cross step, which means instead of gaining farm, they're going to fight for the Dragon. But the problem is they're fighting for Dragon on a 5,000 gold deficit and an instant death onto Iconic. You got to believe someone hits him. Flash to safety. He's actually going to live unless we get the Senna ulti. No, Iconic! He just, if he ran in the same direction, he would have gotten out, but the mind games worked out. Danny claims the kill. Golden Guardians set up for the Dragon, lose it, and are still dropping farm in top lane.
Just didn't have any vision in that river, and they tried to face check through here. Gotta do it a little bit more methodically, you have to feel like. Maybe check some of those brushes with the Victor lasers, do it a little bit more slowly, ward over the wall. Tony now getting caught here.
Again, the stuns just keep layering in. He never cast the pool. This time around, though, it was Kennen getting a pretty instant stun. Not a lot of time to react to it, but it's Dragon 3. It's 2 more kills claimed. And finally, Victor claims 8 CS in the top lane.
Objective bounties are going to be spawning here for Golden Guardian, so that's kind of your hope now. But at this point, it is getting so out of control. You're at Soul Point here pretty early. You're more than 6,000 gold ahead. Inspired is going to have even more gold in his pockets, and it's getting very, very grim for Golden Guardians.
Decent damage and Volker, but able to jump to the wall. Good spacing on the body slam. And we're getting farther and farther away. 6,500. The numbers keep growing here as Evil Geniuses are going to get the side lane push as well. Bot lane tier 2 is killed. Grows it to 7,000 now as a nice blast plant might mean more. Is there a play? Unwilling to chase it, of course. Chime without a Hex Flash available at the time. Obviously, his real flash is down. Nothing to do for the chase. And sadly, Golden Guardians haven't gotten a kill in forever.
Yeah, just not able to really find anything. They will take the scuttle around Baron, so give themselves a little bit of safety there. But we saw Kennen push down bot, takes the tier 2. He can now reset, move out on the map, and EG can reset, get their wards, move out, try to clear out all this vision that has been established, you know, in this area by Golden Guardians, and look to start to threaten attempts on that Baron. Look to try to find picks as Golden Guardians try to establish vision, because really any even number fight is going to look really, really good for EG now. So they just need to try to draw Golden Guardians into that area and really start to flex that muscle.
All right, let's see what's up next for us. Mid-wave clear, going reasonably well. Danny just going to keep clearing waves. Has gone Hurricane, very much an on-hit build here on the Senna. Some positive synergy with the Hurricane. We'll talk about it in a minute, though, as Inspired is chasing down on a Chime. Stun's not going to do anything. Ease 4 doesn't matter. Everfrosted and dead. Inspired finds the next kill. And now Tony Top finally gets his way to pool underneath the gold card. Ulti came in and did about nothing in that fight, but heal him back to about 70%. And it's once again Golden Guardians forced to cede their side of the map and just let Evil Genius's gold lead bloom.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Chime is trying to push in there to get some vision for Tony so he can maybe get something happening in the side lane. You know, a solo kill in the side lane is one of those things that can buy you a little bit of time, buy you a little bit of hope in this game, but they are just getting punished again and again.
They find a slow, a good Zonia's, and the cross map comes in from Senna. 1 kill picked up, bit of time for Iconic, but cannot get back onto his target. Gonna try as hard as the body slam builds some space, and down he goes yet again. A 2 for nothing over and over and over again. EG's kills come in 2s.
It's a stomp. EG running away with it. Inspired, JoJo back to that bottom lane. As soon as someone's pushing out, they're just getting punished time and time again. And now, invading on this top side, at the very least, they'll pick up a couple souls here. And now that tier 2 mid could be under fire.
Let's look at the reset right now, though. TF, Olaf, both back into the base. Mid lane cleared and walking away. So they're going to take their time here and make sure the wards stay up on Baron. And then, you know, honestly, yeah, Dragon Soul's in 2 minutes. You can play that one pretty reliably. and that's probably going to be a closeout.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the vision that's in this area. There's no wards from Golden Guardians on this whole side of the map.
Yep.
They have one side lane ward, or I guess 2 right here. But that's all they have going for themselves right now. And it is just so hard to face check into this, where Kennen could be in a brush, Gragas could be in a brush, Inspired is waiting there, and clearly has the damage just knock down whoever face checks him. And Impact is now on a second item, and he hasn't had to use his stopwatch in 27 minutes, so he still has that. And it's just one of those things that's tough when you're so far behind. You can't force out these resources. You can't tax these resources. So Kennen's going to have effectively his Zonias for one fight while still going a higher damage build.
It's smart. Love to see it. Impact's been under very little threat, and it's been a good look as we keep clearing the waves out. Vulcan gets to look at some of the farm. Says, "What, I have a cannon?" No? Okay. Souls keep stacking up. About 40. 55, yeah. So 2 range upgrades. Not at the 60 just yet. Just items in inventory is going towards Rage Blade. And now, Tony Top does not expect to be flashed after the body slam. Just walks through with Rocket Belt. But more camps get stolen as Inspired is in there. So a quick look at the on-hit Senna build. She does have very, very poor attack speed scaling. Her base attack speed ratio is incredibly, incredibly low, which in some cases makes attack speed items quite poor. That said, she basically does bonus on-hit damage. She does, I think, 10% of her total AD as just free on-hit damage up front. That's going to synergize with Hurricane. Of course, she bought it with Zen. That synergizes with Hurricane. So you have a little bit that kind of pushes back the other way, where you get some extra free on-hit damage that someone like Tristana doesn't get, for example.
Yep, absolutely. I'm going to be feeling pretty good about that. And obviously, the Soul proc, really, really nice. Can start to really poke through that damage. Vulcan, getting a little bit aggressive, but playing near the wall, so he's just going to be able to retreat back. And now, have they overstayed? A great ult in.
Yeah, pretty good. Ulti gives him some time, has to flash away from Inspired, so Impact on the flank. There's the flash ulti, kill on the 1, kill on 2, you have to believe. Getting low, though, and actually burned down. Victor claims the kill, but it's a 4v3 with a gold lead. Chasing down to Ryoma, gets a shield, not gonna matter. 3 kills picked up. Flash red card, you have to believe it. And it means Stixxay is able to keep walking away to live. Had cleanse regardless, so it wasn't gonna matter. And now Inspired finds another Q. Wasn't going to kill, but Stixxay flashed it anyway. 4v2 on the map. Health bar's low. Leona goes in. Stopwatch for a second to buy some time, and now Chime out of the turret. Is it going to be enough, though? The Rocks can come out. Stixxay is trying to get the kills. Inspired is low. Is it going to be enough? He sidesteps another axe. If Chime can get in, that could have been a couple of kills. Not quite the damage. If Stixxay had maybe 1,000 more gold, that turns around for a bit. But sadly, EG too far ahead.
Yeah, just the slimmest margins there. Just didn't quite have the damage. If he could have got the kill there, get the reset, get a triple, maybe there's some sort of hope. But instead, they all get out. Danny's going to claim Soul here on the other side of the map as well. Really, really rough. And yeah, the flash red card there, but the slow is applied. He had to cleanse it anyway. And here's the initial play once more, trying to punish Vulcan, but he's playing it close. And as you walk forward, you're just walking straight into the arms of this Cask. Gold card into Cask, knocking him straight in. Impact in the backline, threatening. Yes, he can't get to Stixxay, who's playing it in his start location, but he gets straight in onto those 2 members. Wants to hold on to the stopwatch, gets a bit greedy there, so does end up going down, but Inspired is just rampaging through this team. Ryoma falls. There is that flash red card that has to be cleansed on the slow, or he's just going to go down. And now EG back to live, clearing out vision around this area. That is going to be the game plan, really, from now until forever. Just clear wards out of this section of the map over and over and over. Force Golden Guardians to come into this area and fight you around it.
Ooh, good knockback and a TF at the top. Yeah, nowhere to go. Goodbye to Ryoma. Maybe a retrade, though. Yes, they get the TF, so a 1-for-1, but the other side looks bad. Vladimir and Sinjao buying a bit of time. However, EG is too tanky. Inspired on the front lines, does not care about this damage. Blast plant not going to happen in time, and it's just going to be a complete shutdown there. So another kill on the board, +1 yet again for EG.
He's just so aggressive at defending this vision. As soon as they see Ryoma, he's trying to clear out some of these brushes with lasers, trying to utilize him and Chime to get some eyes in the area. But he shows up. They know his flash is down from the previous fight. Instant ulti out there from JoJo. They get that kill. They get the Baron. It's going to be a good 12,000 plus gold lead now. So much of an advantage here for EG. Another range upgrade has come through as well for Danny. He's past 60. So the sieging becomes very, very simple for EG as well.
Well, we'll see what they send themselves. At the very least, the Golden Guardians have survived longer than the average LCS team here against Evil Geniuses. That doesn't reflect in the scoreboard at the end, though. It's still going to be a 0-1 start, barring some kind of major miracle. 98-2 at this point, something like that. This is very, very EG favored, and that, outscaling, they're going to kick in when you keep your gold lead above 10,000. Look at the play. They find a slow on a JoJo Pyun. Still the first stun comes across. Chopper's coming down, not quite for the first root, but he's at 1 hit. Is there going to be more going on? Not just yet. Rocket not going to find its target. Looks like it's a sidestep there for Jojiopyeon. So no kills. And now Tony Top too far up in the river, just shut down. Then it's time to run away. Sure, TF might be gone, but can you win this one? Decent damage out of Victor. Chime still trying to frontline. Right now, Stixie trying to lifesteal back up, but the rest of his team is already dead. Danny has shown up to team fight. Quadra kill! Penta kill! Danny shows up to clean it at the end.
Danny going off. Another competitive pentakill for this guy. What a player. EG looking strong here in game number 1 against Golden Guardians, and what a way to finish it. Vulcan, instant body slam on that E-flash from Tony Top. Danny goes off, cleans him up, and EG are looking good.
Well done. 32-30, Nexus falls, Evil Geniuses. Had a level 1 winning top lane, used it to completely destroy Iconic's jungle path and kept it behind the entire game. We had a couple of decent looks from Golden Guardians, a kill on the bot lane, a couple of plays, but though they had ideas, EG executed theirs far better. The brains were larger, and they lived evil. Golden Guardians died evil.
Yeah, I gotta say, Tony Top not having the best game here. You know, really, I don't think got much out of the Vladimir.
Yeah.
Felt like he kind of failed the interactions when he needed to really hit it. You know, had a few opportunities to maybe get something done, but kept just dying, getting CC chain down. And if you're a split second late on that initial pool, you never get to move because the subsequent CCs just come in and continue to come, and he just ends up going down. And I've got to say, Faker only has 1 competitive pentakill. Danny tied with Faker now at the very least. I don't know if he actually got one last year because he had that delayed penta. That's his famous play. But I don't think that was it. So there you go.
That's true. I mean, honestly,
tied on the scoreboard.
Better
just as good as Faker.
Better players here in the LCS, honestly. I mean, shout out to pretty much everyone on that roster. I mean, Impact, I think, just kind of sat there on side lane and was like, he was part of level 1 invade, but like kind of chilled the whole time. But the crossouts were really good, right? I like the Golden Guardians idea of, okay, we're going to bring bot lane up, play for Herald, and then stay there and go for turret. Like, I thought it was a cool play. It was a smart play. It was going to give a lot of gold and a Jinx and accelerate the game. Problem is, they weren't really tracking TF, and they weren't tracking that, like, well, Blast Plant over, Senna ult, TF ult, it's a 4.5v3. And I'm sorry, like, Victor can't join in time. You already sent Tony Top down a bottom lane. It's not even in his name, but they did it. And oops, we went for a planned play, but there was actually a counter on the map already. And then EG's like, well, the game has been over from now on. And they just took control the entire time.
I mean, Inspired was just so far ahead from that point. Really good game from him. But EG do take a decisive win to claim the lead in this series. And we're going to break it all down at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Azale.
Whoa,
for giving us a chance to talk on this matchup. We're going to start by reliving that pentakill moment from Danny because it ended up concluding the game. Feels like we didn't really give it its due on air. This was sick.
I mean, he deserves it too. So long, he was just side laning versus the enemy top lane. He was kind of left on an island while the team was making plays without him. So nice for Danny to get involved and finally pick up, I believe, his first pentakill ever.
And for him to get to this point, I think the big thing, as Mark already pointed out, is that he was side laning. He was playing that really safely too. Like, there was not a time where he really got caught out in these matchups. And then, we've talked about Danny's like team fight positioning before and how strong it is. He is insane in team fights.
Yeah, really well-timed flash on that one. Just the thing about Danny, you already know, he's confident he can take the fight, he'll take it. Right, last one, it was an unofficial one. This one is an official pentakill. So got to put it on the board. So well done to him. The draft looks sick, too.
Draft looks really good. I was very intrigued, though, as well by what Golden Guardians brought to the table. Yeah, Vladimir, sure, a little bit of a new look here in the LCS, but overall, the rest of those champions ticking a lot of the boxes that you would want in the meta right now.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Olaf yet in the LCS. I could be wrong, but it's been played overseas a fair amount as kind of one of the backup options once some of the main junglers get taken off, and it works well given the fact that they also got 3 pushing lanes. They are going to push forward the entire game and allow the TF to run over, and that was the game plan that they had.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see more Olaf, especially, like, there are great comps around it. Like, you can go Karma Olaf. This one had the Twisted Fate Olaf, and it's a great matchup into Xin Zhao. I mean, Xin Zhao, as much of a blind pick as it is, has been, you know, essentially globally getting trounced by the likes of Trundle and Olaf. So, like, for me, looking at this, I like the draft, and they also just had consistent pushing lanes on every lane there for a good bit. I mean, bot lane is a bit of a ping-pong one with Jinx and Leona, But especially for mid and top, it was looking great for Olaf to do what he wanted to do.
You mentioned the Olaf versus Sinzao matchup, and that's where you got to go next. Inspired, as we've already talked about at the top of the day, up there, maybe top 2 best player in the LCS right now. And then he just runs over this game from the beginning.
So they do this late invade onto the red, and Iconic after this, his early path, he's basically effectively not allowed to play the game. So he's gonna go red, he's gonna go birds, and then he's gonna cross over to his side, do his own birds. He basically secures this entire half of the map, and additionally gets his own red. Iconic was significantly far behind him for most of the mid to early game, and it made such a massive difference you see the CS and the XP.
Oy.
And like, this is the kind of style that we saw a lot more of from Inspired, I think, in LEC and kind of what we were expecting. And it was great to just see him have a game for himself where he completely takes over everything this early.
And when something like this, a late invade happens like this, and it pushes you off your camp, you really don't have an alternative because of how the matchups are working, you have to make a decision. Like, you just have to take the game from that point on, right? All the conversations you had going into this with the specific draft, oh, you're playing towards the Leona Jinx, out the window, and so you have to make the best of it. So I think Iconic did what he could. Unfortunate situation this game. This is a great play that Evil Genius has had topside.
Well, and we talked about how EG set up these TF plays previously in other games, and this is another method of that, right? Like, where you saw the TF push up. Golden Guardians needs to know if they're that far pushed up. TF has already pushed the wave. He feinted to top. They should have seen that, and it was set up beautifully by EG.
I think you can see problems with Golden Guardians' communication throughout the entire game. We talked about that moment, and then also there was times where Jinx and Victor were both sitting mid lane because they were kind of scared to work up and find jungle vision, and as a result, you just have your 2 carries farming the same lane for extended periods of time. And then whenever they did go to those side lanes, they got absolutely picked apart by EG.
Yeah, and in this specific play, a minute before this even starts, was just a great example of that vision that Evil Geniuses were actually accruing. So they placed a great ward in the red side jungle. The moment Golden Guardians push forward, instantly teleport comes through, flank them, TP ports right behind Golden Guardians too. So like, they're doing a great job communicating and just being aware of when the fights are there, when they have the flank ready.
That's a chef kiss goal graph right there.
Yeah.
If you're a coach, you're like, take a screenshot and frame it.
Wait, I'm sorry, do I see one little blip of red though?
No.
At 5 minutes.
Yes,
5
you're
minutes.
right.
No, that was the first blood. That was
see
first
one
blood.
little blip. Yeah.
Hey, and you know what?
Disaster.
You know what Golden Guardians winning right now? You know how they were tied in first blood percentage coming into
Oh,
this?
you know what?
They took over EG.
You're right.
Real winner.
Boom. Hey, top in the stats column of at least one stat box. That said, EG looks good. A lot of this is playing to what we expected. Golden Guardians has side selection here in game number 2. They're gonna hop over to blue side. We talk a lot about Victor, Corki. Corki gets banned. TF is getting played. TF looks damn good in the hands of EG and JoJo specifically. I know the meta doesn't necessarily speak to revolving around the mid lane matchup right now, but when the TF is in their hands, it almost feels like it does begin to. So what's the answer?
I'd say it does revolve around the mid lane
Love
matchup,
it.
but like, I did like some things Golden Guardians did. I liked the Vladimir pick into the Kennen and also against the TF, which they brought up on cast, and we actually saw Flandra play over in LPL. But yeah, like, get themselves on comfort picks. I know I've been calling for this the entire time, but you know what? Like, individual performances matter. I want to see Chime on Bard.
Yes!
I do.
There it is.
I want to see it.
I'm with you. Thoughts?
Sure. Why not?
Hey, he's won me games with Bard. So, but yes, I think comfort goes a long way. And have a pushing lane in the top lane. Empower your top laner, Tony Top.
Tony Top.
Just in case you forgot where he was.
Up there in the top lane.
Tony Top.
Yeah, read the name. There it is, up in the top lane. We'll see if Golden Guardians can get it done or if Evil Geniuses can remain undefeated and close out our series in game number 2. We'll be back right after this.
Not even fair.
What if respawning was refreshing? Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold.
Here comes the big play.
Oh, that's
Perfect timing. You can see this one coming.
They get what they need. They got the mid. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they going to give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
Welcome back to the 10th year of the LCS and the second lock-in tournament. We've got the quarterfinals. Match number 3 underway. Evil Geniuses have been absolutely destroying Golden Guardians. It was an okay start. Golden Guardians got first blood. They had some nice plays, but from about 9 minutes onwards, EG took control of the game and absolutely never let up. The gold graph went up and to the right the whole time, and the Nexus fell.
And I just really liked how proactive they were with the ultimates. Pretty much every time TF Ultimate was available, boom, you're looking for a play. Inspired was constantly taking away buffs. You know, not only did they force out the Flash level 1 and steal the red buff, then he took the next red buff. Then he took the next spawn of the blue. And he's just constantly in the face of his opponents and got so far up in gold that, yes, this champion doesn't scale incredibly well. You're playing against Victor and Jinx and Vlad. But who cares? Because you're a full item ahead at all times. He was out farming marksman for a lot of the game as a jungler, which is just not something you see every day.
Yeah, not at 50 minutes when it's like, oh, I have 170 CS at 19 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, you don't see 0.5 CS minute on a jungler very often. Like that is a really, really, really high mark. I mean, it's more than I think your jungler can even support. In the first place, you have to be poaching camps or lanes or both or whatever. But now we are under the rift for game 2, and Golden Gardens gets to reset and try again. Once again, their early game was fine. Iconic got set behind, and yet they still found pressure, and they found a kill, but it was the mid game that fell apart, and the scaling went from there. So will it be a different look? Less towards the hard scaling. We'll see what it comes into. Olaf going to be on the ban list. Renekton's still gone.
Also curious if TF is going to be left up again here. There's something that gets banned a lot. Obviously, Jojopian had a great game on it, so that can be pretty threatening.
Yep. To talk about priority champions, Renekton, Diana, Corki were the Golden Guardians bans. They've already dropped 1 to put the Olaf on the docket. On the other side, Karma, Thresh, Caitlyn were what EG feared. And as the Corki and the Caitlyn come through, you know, some of that still pulled through. But yes, GG gonna drop 2 of their bans. The Corki got picked up by the EG side, but this Diana still left up they consider valuable.
I mean, Inspired and Jojopian were kind of the core of that composition. That was kind of what it was built around, moving around the map, taking away jungle camps. They ban out both those champions that caused them a lot of problems. But does mean LeBlanc is available as a big priority pick. Obviously, things like the Xin is up. We have Jinx available, so there's a lot of options here.
Diana and Karma, the 2 unbanned champions from the banned, now unbanned champions from the previous draft, meaning, we see the Diana first pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Karma grabbed here, as that was one the EG feared. It was their first banned blue side, and they're given the option to grab it here and take it away. Maybe we see something like a, Jinx Karma if that is the look. Obviously, Aphelios has been highly prized here as well. We'll see what the draft actually looks like, but we know it's one that they are concerned about.
Yep, and Diana has a very high win rate in competitive. I checked in on that the other day, and it was up well above 60%, so doing really well. One of the common pairings we actually saw, FlyQuest try to do this was with the Yasuo. That game really did not work out, but that is something that you're going to have to look out for, and we'll see if EG do actually respect Ryoma's Yasuo, if they're going to try to ban it away, or if it's going to be early picked. Because that is something that most teams really want to watch out for. It's kind of the new age of the Gragas Yasuo comp that we used to see for so many years.
Yeah, it allows you to play around the Diana a lot more. Like, she actually holds up as time goes on compared to other junglers, so actually has some pretty solid late game. And yeah, as a damage threat, right? You can kind of play for her. You can, it means you probably play weak side, top side or something. Like, someone's got to sacrifice to get her, continued farm as time goes on. But of course, a worthy play. Iconic is a very farm heavy jungler. He really is about the individual leads. So, definitely a champion that can suit him quite well. But now we got to see the rest of the draft. Golden Guardians got to lock in picks 2 and 3 here. Karma, again, still maybe the most highly prized support in, I think, North America and Korea combined. Ezreal locked in, and now
it pairs super well with Ezreal. That is one of the lanes where, this turns Ezreal from the my support's going to roam, and I'm going to sit back and farm with Qs, to we're actually going to push you in, we're going to poke you out, we're going to try to dominate lane. You can go aggressive with Comet on the Karma and really try to punish a lot of these scaling marksmen.
Yeah, and one of the big things about skill shot supports, like a Karma or a Blitzcrank or an Ezreal, it's not that, like, in really high elo people are really good at sidestepping. Yeah, sure, they are to a certain degree, but the primary way you play around skill shot supports is playing behind your minions. The counterplay to Ezreal is play behind your minions. The counterplay to Karma is don't play next to your minions, because she Qs both of you. She gets the wave pushed and hits you. Well, what do I do then? You can try to keep dancing around the wave and play diagonally to Ezreal, but that gets really tough really quickly.
And you lose push oftentimes then, because you're fiddling around too much with that.
Exactly. And then when they push, you're on a tower with no wave, and what blocks for you?
Yep.
Ezreal autos a turret, throws a Q, backs up if it hits. Autos a turret, throws a Q, backs up if it hits.
Yep.
What do you do about that?
And it's so easy to hit skill shots on champions that are trying to farm under tower, because it's so choreographed. You know when they have to shoot their auto attack out to last hit this minion. You can see where they are. They have to sit still. So you either give up farm, or you get the farm and you tank the poke. And it can get difficult. Obviously, Lulu's job here is going to be able to time those shields, try to absorb a lot of that poke. And this is incredible scaling on their side. It's something that answers really well into the Diana as well. Polymorph very strong against Diana, these kind of squishy champions that want to have a lot of front load burst. If you can get a Polymorph off early, you can sometimes just 100-0 champs like that. And pretty good peel for the Jinx, obviously, with the shields, with the wild growth. Bans coming through here. The Yasuo is going to be banned away, so no opportunity for Ryoma to bring that out. LeBlanc going to be banned. Tryndamere also banned. It's another pick from Jojo that he has brought out. They are willing to play this mid-lane Tryndamere style, so a lot of focus on Jojopian on one side, focus a little bit more split on the other, taking away another carry top here for Tony, an AD to complement that AP jungler, because traditionally we are seeing a lot of double AP solo lanes. Golden Guardians bringing AP jungler means they at least need an AD mid laner or a top laner, or it's just going to be way too easy to itemize.
Yeah.
So, you know, they do have other options, you know, things like the Camille. You could try to go like mid lane Aurelia or something aggressive if you want. But Jace is really one of the most common ones, so denying those pairings I think is pretty smart.
Yep. Senna, I don't expect to see happen right here. I think Senna Ezreal is actually a pretty weak 2-2 overall. Yes, you could send Karma mid or whatever. You're not going to see it here. Camille does come through. There is your physical damage. Obviously part through as well. And I like this. Camille Galio is a team fight starter, right? Diana Galio, a team fight starter. I do like this as a look of, hey, let's just get stuff started. Ezreal can ult over the top. He's got reach in these fights. I think the comp is actually pretty synergistic here. I like the Vlad hover for Vulcans. Like, yeah, nice job with that one last time.
Pick here for JoJo though.
What's going on Galio? I can't think right away.
Marksmen are really good into Galio. Is what people were playing previously. Used to play Lucian mid and things like that, but Lucian generally isn't played, you know, without Enchanter supports now.
Ooh, we get it after all though. We get our Lucian.
Okay, this is really interesting because Lucian's not really played in solo lanes much anymore. I'm interested what the solo queue data I see you looking up is actually showing now, because this used to be considered the kind of old counter, is that you could just blast this Galio in lane, physical damage, ignore the magic damage shield, and really kind of play that 1v1 pretty heavily. But ever since the passive changes, where Lucian's passive did a lot more damage when you get shielded or buffed up, you know, by an ally, Lucian was pushed kind of almost exclusively towards bot lane and taken out of the solo lanes pretty heavily. So it'll be interesting to see if this does work out.
Solo queue data says Galio is slightly favored in that, like, they have X power level versus Y power level, and then it goes a little bit better towards Galio because the matchup actually isn't too bad. I think some of it is Lucian's range is short enough that you just, well, now you're in taunt flash range, right? Stuff like that. That said, solo queue is not pro play, right?
No.
Reflexes are better, your coordination with junglers better. Things change when pro play happens.
Solo lane marksmen traditionally are lower win rate in solo queue compared to pro.
Right.
Because you really do have to walk that line. You have to harass them enough to get the most out of it, right? You have to play it aggressive. You have to really punish this guy and not get ganked while you're doing it. You can't just sit down and play a push back and forth style game as Lucian and Galio. You want to be really pushing the pace. So I'm excited to see it, because when people talk about JoJo Pyun, they're always like, crazy mechanics, you know, he came from Fortnite, he's a zoomer, he's, you know, got great hands. Well, here's an opportunity to try to show that on a champion that can really showcase just how good you are individually.
Alrighty, well, on to the Rift. Let's see what we get out of this one as we get a nice early invade. Spotted by a ward, though. EG, I feel like, have done their research. We saw the level 1 in the previous game was great, bypassed the wards, forced a flash out of the Xin Zhao.
This is actually really clever, and that was Vulcan's ward. So Vulcan went bot, dropped that, recalled, picked up a sweeper. You know, that's more of the jungle move generally. Almost always you'll see supports actually sit on their warding trinket for lane. So I think the reason he's going to do this is he's going to try to play side brush, and he's going to use his sweeper to deny vision from the Karma Ezreal, because having side brush control is one of the only ways that a champion like Lulu can actually fight back against this comp. Because if you get warded out in that brush, there's just no way you're dodging enough of those skill shots to actually stay relevant. But if you can sweep out the ward, maintain control there, you can proc your spell thieves, and you can kind of keep the lane a little bit more even keeled. So it's a cool adaptation, and I'm excited to see how he's going to be able to pull it off. Ryoma just kind of getting zoned away here a little bit.
I also have to correct myself. It automatically showed me bot Lucian versus mid Galio, which is really not that important. Mid Lucian slams mid Galio from solo queue data. So that's what we expected to see. Also, you mentioned kind of build optimizations. Commonly, people are going for crit builds. Gale Force Lucian is the normal build now for solo queue mid lane. So expecting that crit build to be what he goes for. And right now, though, Jinx and Lulu have the early pressure against this Karma Ezreal.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, because the last time we used to see this matchup a lot was when it was kind of lethality Lucian, where it was just you're playing around ultimate, right? And you had a lot of power with that ultimate, and obviously the slowdown on that with your items. But it is going to be a different day, and he is playing towards that call. So, you know, really just looking to have the additional sustain off the call to farm up and to really, you know, push in as hard as he can, really try to punish Ryoma as much as possible here, as Iconic just going to be farming out, has obviously been fully spotted. We'll see if Inspired wants to try to get aggressive and go for double scuttle. I feel like this is a game where you definitely can, where you have that domination in mid lane, go towards bot scuttle, take that, move up towards top, but maybe just going to actually cross map, and you can see him invading on the map right now. He's already moving in, trying to take away Raptors and maybe just meet Diana because they had full eyes on Diana. So he's actually just going to wait in the
Smart
brush.
by Ryoma. Ryoma's coming down too. It's like, hey, we know this guy. He wants to invade. I mean, we saw this exact invade in the same matchup when it was TL playing in top lane. It's just a leash, and Tony Top takes a dirt nap.
Tony Top is just getting crushed in these games so far, not having the best performance on the Vladimir, and now Impact 3 minutes in gets the solo kill. It's looking more like Tony Bot.
Yeah, it's a rough one here. Gets the knockup as well, so Inspired not only is taking part of the Krugs, he's forcing damage out. Or Inspired, he could try for some. Even the Smite's going to claim the big Krug. The bot lane's down here. EG having pressure in there 2-on-2 as well. Danny puts the choppers up. They're not going to hit, but there might be enough.
Ryoma's here.
This could be enough. Here comes the replay, and we've got a taunt on a 2. Kill number 1. Kill number 2 yet again. Golden Guardians find first blood. They got 2 picked up.
That is huge. Grabbing 2 kills there. With the TP from Ryoma, really nice TP. It's so rare to actually see effective early game TPs now without Unleashed Teleport, and I think they just didn't play with any respect to it. They got right in the face of Golden Guardians, but you were playing between 2 towers, so the defensive teleport there is plenty strong. Ryoma arrives, and Ezreal gets both the kills, gets a red buff. That is fantastic because EG were actually losing the 2v2. They had been pushed in and were down on farm, and now all of a sudden Ezreal's off to the races, so big mistake there from EG.
Yeah. Tier start Ezreal gets ahead, that's not normal. You can spam your Qs, that's great, but your combat stats are obviously much lower, but it looks really good. Obviously, yes, Impact got the actual first blood in top lane, but your gold lead is on the Golden Guardians side. Question is, can you hold on to it this time? Does the cross-map play still work?
Look at
Obviously,
the eyes in bot lane.
Yeah, oof. That is a nice Sheen, couple long swords. That's going to feel very nice.
I always feel like when we have the early tier Sheen, it starts to feel really tough to lane against the Ezreal. If he hits a Q or 2, it can get very, very rough, but things could be a little bit brutal up on this top side as well. I mean, the first buy for Tony is just nothing, right? He bought some more pots and he got a long sword versus a full leeching Leer, which is where Gwen starts to really be frustrating to play against. You get a little bit of that sustain on top of the Conqueror, and when Gwen hits Mythic, she's really a different beast, so this is pretty scary.
You find the first taunt, auto, backwards E1 turret shot. Q's gonna land Ignite, almost gets the kill, but a flash to safety as summoners are traded.
Nicely done.
Yeah, that was a good combo by Ryoma. Gets a little bit of, time back to himself in this lane.
Yeah, and all he had to use was actually his Predator, right? His flashes TP were spent bot, so he just ran at him real fast. There was no boots on JoJo. He hadn't even been back to base to buy at all. So, getting both of those summoners off of JoJo for just your Predator is really, really nice. Yeah. And Ryoma off that bot lane TP, now a bit of pressure here. Gonna be feeling pretty good about his situation in this game. Of course, he is down on farm quite a lot, and that is really where EG's gold lead is coming from. And they're going to keep pressing because, Inspired is not someone to sit back. But Iconic actually going tank Diana. I can't say I've seen this. I don't know if this is like the new meta because everyone is just going chem tank on just everything and being like, well, hey, this item's overpowered. I wonder if it's good on X. Well, if Tank Akali is good, well, I've been seeing it on more and more and more champions. So maybe the read is, well, if it's good on Akali, it's good on Diana too. And you're kind of going to work more as just like a CC bot and a frontliner and an engage.
Yeah. Very limited data, but both Sunfire Aegis and Turbo Chem Tank have very high win rates. Yeah. Now, there's a lot of room for variance when you've only got 1 to 2,000 games in each Mythic.
I can see it.
Indicates might be worth looking at, not definitely great.
I can see it. I mean, I think if you want to just play as the setup, it's like you have got to dive in and set up Camille and Galio. If that is your read, well, then go a little bit tankier. You're not necessarily going to have the 100-0 damage, and that's maybe where the concern comes from, because I can also totally still see the argument for going full AP versus this team. There's Lucian and Jinx and Lulu. Yeah. All those champions are so squishy. If you get one good ult, they probably all just die. So it's a different look, and we'll have to see how he does with it.
Devil's advocate, getting the ult at all, they still die.
Yeah, maybe that's all you need,
Just forcing it is a kill, maybe. So, yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation to have. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, I think it's going to be really neat. Obviously, you're against a lot of physical damage as well. Sinjai, Lucian, Jinx, pretty much exclusively physical. So as long as it's not Gwen hitting you, you can also just armor stack.
The other wrinkle I will say is that it can be really frustrating to play Assassins against Lulu. And when you know there's an exhaust Lulu, maybe you're just saying, well, my engage is going to get screwed anyway, so I'm just going to go tanky here, and I'm just going to get in there for CC, and you guys kill him.
Galio over the top. Camille over the top. Yep. Sounds good.
Can't exhaust the Galio ult.
You can't. Yeah. He's untargetable. He's going to land on you for full damage. So, cool look here. I know Predator or Galio even itself is not always the pick.
Yeah.
Aftershock and other things still can work quite well, but Predator, as we saw earlier, allows him to get onto Lucian. Obviously has some value there as well. Just burned it recently, but clearly that engage didn't go quite as well as Dojapyeon came out at pretty much full health, and it's Galio taking the recall. 6A still up in gold, but only 300 against Impact and Jojo, who are having pretty solid games themselves. Good farm in both cases, and obviously the first blood pretty meaningful for the top laner.
Yep. And my experience with Predator is generally that it feels like it has more value either in side lane games or early game. You know, as far as team fighting and stuff, it's just a lot less valuable.
Woo!
Oh,
he got it! He got the steal. How about the rest? Galio over the top. Good damage onto Inspired. Doesn't have a flash. Shouldn't have a way out. Impact versus Tony Top on the side, though. Pretty good damage from the Gwen. Getting some healing. The ulti was late. He didn't dodge any damage. Tony Top. The mechanics are betraying him as the rocket comes across the map. But Shime should find this kill and does. Iconic, though. He's got a Herald. He's not got a lot of health bar left. Tries with the shield. Does go down. 4-3 on the scoreboard. Gold lead to Evil Geniuses.
Big play, though, from Golden Guardians, able to actually steal the Herald away. They did pick it up, so not too bad at all. Danny, though, farming plates down here. Not perturbed whatsoever by the early double kill here from Stixxay. He is pressuring him hard, shoving him in, utilizing that early attack speed that he bought up, and just trying to keep minions in between him and that Ezreal. And you clear that wave much faster than Stixxay does, so he wants the second plate.
Danny power spiked. He recalled for Noon Quiver, I think, for the sort of general the Herald play. And Stixxay is still on that double longsword tier Sheen he had from the first recall. So Stixxay's got like Manamunian base right now. If he had it here, that was a better fight. But yeah, got pushed in for the item spike.
Here it is one more time. You can see Galio, Karma moving up on the minimap right down there. Goes in, does actually grab that away. Didn't even use a smite, just got it with the straight up base damages, the Q. And Orion not quite able to land the taunt, but it didn't matter. They push through, they get that kill. And Impact here, yeah, no dodges by Tony on that. You've got to be able to try to time it on the Q to avoid that damage. Impact had the 4-stack Q and just chops him down as soon as he does land. On the other side, Dojapyeon is able to pick up a kill. But definitely agree, Tony Top's mechanics have been letting him down in the Vladimir game, you know, utilizing the pool incorrectly. Now in this one, not really able to find the plays on the Camille, at least just yet.
Yeah, you have to imagine the first blood obviously tilts the items in one direction, and then not dodging the 7 hit of the ulti. Like that is so much damage and healing because it applies the passive at full power. Like that's several hundred health difference for just that.
And it was really close.
On
like
each champion.
It could easily have been the difference in that him getting the kill instead of Impact. So is a tough one, but now Impact is going to be significantly ahead. When he hits Riftmaker before you, you just don't get to fight anymore. You know, then you're just trying to pick up farm. And it's already feeling like it is at that point a little bit. You know, unless Ryoma can get up there, you can really turn the fight, obviously, with a roam from your mid laner or getting Diana to be up there. It is Chem Tank, so kind of as expected here. Coming through, it's going to help with the engage, help with closing that gap, and we'll see how effective Iconic can be. It's also going to, hopefully for him, reduce his reliance on having flash, because flash engages are really a big part of Diana's play pattern, and with Chem Tank, maybe you can just find a nice Q onto a minion, E to it, Chem Tank in there, catch up, and get a decent ult.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more reliable against the Rocket Belt, but of course, big slows like a Lulu Q will stymie you for a bit. Shime's going to find the root force, a flash out of Danny, because that would have been all of the Iconic follow through. So now we have a dragon setup coming across here. Gold lead is with Evil Geniuses' first dragon, theirs as well. We've got a Herald in an inventory, and it could just crash bot lane right now, but they're going to try to set up for the fight. The problem is, can they even fight? Camille's walking down. Galio's on the way over as well. Does have ulti. They don't take a fight at all. They don't Herald bot lane. They don't get anything done at all. Instead, we're going to dive in and give up 2 kills. Golden Guardians, once again, do absolutely nothing but watch the objectives get taken. And it's Stixxay forced to run away. EG going to win this fight. Danny going to find the zap. The rocket is flashed. Then EG walk away with it. Golden Guardians, sadly, the wrong macro call.
Yeah, so they just shouldn't have even been there, right? Tony doesn't have Unleashed TP, and Impact moved way faster, so it's not a fight that they should really be taking. They're down numbers, and now even having to blow the TP here. Impact getting aggressive on a Tony.
That's okay. Let me know, of course, Golden Guardians, it is an academy squad. This is not their intended starting roster. Tony Top's going to get out. So look, the level of play here is obviously different. EG are one of the big spenders in the LCS, one of the top 5 spending a lot, right? They bought out Vulcan from C9 or traded for him or whatever. Like, they are spending a lot to bring over the LEC MVP. The expectation is that EG's players are more experienced, better, whatever. And again, Golden Guardians are an academy team. I just want to see the sort of sort of moderate level macro of we're behind, we should cross map them. Like just some of the more basic stuff. Like that's all I'm disheartened about. Is just there were some more obvious plays that I feel like they should
continue pushing top, drop Herald bot, get some gold here. They are going top side now.
Okay, sidesteps the ulti. That's the setup you want to see. He survives the ignite. Thank you very much. Well played, Golden Guardians. One back on the board.
Yep, they get a kill up on top side. Going to be able to push this in, likely grab a plate. So nice play from them. But I agree. You know, you expect them to get out executed, but it is one of those macro plays that you want to see them really nail. And I mean, they knew that they were down numbers, but it feels like it's one of those plays where you're feeling a little bit desperate. You feel that you need to get something done. And oftentimes in those cases, you just end up losing out even more. But Ryoma having a great game, I've got to say. You know, he gets counterpicked here with the Lucian, but he finds the early TP bot, getting them a couple kills. You know, he had the effective all top side now, getting another kill up there. Ryoma looking good, and they do have some side lane scaling here with the Camille. And yes, Camille is probably going to keep losing the 1v1 to Gwen because it's very behind, but you always have that X factor of Ryoma coming in, and that can maybe give them a way into this game if they can keep finding side lane kills.
Absolutely. And while this might end up being, assuming Golden Guardians don't come back, the last LCS game where Ryoma we see for a while, because I expect the main team to start playing in the opening weekend, Realmo's looked actually pretty good during lockdown.
He has looked really good.
Right, Golden Guardians went 1-3 in the group stage. Realmo was like good in all 6 games really so far. Like I think his Victor was solid. He had good damage output. I think he topped the team in game 1 of the series. And yeah, he got counterpicked and is up 1 KP. Yeah, he's down CS, it's counterpick lane, but like is getting stuff done. Like I want to say like Realmo, who's had a very rocky LCS career, has looked really good so far in 2022.
And he's always been very good in Academy. You know, it's just kind of been bridging that gap for him that has been difficult. But yeah, I mean, he got a solo kill, at least one, you know, throughout lock-in as well. I think it was on Tukoi, if I can recall correctly. It was him or Blue, I can't quite remember. But, you know, has had some really good performances. And obviously, you know, Golden Guardians does have some veterans on their team as well. You know, Stixay has been around for a long time as a competitive scene. You know, yeah, he's an MSI finalist. He has won the LCS, so... they do have some guys with experience here, but obviously trying to build around some of these newer players as well.
Yeah. I mean, Tony Top's career started last year in Academy, right? He's got a year and change of his entire career. And yeah, it's been a rough road here today, but he's a newcomer, right? Like, give him time, and then we'll see it move forward. Top Herald Crash comes in. Second Herald, of course, grabbed this time, not stolen away, so Evil Geniuses claim their second turret of the game as they make this one come through, keep the 1,200 gold lead, and they'll get that Crash on top side. So there you go.
And you've got to say, Inspired not having the best game, you know, compared to what we're expecting from him, right?
Right.
You know, they did have that really aggressive play early on that got punished very hard on bot side. Since then, it's just been kind of farming even against Diana, right? He hasn't been ahead of the pace of the game. Compositionally, you can definitely see Golden Guardians winning this. So as much as it's easy to kind of just count them out because it is EG and because they have been very dominant, it's a full LCS roster here. Golden Guardians are making him work for it in this one, and we'll see if they can execute well at potentially this next Dragon fight, because if you can get into the backline onto people like Jojo or Danny, get an initial kill with the Diana plus Galio plus Camille diving in there, the fight really can start to go your way.
Guys, look for it. Stixay Ezreal has had some truly legendary performances, even on the international stage, so sometimes you see outstanding things. I'm personally still a Stixay believer. I think he's actually a great player, big fan of his. So I want to see if he can kind of put the carry pants here. Right now, sidestepping some Lucian damage, and we got a TP in the mid lane. Next Dragon's up in 20 seconds, would put EG at soul point. Golden Guardians, looks like they are willing to fight for it.
Look at Ryoma on the map. He has this flank position. He's hiding right here. So if they can come in from multiple angles, you know, and try to collapse here on EG, if they overcommit towards this, Stixay is mid pushing this in. But if EG check for this is going to get kind of ugly, and Impact is sussing it out. He actually spots him, so really good sixth sense. They had not seen Galio anywhere, and he's saying, well, where could he be? And that is veteran play from Impact. That's really smart stuff from him. He says, well, I'm not scared of face checking him. He can't 1v1 me, so I'll just walk through the brush. But Tony and Ryoma is still behind them. Can they pull off this pincer play? It's got to be well coordinated.
Tony goes in first. Jump in, they saw you. Didn't get whimsy. There's Diana on top. They're going to pull on a several. Galio only hits one, and it doesn't kill Vulcan. Goes in for more. Big taunt, not going to find the ton. He'll go down. No, he lives. Thank you very much, Triumph. A 1 for 0 so far. Take it back on the Diana, though. Stopwatch used for Impact, and Impact lives. Tony Top's forced to run. It is a team fight. +1 kill, and oh no, he flash ease into the rocket. Danny claims kill number 3. It was a good setup. It was a nice try, but EG run away with the team fight.
Yeah, EG, they get it all. They get the kills. They get the dragon. Likely going to take down at least the mid lane tier 1 here as well. Going to be feeling really good about their chances now, and just didn't quite have the coordination on the entrance. It was an incredible ult from Iconic, but Hookshot had already been used by Tony Top, and he's not playing Flash, so when that's on cooldown, he can't follow up, and they can't get those initial kills. The Galio comes through. They did kill off, I believe it was Vulcan pretty quick, but Jojo and Danny are really low. 6A had to flash in to try to just get that additional damage, try to finish it off, and unfortunately for them, not quite perfect on that coordination. You know, Tony starts priming this because he thinks Vulcan's going to straight up face check, but he doesn't want to go for it, and now Iconic goes in, big ulti, but imagine if Tony Top is in the back line right now with him. Instead, he gets knocked back there by Inspired, can't enter that back line. 6A, easy over the wall, trying to get in to finish them off, but Jojo and Danny are just kiting back. Inspired flashes in on the Ezreal to knock him up. They push forward, they get those kills. You got to be on the same page with these engage comps. Yeah. If Camille's in the back line and those marksmen die, it's a different game.
Yeah, I think Camille, I think Tony needs to just like hookshot onto the Lulu. I stunned you, ult on a Jinx, here we go, right? And just take the button. You can't just like burn that cooldown and be like, I'm here! And then let the disengage happen.
Or the whole team has to wait. The whole team has to wait, and you can't go right then as Iconic. And you try to push them out, and you try to slow play it, right? But it's got to be one or the other. Yeah. It's always one of those things where it's better to make the wrong decision as an entire team than to have people on either side of it, right? Yeah. And that's where you have to have really clear comms. That's where you have to have really good coordination. And that's one of those things that can look really good or it can look really bad. And unfortunately, in this case, Tony Top not really able to be involved in the fight after that initial hookshot cooldown's used.
Well, we go back onto the map and we see that we are a dragon away from Seoul, 3 minutes out. We almost took some time in the top lane, which is good to get his farm up. Of course, now down 70 CS under Jojo Pyun. I mean, never going to have the same wave access, you know, as a winning team Lucian. So isn't going this way, but he'll keep trying. Obviously, again, we are going to see some armor stack out of the squad that is really AD heavy on the EG side. Yes, Impact's doing pretty well, but it's 140 CS Gwen. Like, of all the threats, it's one of the smaller ones at this point in time. So we get to see some steel caps. Okay, great. But not a lot else right now. Even right now, Iconic going towards a sidestep to go for some Grievous wounds. Eventually, he'll get a bit more damage done, but...
Yep, and we'll see where exactly he wants to build from here. But, I mean, Danny probably going to have 2 items on his base. We already see 2 done there for Jojo Pyun. So, yeah, double items on both of these marksmen now. They're going to be feeling really good about their space in the game. With Lulu behind them, you really kind of had to hit that critical mass where you start to be really, really strong. Yep. We'll see if they can find any sort of big picks, but I think the game is going to come down likely to this next dragon. If you give over Soul to EG, it's so hard to team fight into this Chemtech Soul, because even if you get that initial kill on someone like Danny or Jojo, you have to deal with their ghost respawning and 4 more seconds of pure DPS coming out, and I can't see them winning 5v5s against this Soul whatsoever. So they're going to have to find that perfect engage, really be on top of it, coordinate as a team, or EG is just going to run you over, because in the extended fights, they have just way more DPS.
Yep, even though you live only for about 4 seconds, even though you do 40% less damage during the zombie form, CC is still full value, and it's still more damage. You know, like a Fed Gwen doing half is still decent damage.
Still enough to change the course of the fight.
If she gets there. Yeah, exactly. So, want to point out as well, both Jinxes this series went Phantom Dancer second on their champion.
And you love that.
It is the generically ideal second item. You are not against an Ornn, you're not against a Scion, you're not against a hard tank. PD is optimal second for DPS. Like, you get the move speed for kiting, it's higher DPS. Like, that is the real build.
Ooh, Gwen's caught.
Yes, a fight in the top side. Big damage onto Impact, who cannot get away. And on the board, once again, Golden Guardians. Now, I don't think they can burn down the Baron, but they can turn back the rest of this one. Danny taking the fight with Stixxay. Tried to go for a bit of a Gale Force burst. I don't think he quite got the pellets out of the Gale Force, though.
I think it was too much to the side. I wasn't sure if he was trying to just put it the minimum amount forward to get it and not really overcommit into the brush, or if he was just using it in anticipation to dodge the next Q. It could be either or, because he kind of used it like a little sidestep.
Yeah.
But either way, Dragon is up here in 30. They do kill off Impact, but critically, Impact didn't use any cooldowns. He didn't even spend the ult. He's just like, all right, yep, I'm dead. But he's going to have everything available for the next fight, and he's going to have his TP. Ryoma's not going to have ulti now for this initial spawn, and I think that, yes, you got a kill, but it actually hurts your chances in the game more than it helps, because the 300 gold doesn't matter, and you don't have your critical cooldowns for the engage on Soul Spawn.
Unless they can pick someone apart right now. Iconic wants in. Ezreal to the side, makes some space. Danny does not get hit with the pull, though, so Iconic gets nothing done. And in comes Inspired. 1 for nothing so far. Time to run away. Danny's going to be able to free hit. Stopwatch for Ryomi. He's still going to die at the end. There's no way out of this one. Slowed down by Lulu, and kills on the board. 3 for nothing as Impact dives in for a final kill. Top is down, and Dragon Soul is going to Evil Geniuses.
Really nicely done there by EG. They TP back in here and get a good engage, but oh.
That's killable. Good move speed. Yeah, forcing the flash at a 6-say. Someone to heal for move speed as well. Does live. Trying to get the slow. Not going to mean much again. Danny! Yeah, that's going to be a kill if it crits. Oh, just unlucky there. Had a coin flip, didn't get it heads. But careful, because 6-say's still on the way forward. Oh, there you go.
Oh, no, the Gale Force.
There you go.
Oh, that one stings, dying to the Gale Force like that.
Yep.
He knew he had the E to react to the zap, but obviously didn't have the Gale Force cooldown timed, and that's going to finish him off. EG, they keep getting engaged on. Iconic's finding multi-man ults, but it's just not ones that the team can follow up on, or not ones that the team is really on the same page for. And whatever it is, they're just not making it work. He gets exhausted as he goes in. The marksmen then are going to go wild and fishing for something.
Okay, Impact gonna find himself rooted in place, ignited. Iconic is here. Does he have the damage? Q doesn't hit because he's unstoppable. And now we get to go into the melee range. Zonya's burned. This could be danger, a lot of damage, and yeah, it is just Iconic getting burned down. They get the kill, but it's a 2-for-1. Not a lot gonna happen for this zombie Gwen. Just walks through the river and dies, but +1 EG.
And no jungler. It's an easy Baron here. There's not really any ability to contest this. They do kill off Impact. You gotta take risky plays though when you're this far behind, so don't hate them going for it, but it will be Baron, it will be Soul, everything now in EG's favor. 6A trying to look for the Miracle Steal, but they waited out. That's really smart.
Yeah, I think he was on a minion wave when doing it, so they're like, oh, Ezreal, okay, 2K. Impossible to steal. Chill, chill. All right, cool, take it down. Well played.
Really well done by EG, and now it's just the finishing touches that they have to put on this series. They were the big favorites, but they have looked good doing it. Yeah. Really impressive performances, I think, pretty much across the board here from EG. And
yeah, and honestly, I was pleasantly surprised by Golden Guardians. To me, on paper, this was the least close match between the two teams. I mean, it's literally undefeated EG and a 2-2 Academy team who went 1-3 in lock-in, right?
Yep.
Their win was against another Academy team in TSM. So yeah, wasn't expecting big things, but we had the glimmers of hope, right? Like, we had some nice moves. We had early kills in the bot lane in both games here, so well done to Chime and Stixay. I think those players are very good. I'm looking forward to their continued careers, you know, on both sides. But yes, EG, the much, much better team, comes away with the lead by 20 minutes every time.
And I like the comps. I think they took some cool swings. The Vladimir could have worked out. Obviously, it didn't quite. And I think this is a pretty cool, hard engaged style comp, but again, just not quite having that coordination. But as you say, you can see the glimpses. You can see if they could polish that up a little bit. You know, they had their opportunities in this one. But it's also been fun to see the different looks here from EG. You know, more the supportive style last game with the Senna. This comp all about kind of global presence, evading with the Olaf, supporting with the TF and cross-map Senna plays. And then here, just going straight at him with 5th pick, counter pick of the Lucian straight up into Ryoma.
Yeah.
Has the Flame Horizon now. He is monstrously ahead. And it is not only more fun to watch teams that can threaten these crazy picks, but it's also really tough to draft against them, because you have to pay respect to so many of these niche picks. If they are willing to bring out these kind of more solo queue counters, things that you're not playing against a lot in competitive. When's the last time he played Galio versus Lucian? Wasn't in competitive any time recently, so it's one of those things that you have to have the confidence, and EG is showing, yeah, we're willing to do it.
Really cool to see. Yeah, I think there are always like a lot of what people consider safe blind picks. Like, oh, they don't have any bad matchups. Like, well, it's because no one's willing to play them, right? Like, Gwen was a safe blind forever because her hard counters were Jackson Riven. Yeah, no one plays those outside of China, so they're safe blinds in, you know, 3 of the 4 best leagues in the world. And, you know, then you get to try it elsewhere. But now we got to play up the top side. Impact, he's going to be a zombie pretty soon. No, not even that. Able to walk away. Thanks very much. Sorry, buddy. Down to the bottom side, we have a kill once again on to Gwen. We're going to have a Galio just to get to the side in time to defend the base, but it is a 4 versus 5 as Impact even TP's in for a bit more. The wave is down. It's going to take a little bit of time here as the cannon slowly picks away at it.
I love the TP in with 10% health. He's just not afraid at all. Grandpa Impact here with the Zoomers to finish off the game.
There we go, a knock up again on an Impact, not gonna matter here. Inspired to the front line, gonna look for Iconic, gonna find that kill and almost a solo, but Danny claims it. Would like a penta, it's not gonna happen though. Flashes in for the rocket, there's the double, there's the Nexus, and the 2-0 for Evil Geniuses.
Really well played by EG, looking like, I would say, our most dominant team throughout lock-in.
Yeah.
You know, I think you predicted them as the winner. A lot of us had them as a finalist, but clearly I think they have to be considered as one of the big frontrunners now. Looking really, really good. 6-0 across all the games. It's shaping up to maybe be a date with TL potentially, who has also been one of those strong teams. But
or Dignitas.
Yeah, or Dignitas. There's obviously a lot of teams still to play, so a lot can happen. But I've been really pleasantly surprised by how quickly EG feels like they've gelled, right?
Yeah.
Because yes, this is a team that people were predicting to do very well. Yes, they have really strong players, but a lot did change, right, for this team. It is a rookie mid laner. It is bringing in a new support to play with your kind of star rookie from last year, bringing over a different jungler with a very different style of play, and everything just kind of seems to be working pretty much immediately.
Yeah, really cool to see. Well done to EG. Of course, hey, by the way, stay tuned. CLG Cloud9 is next, so more matches today. But Evil Geniuses take the series and their spot in semifinals against the winner of that match later today. We are now joined in the State Farm Analyst Desk to take a look at that incredible performance here in Lock-In.
Definitely right on that one there, Freak. Incredible performance out of EG and continues to look even better as they move through this lock-in tournament. 2-0 win in the quarterfinal here over the Golden Guardians. This team hasn't dropped a game yet. They look better and better by the day.
Yeah.
I did like, to a degree, some of the stuff that Golden Guardians showed us today. I think some cool compositional things done, even if it didn't net them the victory. I like to see teams trying stuff like that.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, we see the Diana. She is incredibly strong. I actually did like the Galio Camille picks. Obviously, Lucian, great response to that. Even though I didn't think Ryoma played particularly badly, he obviously got hard shoved in that lane, which is not exactly where you want to be as a Galio making plays. But I don't mind this composition. I do think that EG had good responses in the Lulu and the Lucian.
That's what I like about EG as a team right now is they're not afraid to draft a little bit more aggressively than some teams often do. They have a lot of times where both times that they've taken TF, they've done like a 3 winning lane strategy that's going to get outscaled, but they just want to stomp you before then. And then here, like you said, there's other counter picks you could look at. The Lucian is a more volatile one, but Jojo Pune and the rest of the team are confident that like, hey, we're going to smash you.
To me, made all that much cooler by the fact that we've already seen an Ezreal Karma this weekend pop the hell off, right? And talk about the strength of those two champions paired together. So to have Golden Guardians be able to draft that and for EG to still find a way to overcome it, very cool.
Exactly. I mean, it's just fun when you see the first pick come through and everyone's like, yeah, you know what? It's working out. Starting to dominate lanes that we've been afraid of.
Yo, impact. Let's go, baby.
Pretty damn good what he's able to do. He's been the best top laner so far this tournament, so it's been fun to see that. And of course, like, this was the one opening that Golden Guardians had, especially since the double kill came through, so it's really nice to see that Stixxay was able to come out strong from that.
And I think this is where you see EG are obviously, to Mark's point, they don't mind playing aggressively. That was a little bit of an overreach, and they got punished for it there. They also get the steal. GG also gets the steal here by executing their comp well.
Yeah, I think Loki Iconic had a decent game. Multiple times he's found and engaged to try and set the team up right at the beginning. You saw that one there on that punish, gets the steal here. And then there was the one, I'm not sure if it's in this replay package, but at the Dragon fight where you got this fat combo to potentially win the game. It's right here, I think. And this is like, if you had a little bit more gold in your pocket, maybe a little bit different of a build path as well. You can discuss that. But if they had a little bit more damage, you just blow up a number of people on EG's side and insta-win this fight.
Yeah, Raz, we were kind of talking about this a little bit. An interesting idea with the Diana build path, right? There's logic, at least from our perspective, in needing to be, to some degree, that primary engage for the team, like we just saw, having to be able to jump in, give the Galio the target to come in over the top. Okay, maybe I want some tankiness to be able to live for a second or two. But yeah, now you lose that threat onto targets like the Jinx because the damage just isn't there. So maybe it was a gold issue, maybe it was a slight compositional issue. Either way, I agree with Azael midway through the game. Golden Guardians tested them, pushed them, even though it was a 2-0.
Yeah, and so I think this is just for them. They already know. Great experience for them to even be here to begin with, right? While Golden Guardians as an organization is like waiting to get Pride Stalker and everything, getting their full roster here and ready for the split to begin, their academy was able to not only qualify here, of course, off the backs of TSM Academy, but then get some real good reps here. So great for the team.
So while we celebrate Evil Genius's continued undefeated run here in the lock-in, we also have to celebrate our MasterCard Player of the Week. And it comes from Evil Geniuses. It's inspired in the jungle. His LCS debut, he popped the hell off. And just as a reminder to all of you at home who are thinking, wait a second, isn't there another series left to play in this weekend? How are they already giving out this award? This Player of the Week is specifically for the group stage. For last weekend's 3 days of play and the first day of play this weekend.
Yeah, and when we're talking about like the brains on EG, obviously they all like to play aggressive. They seem to have a very similar way of how they want to play, but it's Inspired and Vulcan that we're looking at. Inspired had a phenomenal group stage. I think he was instrumental in setting up all of these plays around their damage dealers. And going forward, this is what I'm looking at, right? Because if we're talking about GG versus EG in this, to bring it back to this game, what made the difference is that when EG set up plays, they're always thinking ahead or how it relates to objectives that they want to take. Whereas I do think Golden Guardians had a couple of really good combinations that got off. But outside of the Rift Herald steal, you didn't see a lot coming after that in terms of, okay, what's next on the map?
And it's a pretty damn powerful statement for a player who's an MVP in Europe, comes over to this region, questions on, of course, like, oh, now the team's coming together, a lot of young pieces, of course, like, how is it going to turn out? Instantly,
right?
Good. MVP of the week.
MVP of a split, straight to MVP of the first week. We'll see if he can keep that kind of performance going all season long. For now, though, let's join Jojo Pyun and LeTigress for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you, Dash. So happy to welcome back JoJo here for the Verizon postgame interview after an Evil Geniuses victory. Hey, that was your first best of series here in the LCS. Tell me about it and how you're able to execute in such a dominating fashion.
I mean, it felt great winning. We just did our best. You know, we planned well. We just did everything according to plan, so it felt good. And, you know, it feels good to win a best of 3, so yeah.
It's nice when you do see that evil plan really come to full fruition within the series, but some things you can't plan, like a pentakill from your bot laner. What was the team's reaction when that went down in game number 1?
I mean, everyone was just screaming. It was pretty hype. I think that's his first pentakill in the LCS, so, you know, it felt great. Everyone was happy. It just felt insane.
I know Zale was talking on the cast about, hey, he is tied with Faker in career pentakills in the season. So there you go. That's how you really make a statement here. I know that you have been making a lot of statements on Twitter. For instance, on the 16th, making your claim that you weren't going to drop a single game within the entirety of this tournament. You stayed true to that so far. But if there was a team that you thought could give Evil Geniuses the biggest run for their money, who would it be?
I think like all of us were thinking 100 Thieves at first, but I guess they lost to Dignitas. So, I mean, I don't think we're really scared of anyone now. I think it was either us or 100 Thieves that would have won the tournament. And since they're out, I think it's only us. So,
yeah, so no more.
I don't think we're going to drop a game. So, yeah.
You're not worried about Dig after taking down 100 Thieves?
I mean, I don't know. When we versed them, like, it was pretty easy. It was just a sweep, but maybe they improved. It looks like they improved, so yeah.
Definitely made some changes to really show out in that performance. You do have to wait to find out who your next official opponent is going to be, though, between Cloud9 and CLG. How do you think that match is going to go down next?
I mean, I think Cloud9 should win, but, you know, there was an upset between 100 Thieves and Dig, so you never know.
We're here for Upset City. I like to reside in that territory. Jojo Pyun, thank you so much for joining me for the interview.
Thank you.
A nice little preview of maybe what is to come here in the LCS lock-in. Stay tuned. On the other side of the break, we will be bringing you Cloud9 taking on CLG. See you there.
Welcome back to Assist of the Day, presented by State Farm. Looking to lock in a definitive lead, Evil Geniuses took control of mid lane, where Vulcan was able to alley-oop JoJo's Corki package to smother Bjergsen and fight their way through Team Liquid.
Down though for the Dragon as we got a flash engage, a dive, a package, and a complete shutdown. Bjergsen is dead, but so is Danny. 1-for-1 to the back lane. We got the taste going.
Welcome back to the LCS. Now, with one more battle before us in the quarterfinals, the Tigers sat down with Palafox ahead of his matchup against Cloud9. Let's check it out.
Thank you so much, Palafox, for joining me for the interview. 2-2 ain't too shabby a start for the renewed CLG squad. What has your competitive season been like thus far in 2022?
Yeah, it's been really fun, getting to work with everybody. I think scrims have been going like pretty good for us, and we're just learning to mesh together. So.
On that meshing note, I know that your head coach, Think Hard, upon the roster announcements, talked about the fact that he was really excited to bring your aggressive play in, hoping it would lead to some early skirmishes. That's exactly what we saw in the group stage. So how do you feel that your style is meshing with this roster?
Yeah, I would say that we're all pretty aggressive. Like me, Contracts, Luger, are like always looking for some aggressive play to go for. And honestly, we're just kind of trying to tone it back and make things a little bit more calculated.
Having this opportunity to play alongside these players that really ended their academy time at the top, having a lot of potential. So what are your expectations when playing alongside them in lock-in and beyond?
Seeing like Poom and Luger and Jenkins, I guess those three were academy. Jenkins always played like super well on TL whenever I saw him play in LCS, and then Luger and Poom had a lot of hype around them. I'm just kind of getting to see like their fundamentals and like how good they are like consistently, and I think they're like pretty great actually. Like you can see it in like the TL game, they 2v2 killed TL like bot lane a lot, and I think Jenkins has been like pretty solid. So yeah, I mean I think it's super great.
And you're going to want them to be really solid in your next matchup. It's Cloud9.
Yeah.
They have been having great performances throughout the group stage. Thoughts on the best of to come?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that it's really doable that we beat them. If you look at C9, I don't think that they're the best laners, but it's just like their team play and their macro is pretty good. So as long as we're, playing good on the day, I think we'll beat them.
Well, looking forward to it, Palafox. Thank you so much for joining me for the interview.
Yep, for sure.
And with that, back to the rest of the show.
Thank you so much, the Tigress. A little word from Palafox ahead of his matchup today against Cloud9. And this tweeted by Contracts earlier in the week. Yep. Big Palafox TF dub. To me, this kind of speaks to that conversation we had at the top of the day around the power of friendship and how this team has been gelling together. We took a clip from that same interview with the Tigers of Palafox, citing the fact that this team feels a lot closer than some of the ones he's previously been on. And so, hey, if they're having their best day, as he said, they feel like they have what it takes to take down Cloud9.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really important. I mean, the memes always like the power of friendship, all these types of things, and it just makes it easier for you to go through bad games and then have those conversations. Now him on Twisted Fate, beautiful. Because this play, by the way, is immediately after the TF, the port that he had in the bot lane. Then he instantly TP's top, so it's just all around the world.
Yeah, I think this is really impressive considering also that Dignitas then went on to beat 100 Thieves. And so what he said about like, hey, don't count us out of this matchup, I think a lot of people are looking at Cloud9 as their favorites, but when CLG are on, they absolutely can challenge Cloud9.
And it's the setup plays, right? Things like utilizing a TF that's going to build you those advantages that you need in the early to mid game and actually allow you to overcome, as he said, some very strong laners in Cloud9, right? But hey, outside the lane phase, anyone's game, and I think that they've shown it.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of mentioned something that Abadaga said when he went up against C9, kind of saying, hey, we are confident in our laning ability, like we can challenge them in lane. And then, of course, team play is when Cloud9 can take over. But the fun thing about the set of replays that we just showed was the fact that CLG has gotten so much better at being able to coordinate plays around Twisted Fate. And even if they don't have the pick, because it is definitely a bit overtuned at the moment, I feel like you can do that with literally any other champion. Or at least, like, for instance, if you're setting up for a dive, you can still go through a sequence of plays to make that happen with Contracts. So I'm interested to see what they can do here in this best of 3.
Well, they're going to have to do it against the likes of Fudge and Blabber as well in that mid lane jungle duo. So I'm actually going to hand this over to Mark to help us talk a little bit about how Fudge has been performing in the mid lane so far.
Yeah, I think everyone so far has agreed. Fudge in laning phase, 2 thumbs up so far. He's been pretty good, but there are still some instances that moving forward in the best of 3s, best of 5s, if they want to make a run in the lock-in tournament, they're going to need to clean up. This is actually from their loss versus 100 Thieves. It's about 18 and a half minutes into the game. They have 3 dragons, but they're behind, or 2 dragons, excuse me, but they're behind 3,000 gold. And you're getting into one of these situations that you often see where it's going to be a bit of a stare down in the dragon, in the river outside the dragon pit. And so really important to maintain dragon lines here. You see these 3 lined up, these 4 lined up. Everyone's just going to be sending poke back and forth against each other. And now coming from the top lane to the mid lane, one of the most important things you can do as a control mage is actually control the space of the enemy team as they try and push forward here, which means landing your poke with your E as the victor laser when they try and step forward. However, one other thing's going on in this clip, and that is that Someday is reaching around for a flank to try and get behind them. And as a top laner, a lot of the times you would then go and try and mark that person to keep that flank from coming through. As this plays out, that's exactly what Darshan's gonna do. However, as the new mid laner, you see that Fudge kind of gets tunnel visioned on that as well. And he actually makes his way down here to zone off Someday, which leaves a clean engage for Closer to go right in there. And the Victor is not able to drop the gravity field to stop the follow-up from the enemy backline, or drop all his damage on Huhi and Closer for going in. And so as a result, they get absolutely wiped. They don't even get the kill on Someday. Their backline gets obliterated by the engage from Closer, and it's just a disaster fight in a game that was not going well. It was gonna be a tough fight to win, but this misplay allows it to be a clean sweep for the side of 100 Thieves. Going forward in the game now against CLG, they're gonna have to clean up these kinds of team fight situations to make a deep run.
I mean, so often, right? It's not like your individual mechanics suffer when you swap from one role to another. It's about fighting those instincts, right? When you get to team play and understanding your role in having role swapped. And so a moment getting the better of Fudge there. We'll have to see if he's cleaned some of that up. But that is the kind of ins that you would look for CLG, you know, to take advantage of. But if we're going to talk about stars for CLG as this roster, we've continued to talk about who really is the centerpiece. I think to a degree, Emily, you're going to look to the bot lane.
Yeah, I really, really want to see CLG play around their bot lane because I think, you know, if I was going to pick a lane, we have talked about the aggressiveness and volatility from Palafox, and then we've also talked about how good, like, for example, Jenkins was in his GP game. But I really think this bot lane can contest for, like, against some of the best bot lanes in the LCS. I think they can be insanely good, and I really like how they've been playing, even in the losses they've had.
Yeah, I mean, we just came off of a series yesterday where, like, Neo had a huge pop-off moment after laning phase, right? Once he was able to get through lane, you can actually see what he was able to show in Spring Split of last year. Luger, no, not a lot of people have seen him, just because of what he was able to do in Academy. I'm excited for what this man could do here today.
I'm told Champions Select is ready, but real quick, predictions. Cloud9, CLG.
C9, 2-1.
2-1.
Yep.
Okay, our first 2-1 series then also there.
I waffled on it. I said C9 2-0.
2-0. All right, so it's still all three on the page of
know.
C9. We'll have to see if it's 2-0, 2-1, or if CLG's surprised. But Champion Select is just around the corner, so we're over to Flowers, baby, for the call.
Flowers. Oh, you know it, but you can't do Kobe dirty like that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Captain Flowers, and this, a man whose name cannot be forgotten, Mr. Sam Kobe Hartman Kinzer. What's up, buddy?
And luckily for them, yesterday we were the ones casting the upsets. So if they want more games than a quick 2-0, back-to-back 2-0, we're the people to do it.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday we technically got a 2-0. It just wasn't the one we were expecting.
True.
So let's see how this one shakes out. The stage is looking a couple of different shades of blue, and we're going to ban away the girl with the blue hair first. Gwen is off the table. First ban of the series.
Yeah, they actually had some pretty good performances from Jenkins out of the Gwen. You know, Akali, Gwen, and Gangplank. Those are his 3 main champions. You think of Jenkins, you think of these specializations. Kennen used to be, you know, one of his premier champions. A lot of the academy play, a lot of success there with it, but he's kind of grown. So he's really encompassed a lot of these, and these are very specific from Cloud9, targeting that top lane, targeting Jenkins. I will also give credit to Palafox, though, as far as the Akali play. They have 2 very good Akali players in Jenkins and Palafox, both solo laners, so it's super flexible, and Cloud9 trying to double up bans basically there, get a 2-for-1, and then, of course, Twisted Fate is is above 90% presence in top leagues. The LeBlanc, I guess, would be the other mid laner if they wanted to round it out here, and CLG focusing a lot more on that bottom lane.
They're focusing on the bottom lane while also paying the respect to Blabber with the Olaf. You've got to make sure you
pay that Blabber tax.
That one, exactly.
I will say, if they are focusing on bottom lane for both of these AD carries, I feel like right now in the triumvirate of AD carry bottom lane picks, Caitlyn, Jinx, and Aphelios, that is, the Jinx, when Caitlyn is banned all the time, the Jinx really reigns supreme for me. Already, Luger had 2 extremely hard carry games on it for CLG, and when you look at this CLG lineup, Palafox even talked about it. We're all super aggressive. We make some crazy plays. Yeah, we've overstepped sometimes. Yeah. If you can get the Jinx, which are hovering right now for Luger, that gives me so much more confidence for their late game. Because even if people are going crazy for some kills and stuff, you can get him a reset, and he can really carry those late game team fights for you. So I think that's a really good pick. Try and secure that for the bottom lane early on. Does mean that Sven is going to have some more options, later on into it. The Aphelios obviously is still available, so they could go, Thresh Aphelios, something like that. Assuming that Jinx gets an enchanter with her, like the Lulu.
Right.
Although you can play Jinx just as well with, a Leona and go for, trying to CC lock people.
Well, Cloud9 start off their own draft with Corki. Lots of power there. We've seen a ton of him throughout lock-in so far. They're going to complement it with an Ezreal for even further powerful poke. And Karma would make a lot of sense paired with them. We know how effective those two can be together as a poking duo. Or they might go for this. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I mean, it would secure some supremacy for top lane, if you lock in Renekton early on, but they're just going all poke. Yep. This is a giant flashing billboard on the top of C9 draft. Guess what? Hard poke team, all range in the first 3 picks. There are a couple aberrations here. It's not very frequent where we have had people early pick their solo lanes. So when you do that, you do leave your jungle pick open. I'm expecting CLG, you should just double ban jungle right now because you have Jarvan, ban Xin Zhao Lee Sin. If you take away both of those, you further push down Blabber. You already banned away the Olaf. And I feel like that is one of the primary members for Cloud9 that you want to keep down to keep some of that playmaking away. And that would allow and open up CLG's, real game plan of these younger academy players not finally getting their chance here. The Academy All-Star team basically getting promoted to the LCS to go with their own playstyle and have them try and dictate the game.
Well, we do see the Enchanter locked in next to the Jinx here, so it'll be Lulu Jinx bottom lane for the side of CLG. The Xin Zhao is banned away exactly like we were hoping for. Want to point out, too, along with those 2 carries in the Corki and the Ezreal being picked, they both have an escape mechanism from the Cataclysm of the Jarvan. So that's one thing I'll be watching contracts for throughout this game, seeing how valuable those Cataclysms can be, because right now, Karma's the only one who actually gets stuck.
Yeah, and, racking up kills on the support when support's trying to go get warding is a viable strategy sometimes to be able to go do that, but like you're saying, those are 2 of the safer late game carries. It is still worth ganking Corki and forcing Corki's Valkyrie very often because it actually further weakens the lane phase. This is a champion that already does not have a powerful lane phase, and it's 100 mana every time you catch Valkyrie. So it's actually still rewarding for junglers to give off these kind of like pressure gaining ganks towards this champion to further try and delay the scaling, because the scaling is massive and it's undeniable. Even though Fudge has not played Corki yet, and he has had those 3 Victor games, he's been sticking to that side of the very meta, mid lane AP carry scaling for late. Now we're gonna see his hand in the pilot seat here for Corki. There's a Kennen actually though, so we get another Jenkins ban.
A lot of focus
another
on
Jenkins ban. He was originally, Kennen almost one-trick levels at the very origins of his career, but they spread a lot of bans over him, and he's still got counterpick here as Cloud9 will have to reveal their top side as well as jungle. I'm most curious about what jungle Blabber will go for here, since all of the meta's been covered, as we kind of expected there with CLG, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao ban, out and the Poppy. All right, there's only great counter there is like a Jarvan flag and drag. Not any other dashes to be able to really interrupt, but Poppy is still a good kind of bodyguard style champion. And guess what? You get Darshan on what he's been shining on. The tanks, Flowers, the beefy boys in front.
Oh, baby, we got a strong front line with top Sion and jungle Poppy here, but what is CLG gonna pick for their own top laner? Yes, they have Jarvan to be the meatball, but is anybody else gonna accompany him? No, it'll be Gangplank.
What do we name? The 4 Jenkins champions. They all show up in Champ Select here. He picks the last one available, the Gangplank. And I was thinking more on the lines of when you face a team, Cloud9 opened up their draft with a very clear, look, all our carries are poke. We are literally a poke team shown in the first half of draft. You would think CLG would go super hard engage, right? Because that is the classic way to try and crack poke teams. But having seen the front line that Cloud9 then supplemented their team comp with, having the versatility of a side lane there with Gangplank, and still being able to close some distance with Gangplank ultimates, the slow actually goes a long way in enabling Jarvan to have better engagements there. Plus, it's a super high comfort champion for Jenkins himself. So do like how they kind of merge the two, thinking about the overall direction for the team as well as some specific players.
Well, here we go. We're out onto Summoner's Rift. Let's see how it goes down. Cloud9 versus CLG, a best of 3 to decide who gets to go forward and play in the last of lock-in next weekend. It's only one more weekend of this left, man.
Tournament flies by.
Yeah.
We're going to get right to the LCS proper in a couple weeks here. Lock-in definitely has been extremely exciting, though, and Cloud9, one of the rosters with a lot of, unexpected pieces, as a lot of pieces still left in Korea. So, trying to figure out how Spud's going to do in mid lane. It looks like, so far, I would say he's got definitely passing grades for a lot of the Victor play that he's shown. He had the one Jace game, so you get a little leakage of top lane.
Yeah, a little bit
there. But now he's going to try his hand at the other scaling mid lane pick, and we'll judge him accordingly.
I'm kind of excited to see how Blabber decides to play the Poppy here in the jungle, because when you look at Poppy, traditionally you think tank, but a lot of times in solo queue, you'll see these aggressive Chad Poppy builds.
And you traditionally think Predator, because Predator allows Poppy to have those successful ganks where you can get into position to get your wallbang off. But when you run the phase rush, it doesn't help you get into position to pull off the wallbang. It
helps you get out.
Helps you get out or helps you reposition once you're already fighting and you're in the midst of the team fight. So it's a very, very different rune. Even though it also gives you move speed, because it's not preemptive, it doesn't have the same aggressive factor that Predator does for a lot of early jungle poppies, especially poppies that you'll see in solo queue, trying to spam those ganks.
So one thing I do want to point out is because of some early level 1 trading, both of our AD carries no longer have their heal cooldown available. So without that summoner spell around, we could see some early jungle aggro down here with the potential for the kills being higher than normal.
And while I do love the Lulu pairing with Jinx, as we said, that is, kind of premier pairing with Jinx for really strong mid-game carrying from that duo. It is a worse lane than a lot of the other enchanters early on, but they're forward with it. Sven's gonna have to run.
Sven gets out of there, but with only 100 HP, CLG jumping in.
And that's what you like to see, Flowers. This team, this CLG team, is so exciting to watch. And this bottom lane, Luger and Poom, they've played together the entire time that Luger has been in North America. Over a year of experience together. Even though the CLG roster was kind of put together from the far corners of the Academy landscape, this duo came as a package, and they've worked through a lot of Academy games and learnings and have built their synergy for aggressive moments. Now, that being said, offensively blown summoners are punished just as easily as defensively blown ones, and they actually came out one summoner the worst. So all junglers have been attracted to the bottom side of the map. Blabber there charges in early, and Sven's going to be able to arcane shift out.
Yeah, Sven's still safe, but he doesn't have a lot of HP to work with if his fight goes further. But a nice little bit of combo damage here. Contracts, what are you doing, buddy? First blood, Cloud9.
I just got to echo that sentiment. That is that's a facepalm right there. Gets so close to the Poppy, and then, as we said, this is the one dash on the team that Blabber is looking to interrupt. He just turns on the W. Great and fairly easy reaction there for Blabber. Knocks him out of it, and they get their first blood on the side of Cloud9. They also get the Scuttle Crab, which has turned the Crabber meme into a positive meme nowadays, because we've actually in Lock-In seen Cloud9 win many crab fights in Bottom River, resulting in benefits for the team. Crabber has joined the C9 side. It's now a benefit to them, and he's moved all the way up to the top side for another one.
And he gets the flash for the angle, for the play, and Blabber is responsible for both assassinations here for Cloud9.
C9 Crabber, C9 Crabber, C9 Crabber. He's coming for a double crab, double gank on both sides, and double kills. Are you kidding me? 2 kills in the hands of Blabber on the Poppy pick. What do you mean, no Predator? I don't care. Just walks right into these. And his phase rush means if you flash for the initiation like that, you can just proc the phase rush. You'll definitely stick on him. He knows he gets the knockback. That distance means Jenkins is toast. He had no flash, so well done for the setup from Darshan. But Blabber's the one that's going to reap the rewards on both sides of the map.
And I really like, too, you can look at the side of the UI and see that he has Hex Flash. I love this for Poppy because it means he can go over the terrain and set up angles even when he doesn't have the flash to use directly.
And, you know, especially when you're fed, you can go for, you know, invades into the enemy jungle, but also you can snipe objectives. You can just Hex Flash over the back of either Baron Pit or Dragon Pit and try and get that Rift Tail, try and get that Dragon. So a lot of options here open to the champion. And Poppy is very robust if you get an early lead like this. Very strong base stats, so hand-to-hand fighting is definitely easy for Poppy to come out ahead. And with the early gold, it means you can force a lot more towards the neutral objectives than otherwise you would think, because as Cloud9, you know, you've got tremendous scaling in mid lane. Fudge probably not going to be, you know, a big power point there, getting, you know, pushed towards the tower, and yet they still are going to have a lot of control. 1.5 thousand gold lead already for Cloud9, and Blabber's back out to it. No flash on Jenkins.
Done yet.
Phase rush.
Jenkins is trying to get away, but it's hammer time, baby. Darshan's getting that one, and Cloud9's making this look too easy. Not even Cloud9, Blabber is making this look too easy.
I gotta give credit to the rest of the team, and especially to Darshan for his 2 on top side, because, you know, him getting the flash out of Jenkins, and, well, we might have an attempt at an answer down here from Contracts. CLG, they need to come to life, okay?
Yeah.
It's a big double-stacked wave, so it's an opportunity to try and force on this objective they've created themselves. You just gotta execute.
Here we go. They're going to put the damage onto Contracts first, who goes right back in. The kill on Sven is good. Poom stays alive too. Isles trying to escape, survives with 10 HP, tries to get out, but the man is still running. It won't happen. CLG gets both. Nice dive.
That is the life that we need to see to keep this match competitive, Flowers, because Blabber and Cloud9 were running away with it, but that was very well juggled tower aggro by the CLG members. You see Contracts go in right after they have a ranged member take the tower aggro, then they juggle it back out. Poom drops it, Luger picks it up for 2, and they allow Contracts to walk back in for the extra kill there. So very well juggled, and also very well thought out plan as far as getting vision on Blabber first, knowing that he's on top side, he's not going to be able to answer, having the double stacked wave ready. Contracts times it perfectly, so he arrives just as the double stacked wave is going into tower. So here we see, he takes 1 shot, goes out of tower range, back in as Poom has the aggro. Poom takes 2, walks out of range, then Luger will take his 2. Everybody doing their part, Flowers.
Team effort.
And they hand it off to Contracts. He'll use from Luger for good measure as well. Auto Q, and they finish it up nicely. So that will result in more money in this Jinx where they need it. As we said from Champ Select, this Luger, this Jinx, this is the late game insurance that they need, that they have to be able to count on. He's the one that gets those resets and is going to bring it home.
And as we've seen action in bottom lane and top lane so far, mid lane's the one without any PvP, but it's Palafox coming out on top in the PvE. 2 waves ahead of his opponent in Fudge right now on that Corki. He's just hanging out underneath the turret right now. Blabber's already moved himself over towards this Scuttle Crab. Well, not gigantic Scuttle Crab, I guess. Rift Herald. Sometimes we all get a little bit confused. Yeah, alien Scuttle Crab. He'll be picking that one up, and it looks like Fudge is ready for a bit of a package delivery. Jenkins is just getting bullied.
Jenkins is literally just having the worst time ever playing League of Legends.
Yeah?
If you can call it playing League of Legends anymore, that is rough, man. That is the top laner treatment.
Oh, if this is a top laner in solo queue, he's not even playing League of Legends anymore. He's playing Microsoft Word. You're just typing to the team nonstop.
This man has a tier and a call with 26 CS Flowers. Holy moly!
He's got 2,000 gold. Is he poorer than both supports? Yes.
Oh,
yes,
God.
he's poorer than both supports
my God.
on this map. He has less than half, or slightly over half of the money.
You've got to have titanium mental now as a top laner in this situation.
Wait.
Holy guacamole.
What was that stupid made-up material that was in that Avatar Blue alien? Unobtainium. You gotta have that. That's the stupidest name in the world, but you gotta have that to survive this.
Obtain the unobtainable.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, man, that is tough.
He's gonna have to meditate in the mountains in his retreat because it is painful. And for Contracts and for the rest of CLG, you honestly, in those types of situations, you don't get a lot out of trying to bail out Jenkins. So this is one of those times where you mute top laner,
good luck
on bottom side. Exactly. You tell him, GL, HF.
See you at 20.
We're going to go for bottom lane objectives. They get themselves at least a dragon, and they need to focus on continuing to gank for Luger, continuing to gank for this Jinx. The Gangplank is not going to salvage this game for you, honestly. Yeah, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I think Jenkins knows this. At least he's got his flash now. He's going to even know it himself and try and give his ultimates for team plays. Contracts currently is actually doing Krug, so they know that now is not the time to further beat up on him. But look at that, even under tower, the disrespect from Darshan. Shield explosion on Jenkins. He then goes in to harass the jungler.
He's going to 1v2 them.
He's a monster.
He's going to 1v2 these guys. Contract tries to walk back away. He's got 300 health. Blabber's ready to go over the wall if he has to. What on earth, man?
Oh my God, brutal up here. Darshan the Colossus himself coming from Academy. So much time put in by him. And guess what?
No. Oh, no, not again. They won't get the kill immediately, but they'll still get it. Jenkins, I'm sorry, buddy.
Build a statue to Darshan in the top lane right now. The Scion Colossus.
They can build it out of all the tombstones Jenkins has.
Oh, jeez.
Good Lord.
Recycle, reuse.
Yeah. We're all about conservation and protecting the environment here in the LCS.
Yeah, well, Jenkins is certainly fertilizing the grass up there.
All right, it's a tough game in the top lane with the amount of focus been put up here by Blabber. And not only that, they're going to knock down the turret
up there too
with the Rift Herald. Yeah, everybody's making sure they're ready to go. They know that Jenkins is the big glowing red spot on the boss that they want to attack here in this battle. They banned 3 out of 4 of his champions during the draft. They put him on Gangplank, and then they attacked Gangplank directly. Cloud9 had a plan for this.
They certainly did. Light up the eyes, that's for sure. You know where to strike. Honestly, it's really easy to go over the path forward here for Cloud9. You've already, pre-12.5 minutes, took down the entire top side of the map. Yes, CLG have 1 dragon. But they are not going to have the items to be able to fight consecutive dragon fights because you can easily push out topside. Darshan literally 1v2'd already, so he...
Oh, no!
Yeah,
he gave him the thumbs up because he knew he had the trap set in the brush, and Fudge is just ready to go.
Fudge said, you know what? I'm losing to CS, the Palafox, early on in the mid lane, so I'm going to go back home. Top lane feels nice. Hey, Jenkins, he makes 2 visits up there. He gets 2 kills off of top lane.
Like when Michael Jordan went to play baseball for a year and then he went back to basketball. Just like, you know, sometimes you just got to go where it feels right. Blabber's coming in mid lane. He's going to look for Poom. True Shot Barrage found him, but do they have the damage they need? Not quite for the second part of the queue. Cloud9 chases them all away, but no kill.
Poom Gang stays alive. Self-ultimate, shields for Palafox, no problem. These are the games where you start to see players get a little loose.
Yep.
I have to say. Now, remember to refocus here at Cloud9. This is a best of series. This is also, you know, well into lock-in tournament. Next weekend is the end of it. So keep up the focus. Finish this one out. You only have 2.5k gold lead.
Oh no, not again.
Dirt again.
Observers, would you mind after this fight? Hold on, let's see if this goes anywhere. Blabber's trying to contest for this. Contracts is going to get the red buff. but will he be able to get away? Darshan coming around from the side, takes the blast cone, looks for the chance to go in for the knockup, forces the flash out of Poom. Darshan, yeah, he's stuck on the front line, taking a couple of shots, but it doesn't matter a whole lot here. Fudge does get tagged, gets out of the way of the Super Mega Death Rocket, as Luger's gonna take some damage now. Blabber back over the wall, assassinate Palafox. Blabber gets away, but no! Jenkins' revenge comes falling from the sky as Isles is taken down by a rocket in flight. And finally, CLG is able to strike back.
The CLG bottom lane breathes new life into this team. Flowers, they even allowed Jenkins from the fountain to be able to pick up a kill. He's back in the game, baby! CLG bottom lane. They opened up an opportunity, 2 kills back for CLG and a tower. Gold split a little bit there with Poom, but they needed him for safety. Again, everybody here, the faithful are all praying. They're all putting their prayers and their faith into Luger, into the bottom lane. Palafox has also been delivering, CSing quite nicely there, kind of unbeknownst to the crowd because camera has so often been on junglers and top lane. But this is still the hope for CLG. They got to remain focused. They muted Jenkins a long time ago, so it's fine. It's brutal. Darshan is having a field day up there in the top side. Him with the rest of the team. But CLG, I love to see this. They're willing to deal with the gangrene that's grown up there. You cut off the limb that's dying. You go for the other side of the map, stack those dragons, get some kills back in mid lane with a kind of a deep reach there from C9. They chopped 1,000 gold off the gold lead Flowers and have 2 dragons to show for it.
It is, it's exactly what CLG needed to get right there. And I do want to go ahead and comment, like the last time we saw the gold on the side of the screen, Jenkins actually had a little bit more gold than Ben. So he's caught up from that shutdown. He was able to claw his way back in a little bit. Yeah, his CS still looks like trash.
That call is about to pop though, baby.
Yeah,
24.
The call's gonna pop. You still get extra parlay money from killing stuff with your Q. He's gonna have a power spike here as soon as he completes his Muramana because he already fully stacked his tier. Maybe it's redeemable.
I feel like we should make an infomercial for all the ways to make passive income with Gangplank, one of those late night TV advertisements.
Fudge going in, here in mid, they're looking for the damage they need, and it's Luger first. Contracts and Poom both get away. True Shot Barrage will find a little bit of extra damage, but Cloud9 shut down that hyper carry, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. Rift Herald number 2 of this game summoned up here under the tier 1 turret, but Darshan's underneath the tier 2. They're going in for contracts. Wild growth to keep him alive. Blabber stuck inside the pit. Blabber ends up trading his life 1-for-1 with the enemy jungler. Auto attack in the air takes down Jenkins again, and everybody except Poom and Palafox are dead on the side of CLG.
As soon as Darshan smells the game starting to drift away from Cloud9, he just rams it right through. I am not losing this game after what I did in top lane. They get these tower for it, but Palafox flank on Orianna. Definitely a little bit dangerous. Nobody else is even close.
This is a little wacky from Palafox. He's
so
doing that.
Remember that interview he gave before where he was like, "Oh yeah, we're all so aggressive when we go for these plays." That was one of those plays. Definitely an aspirational play where you can see, you can visualize the big YouTube montage, but it's really hard to pull off 1v.
Yeah, those can be tough.
So,
those can be tough.
Especially with Orianna, who's not like a point-and-click champion. Moving your ball around and trying to hit a shockwave or something on these mobile champions. Fudge actually had Valkyrie available, and he was the only low health one.
Yeah, Fudge was obviously the target, right? That's what he wanted. You saw him throw the ball into the brush. He was hoping maybe Fudge was trying to go for a greedy recall in the river or something.
Yeah, and what they're thinking, getting into the mind there, is they're trying to create their own comebacks here.
Yeah.
That's what also allowed CLG kind of that success around the earlier play around mid lane, being able to fight it out. The problem this time around is that their hero, Luger, had just gotten picked off. So once Luger gets picked off in mid lane early on, and then they get pushed all the way to their inhibitor tower, then they start to reach a little bit. So I still like, the mentality that this new CLG has. They do need to trim a couple of these plays on the outskirts that they've been going for, the super low, probability ones. But I definitely still admire the heart.
Well, a lot of stuff is coming online right now. Muramana, fully completed for both the Corki and the Ezreal. You want to talk about a poke composition? There's the power spike they're looking for. Force of Nature now done for Blabber as well, which a little bit strange considering really only the Orianna is the big AP threat on the enemy team. But hey, he's pretty much immune to the Orianna now.
Yeah, and you also get stacks on being CC'd, so it's with the recent buff, definitely a bit more efficient. So I'm a fan of it if there's a decent amount of CC. And yeah, you're looking at two main threats in the Jinx and the Orianna. Jenkins might be able to grow into a threat.
Jenkins got his Muramana. He's actually on 2 items.
He cast the colon and sold the call, so.
He has the same itemization that Sven does. So he's really not behind despite how bad his score might look.
There you go. All that money all paid off. The hustle, the Gangplank hustle, the passive income, earning from home, baby.
Sigma Gangplank grind set. Just stay up in lane, farm up your Silver Serpents, get that parlay money, and make sure that you're going to be around to drop them big ultis on the team.
He's in his lane, moisturized, flourishing.
good
Nobody's
to go.
up there. He's farming away, cashing in on the extra gold. Doesn't stick around for the extra tower damage because he's got to get back to defend with the team. Oh, actually, does not recall. He stays up there. They're deciding right now on no vision. Hey, I think that the rest of Cloud9 will stick for this dragon. If we can trade top tower gold for this dragon, that's what they're waiting to get a little bit of information to confirm. Hey, Jenkins, stay up there, take that tower, because trades are what you want if you're in the CLG court right now.
And their early decisions that got them these couple of Drakes means that they can take these trades comfortably, right?
Yeah.
This is Cloud9's first Drake of the game. They're nowhere close to the soul. It doesn't matter too much for CLG to give that one away. The only part that hurts about it is losing your own soul point, but let's face it, you're not contesting these guys in open ground.
Eyes on the prize, Jenkins. Yeah, he got beaten up early, but it's not about how hard you get knocked down in Flowers. It's about muting your teammates so that you can have the mental.
I thought you were going to do
up.
the actual speech.
No. Yeah, that's too cliche. You gotta have the league adaptation.
Yeah, you got me with the curveball there. You got me with the curveball. I'll give you that. But we got everybody on Cloud9 now, probably ready to rumble. We got Unleashed teleports on all 4 solo laners in this game, ready to TP, ready to go. No Drake live on the map. You can see Cloud9 sending players up towards this top half, getting some vision down around the Baron pit. With a Corki and an Ezreal, they could do this pretty swiftly.
They certainly can, so can't let your vision lapse. Good job by the observers with the vision toggle. Really do quick shout out. I think they've been on point with these all lock-in tournament, by the way. Really like the one in the previous day about the Baron pit vision coverage. Meanwhile, it is going to be that Baron pit fully covered by Cloud9. They should have full supremacy here. They also have, again, so much range with Ezreal Corki poke that it's very easy to 4-1 push up, land poke damage as CLG try and check and try and gain some safety and vision up around the Baron. And you should be able to soften up CLG enough that when the engagement does come, Gangplank Ultimate plus Jarvan, that you are fully ready to respond. Also, Darshan has Unleashed Teleport ready to join. And as you know, he currently is the god of this game.
Yeah, Darshan's feeling good. He's feeling comfortable. The rest of Cloud9, they're sitting down as much vision as they can while sweeping out everything they can find. CLG has to be so cautious walking into this fog because if they walk into the wrong brush or the wrong spot, things are going to get real nasty real quick there. They find another ward they're able to sweep away. Jenkins will continue farming up here across the map, doing whatever he can to try and catch up and be that big carry he needs to be. Teleport coming in now with a Corki package. Here comes that Baron attempt I was talking about a minute ago. Fudge having the package means they have extra resources to be able to try to go for this. Gangplank ulti has already been called down. You can see Cloud9 backing away from that aggro zone here at the start, and now they're ready to turn in for the fight. Here comes Darshan. Contracts gets himself away. Jenkins going to be separated from the rest of the team. Contracts with the full disengage. Cloud9, no more Baron. CLG stopped it for now.
Yeah, good scatter here from CLG. They don't lose anyone on the way out, and that's going to buy them some time. You just need to stall here. Everybody's still scaling nicely. You've got Jenkins actually starting to bring some firepower. He walked up from bottom side, did not use his teleport, so no extra cooldowns used there in the contest. Contracts being able to dodge away, just EQ out of that one and use the extra speed Poom gave him from Lulu to be able to dodge on the rocket. Means that CLG will buy themselves a little bit more leeway here. Where again, we're only approaching 24 minutes, so still quite early in the game, just because of how early Cloud9 opened it up with constant blabber ganks, first on the bottom side, but then largely focused around topside, followed by the Fudge roams up there, giving them a lot of this map control. CLG doing their best, and it actually goes to show that they actually don't even have gold bounties with how much they've been able to trade and play this kind of guerrilla warfare style, getting things back on the opposite sides of the map and sticking in this game.
Well, there is a Ravenous Hydra now completed for Fudge, so the extra pushing power, the extra wave shoving capability and map control that's going to afford them means that Cloud9 will continue to be able to move forward, choke CLG out of Summoner's Rift, and constantly look for chances to make these picks and find this poke. Zven and Blabber shoving up the wave in bottom lane looking for the tier 2. They'll inflict a decent amount of damage, but Cloud9's now at the point where after they take this tier 2, the only other thing left on the map is the base of CLG, and typically those bases...
Nice barrel! Good lord! Remember me? Jenkins has been farming away. He's ready to retaliate. Imagine, Flowers, if you have a barrel chain like that softening up this backline, the patented Jarvan Orianna EQ Shockwave comes in from Contracts plus Palafox passing him the ball. This is still a very fearsome opening for CLG, so them being able to stick in this game, keep the goal difference within reach, as long as they can also sustain their vision coverage around these objectives to allow them positioning to pull off one of these plays, the hope is still alive for their side. C9, though, should not let any dragons ever go back the way of CLG. This objective is trivial almost for them to take because there's no risk in starting it. It will not do any damage because it can't get through either the shield of Blabber or Darshan.
Right.
So you can easily always go right over to that on spawn. They also had plenty of vision coverage through the blue quadrant of the jungle, and CLG aren't willing to invest any of their resources, their precious vision resources on this side of the map because Baron is so important and it could be game ending for them if Cloud9 got it. So all the dragons should be very, very easy for C9 to just go grab and pick up and then turn towards the real objective that is the top side of the map around Baron.
Plus, these are Infernal Dragons and an Infernal Soul with a poke composition of Ezreal and Corki. If Cloud9 gets to that point, if this game does go late, like you're saying CLG wants it to with their Jinx, with their Gangplank, with these hyper carries, they're still going to have to contest what is most likely an Infernal Soul Cloud9 coming up as they continue to have control over these neutral points.
And the poke already hurts. Like, Fudge is 5 kills here on the Corki. Yeah, he was down a bit of CS early on, but that CS difference never widened. He's able to pick up plenty and so many of these last hits for these kills. So he's already getting magic penetration as well. So even some of the frontline members, you know, you land rockets. Oh, Contracts tries to tank one for the team. He's literally the only tanky member. He actually doesn't even have any magic resist. So... everybody will feel the pain from the rockets. This is Corki dream scenario. Honestly, actually, since there isn't any magic resist, Shadow Flame, you can make the argument for Shadow Flame instead of you know, pieces here for Void, but we're gonna have Baron start it up regardless.
Now Poom's nearby. He doesn't want to walk any closer until the rest of the team's in position too. Darshan's just providing a distraction up here around the Tri-Brush, but the Gangplank ulti's going to be used and called down on the pit. Darshan tanking up 4 different players from CLG. He doesn't walk back into the Chompers because the only way to go is forward. Chompers will finally disarm now. Contracts goes in. Darshan just now hitting half HP, but a massive shockwave. Fudge destroys Luger in the counterpunch. Contracts goes in only to die. That was not the right call. Zven takes him down, and Darshan just keeps the pedal to the metal going forward. Jenkins tries to stay and fight, but he gets shoved right on back for a double kill over to Zven. Poom and Palafox try to retreat, but the Baron and the fight go over to Cloud9.
That's going to be Cloud9 with the Baron, and you know what? With that Baron pushing power, they can go right into the COG base. Did you see that Corki burst damage? This is why the champion is so contested in the current state of the game, why everybody keeps building this AP Corki. They literally tanked the shockwave with, was it 5? It was all 5 or 4? It's either 4 or 5. Looks like everybody, unless Darshan isn't there. And even tanking the shockwave, Fudge just getting off the look at that. That was a big one. Chunks their backline to 50%, literally, and then even getting hit by the shockwave. Another rocket. That was literally just 2 rockets.
2 rockets killed him, 100-0.
2 rockets, and the hope of your team is dead. The heart of the CLG squad. That is, that's some gameplay right there, buddy. Don't get hit.
Yes, sir.
Don't get hit.
And you were pointing out how there's not even any magic resistance on the front line here in the Jarvan. Everybody's going to be taking those kind of hits. And even if Jarvan does try to soak him, Poppy has a yeet button versus one frontline comp.
The magic resist just comes from Palafox's ball for Orianna. So
okay, that's
whoever
the ball is the MR.
Whoever you can pass the ball to
has to be the ball.
Exactly.
All right, Cloud9, they got the 4-1 split. Darshan's happy to be this big rock in the side lane, or rather the mid lane, while everybody else focuses bottom here. And Cloud9 has already broken their first tier 3 turret of the game. They're going to continue pushing forward here to grab the inhib. Fudge and Sven will have no problem picking that one up. One last auto attack gets it done. Mid lane tier 3 only has a sliver of HP remaining. Fudge and Sven continue to step forward towards that one too, waiting on Darshan to clear out the wave, but now it doesn't even matter. Backdoor protection or not, that turret's out of here. As CLG is trying to hold on, trying to defend. Darshan steps forward, he doesn't care about none of that. There comes another rocket going out. Darshan going in and just runs them over. Roadkill.
I know it shouldn't be that funny, but like these rockets taking 50% of people's lives, and Darshan.
It's real funny when they're not hitting you.
Yeah,
Contracts
exactly.
goes in. He's going to be stuck now inside his own Cataclysm, but Isles will be taken down with him. 1-for-1 trade there. Darshan finds a knock-up on the enemy support. Cloud9 backing away as Luger goes in, looking for a little bit more, but Sven decides to go aggro. Blabber charges in now, looking for Palafox. Everybody on CLG below half health. They're backing away. Fudge decides to recall Baron Empowered, of course, and he'll be right back in with the Empowered teleport. Sven unstoppable with a good hit onto Luger. Only Palafox and Poom still standing. Teleport's coming back in. Cloud9 get it done in game 1. They're going to pad those stats as far as they can. Thumbs up all day long from the lane camp to the Nexus explosion. C9 take game 1.
Now, synopsis for C9 for the majority of lock-in games, they have invested very heavily into a lot of very strong scaling avenues for them, regardless of what early game tools they get. And that focus has not wavered. It just looks so crazy when they also have early game success. When Blabber literally double crabs and double successfully ganks both sides of the map as Poppy with Phase Rush early on. And then you also still have so much range and poke power with Corki Ezreal for later on. And Darshan, your front line, just gets out of control because of the repeat movements from Blabber, from Fudge as well, up to the top side. It looks like a super dominating, 30-minute sweep. But these core tenets that Cloud9 have still focused on in never going into game with a draft that doesn't have some sort of scaling for late game, some sort of avenue to play for later, is probably going to remain true. And then if you play well in the early game like that, just makes it an easy road to get there.
The big thing that stood out to me is what you were talking about in draft. Jenkins has this small collective of these 4 champions he really likes to play, ban 3 of them, force the 4th, and hey, we got a present for him, or about 8 presents. Surprise, they're all a gank. It was not a good time for CLG here in game 1. Cloud9 made quick work of them, and the State Farm Analyst Desk is going to show us how it was done.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. I don't think we have to look much further than what happened in the top lane there to understand how it was done, as he says. But I also feel like Kobe kind of encapsulated it pretty well there at the end. 2 rockets. Yeah. 2 rockets, and people are going down. Corki, OP, you get them fed like that with the side lane play, and boom, it's easy peasy, lemon squeezy victory for Cloud9 to take the lead in the series 1-0. You all right over there? No? You're a mess. All right, keep it together, Mark. We're almost done. Day's almost over, I promise. All right, champion select. At least personally, was pleased kind of with both compositions that were put up, but I will admit it is a scary lineup to see Ezreal Karma yet again as a duo locked in with a Corki as well, and then 2 massive frontliners in the Poppy and the Scion.
The Poppy jungle is something, again, where we're looking at C9 drafts and we're like, okay, where is the LCK gonna creep in? This has been kind of a go-to pick for a few junglers over in South Korea. So it was actually cool to see that come out against the Jarvan.
Yeah, it was specifically against the Jarvan, so I wasn't super happy about it just because You also are tagged up with Silence. So it actually created a pretty great opportunity for the GP, right? I loved the GP pickup for Jenkins before the game happened. Just simply because in later game team fights, you can always create space, of course, with barrels, ultimate, and on top of that, it's great on on side lanes too. So you have side lane options. So everything looked good. They had a different angle. It wasn't just a team fighting. So I was excited. This could be the one of the 2-in-1 that we had predicted.
Yeah, my only problem with the GP was that into Karma, Corki, and Ezreal, two really mobile backline characters with a shield speed up on top. If you just drop a Karma E shield, Mantra E shield in a late game team fight, you can kind of negate a lot of the GP ultimate unless they're already locked down. And it didn't matter at that point. But we didn't get to that point in the game because Blabber just took it over right away, neutralized the Jarvan, then snowball the top side.
Yeah, I was gonna say that first play is actually so important because it is what allows Blabber to go to both sides of the map and then just continuously C9 revisit the top lane, whether it's Blabber, whether it's Corki coming up because they created enough space for Corki to wander up here. Jenkins did not have a fun time in this game.
This is just what I love about Blabber is that when he starts, he doesn't stop, and Darshan loves it, right? He's getting all these resources, and the best thing about Darshan, honestly, is if he gets ahead in the lane, he's gonna give you an exact timer, and was like, you can come back top lane, this timer, and they just kept coming. It wasn't just, of course, Blabber, even towards mid lane, Fudge was trying to get some action there too. Jenkins had probably just the worst experience in his life in this game.
Yeah, I think the point about Fudge is a great one, too, that the whole team was getting involved on it, and that's what you want to see potentially out of your
family fun.
Fledgling mid laner. Get involved. Come up here. You get a kill, too.
Yeah.
It was good to see him not just play Corki, totally scaling, but taking that package up there and being able to get involved in the kills.
All right, so we're going to move quick because Cloud9 did in that first game and reframe towards game number 2. It's CLG choosing blue side. Raz, you said that before the gameplay, you liked the draft in terms of playing towards that one victory you called out in your predictions for CLG to get. Given the fact that they didn't snag it, how did they make it happen in this one?
Oh, God. I would probably look towards Palafox and Luger once again. I thought Luger, even off the little bit of a slip up in laning phase, they almost got a 2v2 kill on towards Ven. I think they're playing volatile, well in certain areas. So if you put jungle presence towards that bot side of the map, you might get some back.
Yeah, I think the dive that they had in the bot lane, the 3v2 dive, actually looked pretty good. It's just like your top side's on fire during that time. Yeah. So if you can put that fire out and keep making those plays, maybe that's your avenue back in.
So continue to index into the bot lane. Do we feel like we need to remove the Ezreal Karma, or at least Ezreal Karma Corki from Cloud9?
I would remove Corki.
Yeah. Remove Corki. That's the most integral piece there?
It's BS.
I
hate that chant.
Corki sucks.
It's just about the pick in and of itself. So we're going to have to see what kind of answers they can come up with here in game number 2. But Cloud9 made quite the statement in game number 1. We'll see if CLG can bounce back when we return right after this.
Bring us to 3.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2. Cloud9 versus CLG. Now, last game, I'm pretty sure we had to report everybody at Cloud9 to the principal's office for the amount of bullying they were doing to poor old Jenkins there on CLG. They had a plan from the start. They went for it. It worked. Something's got to change here. CLG want to survive game 2.
Yeah, I don't know if the plan was, blabber, just kill everybody while getting both crabs as well.
Seems like a good plan.
We'll just own the map.
As a jungler, I like that plan.
Everybody go topside. Yeah.
That's a good plan.
I mean, honestly, yeah, that game was a beatdown. There are some good things that the analyst desk touched on for CLG. You could tell they still, even while everything was on fire, still remain focused on some of the key paths to victory. The bottom lane, the dive that they pulled off, timing on the second wave that was able to build up, or the double stacks wave was very well handled. Good job juggling that tower aggro. Just need to clean up so much of the early and mid game that you can actually have a playing field where you can where some of the choices really matter more than, hey, we gotta pull something out of thin air here to be able to make a big comeback.
I mean, even that first kill that Blabber got in the bottom side river against Contracts, that was just silly from Contracts. What the hell was he even doing there? Fighting that Poppy, getting slammed up against the wall, and just getting denied the dash like you were talking about. So hopefully CLG's got a bit better of a read on what they need to do early on here in this game. We'll see how it shakes out. CLG over on the blue side. Does this change a lot about the draft? We will find out. It's still Twisted Fate banned away, still Xin Zhao banned away. Remember that Xin Zhao was not banned out in the first half of the last draft. It was, along with the Lee Sin, banned out in second half when Cloud9 did not pick their jungler in the first half. Jarvan's going to be banned out this time from CLG. They don't want to play it against themselves. They don't want to give it away to Cloud9. The Olaf target ban was a part of last time's first round of bans. Let's see if they stick with it, or if they're just saying, all right, well, Blabber showed that it doesn't have to be on Olaf for him to run the game.
Yeah, because it'd be kind of fishy if you're playing versus Cloud9 and you don't ban or my option is that's okay to pick into Olaf is Trundle. It does not actually save you from the early invades and possible snowballing though, because while Trundle can, red smite duel an Olaf later with the ultimate, if you're able to put the ultimate on Olaf before he pops his own, then he further
you make his resist like
reduce resistances. But early on, and especially off level 1 invades, even playing the Olaf side of it, you can still feel fine and you can still snowball a lot of early game. So it's definitely a fearsome one to walk into. I do like the retained focus on that Jinx for Luger. As I mentioned last time, heading into the draft, one of the biggest things for CLG.
Yep, they get to have the Jinx. Cloud9 decided to ban away the Corki. This was left open last time around. It was the first pick for C9. We saw how very balanced his damage is once he gets a couple of items. So they don't want to be dealing with that any longer. What will be that first pick, though? Ooh, the Lee Sin banned away last time, and this time around, Blabber gets to pilot it.
Very, very happy to do so. I think also one of Contract's best champions right now. He's extremely quick on the Lee Sin plays, so a little bit of a takeaway here on the side of Cloud9, because now you turn it around on Contracts, who, by the way, is also a very good Olaf player, and CLG could try and snowball that way too, because Olaf can brute force plays versus Lee Sin, try and run the jungle camp iteration. It's just that if you play Olaf, you have to keep up that snowballing style the entire time and not let up on the invades, not let up on the jungle camp control. So it does require team focus, and since most of the focus for CLG should be pointing towards bottom lane, I prefer a different pick for jungle.
Okay, Contracts thinking about maybe this could be the answer here. We know Viego has a lot of carry potential there from the jungle, a bit more than a lot of other junglers, and hey, that's going to be the lock-in here for CLG.
Yeah, and we've seen also some of the elusiveness of the champion displayed a lot by Closer, getting out of a lot of situations, using the ultimate immunity frames, unstoppable frames to be able to escape, making good use of the mind games of the Black Mist, trying to use it for zoning in addition to the fighting prowess that it gives you with the extra attack speed. No surprise that Poom's able to get the... actually, they don't go for it early on.
Okay.
Now, you can't play Jinx with a litany of different support champions, and you can play it.
Litany, that's a $10 word.
Yeah, you like that one? All right, I'm gonna take my $10 after this game. Thank you very much. You're gonna have to pay up for that one, but you can use it with, obviously harder engaged champions, which they might do now since their top lane, having locked in Gwen, could really benefit from having a Leona on the team to actually start out the fights. While Gwen can do a lot of damage and create a lot of space and very mobile, they don't have a primary engage.
Wow, Viego's win rate so far in lock-in play is terrible, 17%.
We have been seeing in LCK poke Varus. So they did recent buffs, or not even that recent, in preseason, trying to buff Varus's on hit and attack speed build. So I'm very curious to see if Sven is going to go attack speed or poke. I'm assuming poke right now. Gwen is annoying for both of the builds.
Of course,
because W is...
Gwen is immune.
He's equally annoying for both of them. But I would assume it would be poke build for Sven for Varus, and then getting some more long range for Fudge. If you follow the previous strategies that Cloud9 has gone for. So yeah, I assume this is going to be the LCK return of poke Varus down there in answering this Jinx bottom lane.
Now, we don't have mirrored drafts so far. It's bot lane plus jungle for the side of Cloud9 versus AD carry jungle and top laner for the side of CLG. Lulu's been banned away, Akali's been banned away. Victor is still on the table. Corki has been banned out. Neither side has their mid laner yet. So I'm curious, is CLG going to ban the Victor out, or do they think that they're fine playing into that without something on the same tier? Cloud9 still got one more ban to work with themselves. When you're looking back over at CLG, when you were talking about like the Jenkins champion pool, like they're able to ban away some of that pool themselves because they already secured him one of those picks in the Gwen. So the Akali's out of there. Nautilus also taken off the table. They don't want to have that powerful engage opportunity there from the side of CLG in the support role. CLG got one ban left. Is it going to be Victor, or is it going to be something else?
I feel like you should throw the Victor towards Cloud9 simply because it's Fudge. And there you go, there it is. Because he has not had a lot of time in mid lane to diversify that champion pool. And guess what? What do you pour your time into when you're practicing? It's the peak of the meta, the Corki, the Victor. So actually forcing something different out of him is going to be fun. Last time this happened, he pulled a semi-top lane champion in the Jace. So very well could be something like that too.
All right, we're hovering over a bunch of different stuff. Stop clowning around now, T9. What's it going to be?
Stop on the hover of Gangplank for the BM.
But it's Akshan. All right.
Now that is the one I'm super excited to see Fudge play. Assuming it is going to be mid, could very well be top as well. And could be going into the hands of Darshan. I know Darshan is in love with the champion as well. So, but I'm hoping that it is Fudge in mid lane, because this would give us some really good extra data on Fudge's mid lane, diversity of types of champions to play. Because Akshan plays very differently, roams so much more than the other mid lane farming, scaling, wave clearing stuff that he has shown previously. And with Akshan, you have just so many options because you have the safety of that E, which covers so much distance and a lot of gank approaches from different junglers or supports. And because you have the extra mobility of going up and down river, this is going to be a full display of mid lane talent package if it goes into the mid lane. Meanwhile, it's already been answered here. Quick pickup. I love Vex.
Oh, yeah.
It's so easy to pick up this champion, and also very good in this situation. Also charges up passive quite quickly. When Akshan does get those resets, gives you another form of the engage. We mentioned the engage, and CLG shore up their engage, and tenfold with a Rakan Vex. Late 2 picks there. Super good. Long range opportunities for them to force fights.
Okay, and with Orianna locked in as
lane.
the final pick here for Cloud9, that does mean it'll be Darshan piloting the Akshan there in the top side. I have seen so many early kills in laning phase on this champion just in solo queue games and like watching challenger matches and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see if Darshan's able to find those pop-offs here early on, see if his opponent underestimates him a little bit here, because it's going to be exciting, man.
It certainly is. And I know, too, that this is one of the champs that he has put a lot of time into in watching some of his solo queue games. So definitely excited to see him wield it, as every time he's gotten a tank, he has absolutely demolished the game. He absolutely kicked Jenkins out of the last game for like 20 minutes by smashing it so hard, with the help of Blabber and Fudge, admittedly, but also through a lot of solo play. So now he's earned himself the right to have a carry champion.
Exactly.
They're like, amazing tank playing, sir. Now what would you like to pick? You've eaten your vegetables.
He's done the time, and now he gets to do the crime of playing the carry in the top lane and trying to make his opponent's life miserable. Remember, it was Cloud9 who won the first game. It's only best of 3s here in the quarterfinals. Yeah. So if Cloud9 takes this one, our series is done. However, CLG can try to keep it going here. You can see them all rushing out of the base now, grouped up as 5. Might be looking for something cheeky here in the top side, expecting Darshan to go for a brush play.
Let's see if they find Darshan. Very safe positioning here at the very back of the brush, so I like that. Should give him plenty of time. Does scout it out. That means you need to see movement from the response there. He only saw Jenkins, though, so that was one champion, and it's the top lane champion. If he had stayed any more and seen one of the other ones, if he had seen Contracts or Palafox, then you would probably see the response from bottom side of the map where Orianna and Varus move together to try and get the counter ward towards Raptors or towards Red. Only getting vision of one, though. You're not safe enough to do that. It could just be Jenkins fishing around, so they don't really know how much of a commitment CLG had up there. And it's a good retake of their red quadrant as well here, grouping up together, not taking any of those unnecessary risks.
Well, one thing I do want to point out here, Hail of Blades on the Varus here for the Keystone, because you were talking about differences in Varus builds and what he might be going here. Also worth pointing out that Luger did go cleanse out of respect for Isles, but Sven still sticking with the heal, not going to have that CC not immunity, cure, whatever you want to call it.
Cleanse.
Yeah, there it is. That's the word I was going at.
Which is the name of the summer spell, so it's a little... Anyways, the build I was talking about for Varus is the lethality build that we saw Teddy play last night in LCK. And, you know, getting the early lethality plus the Muramana is the return of the poke build, basically. And it is Hail of Blades because you're getting so much lane prowess there and you're building so much flat damage that it has a lot of value for burst opportunities. You can also stack up the passives to be able to pop the passive for big amounts of burst damage very quickly with the Hail of Blades.
And also, Isles running the Glacial Augment here on the Thresh. We've been seeing this become more and more popular recently among a couple of different ports. Level 2's already been found, though. Let's see what it's going to mean. Isles has to flash away, but the flash after is there. And CLG finds a 2v2 first blood. Sven tries to escape. He's still got his flash ready. Sidesteps away. Oh, almost walked right back into the zap, but he'll stay alive. Flash intact.
Powder's mad. Did not like losing that first game. Even with strong play from bottom side, had to suffer an L. So Poom and Luger get right back to business as usual. This bottom lane, we've mentioned every single CLG game, Clayton, but they continually look for 2v2 aggressive opportunities, and especially early on. While pre-3 minutes, expecting the gank path heading up towards top side, it was a reverse there for Blabber back towards top side, back through the Raptors, up to the top side Crab. Here is the Rocket, flip the switch replay. Boom, flipping the switch immediately onto Isles. Look at that, the timing there. He walks so close. When you get that close on Recon, pretty hard for Isles to react with the flay, and so boom, just pulls the trigger there. He flips the switch. He goes in for the short W. Doesn't get interrupted. Isles a little bit slow, a little bit late, but it's really hard at that range again to pull off a flay. And they get the engage. They're rewarded with a kill. First blood onto Luger, who has really become the one that all of the CLG fans have started to rely on and put so much of their hopes in these games on. Contracts.
Oh boy. Sven still has his flash to try to get away here. He's pulled to safety, doesn't even have to use it. Nice escape. Isles gonna even find Contracts there with a death sentence at the end to grab some extra damage on him, and Cloud9 evade that one nicely.
Yeah, nice evasive maneuvers there from C9. No extra summoner spells need be used. Again, they still have the flash on Sven, blasting for some extra bit of safety.
And there you can see that incredibly effective Akshan trading pattern. Also something that I want to point out, this is something that's pretty unique to Akshan compared to most champions in League of Legends. When they had him selected in the bottom left, I'll get back to it here in a moment, as CLG are going for the 4-man play against the 3-man squad on Cloud9. Blabber smites the Gromp, flashes away, but he flashes too late. You had to flash out of the way of the start of it, and that's another kill over to CLG. Luger chasing after Isles. Luger draws tower aggro, so not quite the best there. Heads up Sven for the kill, and now they're going to look to see if they can find any more, but there is nothing to find. 1-for-1 trade here, bottom side.
Oopsie whoopsie there for Luger. That was some AD carry greed, trying to beat up on the old support under the tower, walks too close, takes the tower shot, and is punished by Sven. That flash came in handy, Flowers. He gets the distance. He's able to finish it off with the Q snipe. And there's the beginnings of the Muramana build we talked about from him, already purchased. Great attack here onto Blabber, though, to start it out for CLG. Contracts getting in there, Poom and Luger opening up the space, but he walks back in. And again, he actually walked through the distance that tower aggro will drop, but the travel time of the rocket he didn't account for, and the rocket then lands as he's stepping back into the range from the tower. So mismanagement there, not accounting for when the actual impact of the rocket hits. The tower finally registers, softens him up. Sven knocks him down.
Now, what I was going to talk about beforehand, because looking at Akshan, who's a champion we haven't got to see a lot of in pro play yet, in League of Legends, you almost always want at least 1 point in all of your abilities immediately, but Akshan's a bit of an exception to that. You can see here, he's got 3 points in Q, 2 points in E, nothing in W. W doesn't do a lot for you early on, so players prefer to have just the extra all-in power of that additional point in the E instead.
Exactly, and it's even common in mid lane, where mid lane you would think, oh, he's going to be able to roam way more because you can go bottom also. But they also do it in mid lane, so don't get your W point until much later. It makes tremendous sense for top lane too, because you don't even have.
Where are you even gonna go?
Exactly. Where are you going?
Your teleport, even if you take one, is locked until 14. He's got Ignite anyway. All right, CLG's going in again. I like how aggressive they're playing this game around this bottom side after getting that advantage early on.
Yeah, I mean, CLG, I feel like they're retaining the learnings from game number 1. Right. Top lane. We cut that one off. We're completely ignoring it, as should be. They're focusing on this bottom lane. Palafox is getting in on it too. Not only do they steal away, but they hand off the blue buff to the Vex for mid lane for constant pressure. And the biggest reward for them is all of this extra vision that they have here through this blue side and down towards the bottom lane. Vex, as we set up from Champ Select, is so potent when you have these early game skirmishes. Because of the range of the ultimate, you can join a lot of these plays from such a long distance, two-thirds of the way down river, be able to join and join it with a big impact of instant CC. Orianna has no such instant impact, has a much harder time answering Vex roams, and is looking to scale up there for Fudge for mid lane.
Oh, nice little catch there on Sven, who barely survives with the heal. He will get away, man, but CLG's bottom lane is looking beastly here in this game.
They certainly are. Definitely love to see the aggressive look, still firing away. Poom actually flashing to try and finish it off. Burns the cooldown, not able to get in range for the kill, so extra summer spell is given over despite the fact that it was a well-won trade. That doesn't mean that Sven can hold on to that and be happy, because he's getting pushed off waves constantly, dropping in CS here, regardless of how cheap some of the lethality items are. And trying to build this lethality poke build, Muramana Parch, trying to stack up your tier early on. It's definitely going to be felt. Shockwave combo.
Whoop! CLG barely getting the support away. Fudge goes in, and Fudge gets the kill. But now the comeback is a-coming. Isles tries to pull Fudge away to safety, and he does just that. Palafox and Luger cannot get one back, and C9 ties up the kill.
Good escape there for Cloud9 after securing the kill. Flash forward from Fudge. Shockwave also landed out of the kick from Blabber. So well-coordinated jungle mid synergy here. Scaling up there on the Orianna, plus being able to get that first kill feels quite nice for him. Teleports right back to lane. Yes, during that whole time, the objective was under attack by CLG, and Contracts also walks away with the Rift Herald though, so CLG still pretty happy about the opportunities they have to snowball this game. Pushed it forward, get some extra gold with that Rift Herald. The prize on the other side is countered by Cloud9. They'll happily at least pick up the Dragon. It's just Dragon number 1 though, and pretty much everybody will take the early trades of topside Rift Herald. You have to keep your eye on it though as far as the stacking. I think CLG feel confident with the way that their bottom lane has been playing though. Luger and Poom, constant pressure, and should be able to secure themselves some control for ensuring that C9 Dragon stacking doesn't get out of control super early on.
And one thing that's worth pointing out, because this first Drake was taken after 9 minutes, it means the second Drake will not spawn until after the teleports are unleashed. And the more important thing about that is that Darshan is running Ignite here in the top lane. So there is a teleport advantage for the side of CLG, which could end up being greatly in their favor for these Nets Dragon fights, depending on the timings and whether or not that cooldown is available. Contract summons up the Rift Herald here in the bottom lane. This turret is likely just going to fall completely here. Rift Herald almost has enough damage to get rid of it right now. There we go. Sven is not getting away. He's stuck around too damn long.
Oh, and the lantern in front of him and gets snared up. Then Contracts goes right over it, follows it with the stun. CLG, focus on bot. Never again will they deter. Keep pumping as much money as you possibly can into Luger Boom. They're creating opportunities. Contracts goes to play off this lane really well. And the best case scenario, they get 2 towers out of it. Jenkins, though.
Jenkins is not... Oh, they missed the Sonic Wave, but it don't even matter. Fudge takes the kill. Jenkins goes down, and now Cloud9 at least gets something back, but it's a very nice lead here early on. Over 2,000 gold ahead for CLG just 11 minutes in, Kobe.
Bobby, my boy, this is... the entire rest of the map is not in your control. Everybody else had exited the map or was showing bottom, and he gets picked off there on the control wards of Cloud9. So another rough one for him. However, this time around, the rest of the squad is dominating and creating this 2,000 gold lead in the favor of specifically Luger down there. 1,000 gold ahead on the Jinx, and will transition very nicely into these mid-game fights, especially since Puma's been very quick with his engages. Darshan actively under some fire.
Oh, stepping out of the way of the zap there that might have been able to claim his life. Fell down to nearly just 100 HP. CLG again trying to play aggro around Luger. They know this is the advantage. They know this is the point of
I like it. I like that. He's transcended.
Yeah. He gets the title.
The Luger is in the top lane, so it's fitting.
Yeah. Well, we got ourselves the Luger pushing towards that turret here for the second time, going after more of that plate money. They still got 1.5 minutes left of these to farm up as much money as they can.
It's cool. It sounds like some sort of artillery, that you would have in Civilization or something you would build. He's got a fully operational Luger up in top lane, taking down the tower plates, earning the extra gold.
Well, I mean, it is a gun.
CLG working away.
So anyway, let's see what we got going on here if they can take the rest of this turret down. Luger wants to put as much damage into it as he can, but Darshan was hanging out the entire time. He tries to get himself away, and he avoids the ulti coming out from Poom. CLG will regroup around their carry, and they're just fine.
All right.
Here,
I learned.
I pulled up a picture of a Luger.
I'm looking. The reason I'm pausing is I'm looking at the picture.
Yeah.
That picture reminds me of Indiana Jones.
Yeah, it's like an Indiana Jones, like early 1900s type of guy. It's not a big artillery thing.
Yeah.
But this Luger might be a big artillery thing by the end of the game. He keeps scaling up.
It's going to be shortly. That's for sure. All right, Jenkins, though, see if he does have teleport. It's not unleashed yet, but he's going to have to try and survive the onslaught of Akshan here. Darshan working away. Even though Darshan is a level down, still able to scare him off. There's 55 seconds left on that dragon fight. And your premise that you set up earlier, as far as teleport versus no teleport on Darshan, has already been subverted by Cloud9. They sent Fudge up to the top side of the map. Instead, rotated Darshan down to bottom. So they're accounting for the discrepancy in summoner spells. The preparation here for Cloud9 would lead you to believe that they actually do want to be in position to answer that play.
But I'm liking what I'm seeing from CLG because their gold lead is now 500 higher than the last time that I read it out. They were at 2.3K ahead. Now they're at 2.8. This team is continuing to build up some leads. They're continuing to put those leads on the right characters. Palafox, they're getting the gold from taking down that next turret there in the top lane. We've got 10 seconds until our second Drake spawns, and you can see everybody heading down around that south side river.
There's the teleport from the top side. Orianna, Fudge finishes up the last wave, teleports in time for the dragon setup. They do have the early move through the river and are able to get the pixel ward down before the fight starts. That's imperative as far as the setup here to allow time. Again, Sven needs to land poke for Cloud9 to have a good shot at this. They go in for the seal though. Lee Sin can have the execute, and
Jenkins is on the flank, he's coming in, but a beautiful engage from Poom with a follow-up Super Mega Death Rocket, but it is Poom to die first, and he's the only one dead thus far. The Drake still aggroed by the side of Cloud9, Contracts going in, but the Dragon goes over to C9 and Blabber. Contracts can get out, but the fight favors Cloud9 despite the engage from CLG.
Yeah, the biggest weakness of Rakan is death. Getting blown up.
No way!
Very squishy champion. So some champions don't have that weakness. You know, Karthus, Kog'Maw.
Yeah! You gotta really die to use the whole
Sion is probably the biggest offender. But Rakan, yeah, you're like, oh my god, look at this engage from Boom. He gets 4 people, and he's dead. So much burst damage just gets popped, blown off the map immediately, allowing for Cloud9 to actually get the rewards of transitioning over for this Dragon. And I was a little skeptical as far as investing the teleport and everybody coming over, but again, let's look at how he received so much burst damage. Jenkins starts it out with the flame. There it is. The E engage actually got rooted up early, so it was delayed. The Varus ultimate had chained to him.
Oh no.
So it was engaged, and now Jenkins, we're back out to live, and Jenkins back in the dirt.
C9 is just eating Jenkins burgers, breakfast, lunch, and dinner this series.
We thought game 1, it was going to be the end of it, and it was going to be a clean slate here. Fresh start for him, but it is rough. At least he has more gold than the supports this time around.
And hey, Luger is still 1,000 gold ahead of the next closest person, which is the enemy mid lane carry in Fudge. So they still have a big win condition here in this Jinx. Contracts is going to find Blabber. Viego is an incredible duelist, so the Lee Sin wants nothing to do with that, and they have to back away.
Certainly a fearsome opportunity for CLG as they have everybody around mid lane as well ready to capitalize. Even though Jenkins goes down, they're still going to be able to get this Rift Herald trade for bottom turret. Bottom obviously left exposed because Jenkins, the side laner, is picked off, and Fudge is the one who reaps the rewards. Full tower gold for him, able to get the solo gold on that outer turret picked up into the Orianna pockets. And Fudge he's really adapted to this mid lane more scaling style on all these picks. The Victor, the Corki, now the Orianna for himself. Mid lane's got to play, and Sven is chunked out, but Miles is there to get him out of trouble and evade the Pal Fox engage. It was off camera, but I'm assuming with the flash and ultimate both burned here from Pal Fox, I was trying to pull off that kill in response to the extra distance there from the Thresh that they saw through the river. Not quite able to get it in time though. Some pretty big cooldowns used. The Flash of Vex is really big for these mid-game fights. The ultimate, though, not so much. That one comes up really quickly.
Right. And it is another Infernal Rift game. Cloud9 with those first 2 means that CLG is going to have to stop those Drake stacks here soon. However, with a gold lead, still having around that plus 2,000 mark, they will be in a decent enough spot to fight their opponents in open ground. It's not like the previous game where they wanted nothing to do with the fights.
Yeah, I also need to see something cool from the Action pretty soon here, I feel like.
Okay.
Because Darshan did have control of topside, got his own CS lead, constantly had the push there, but since then has not had a huge impact on the game, is scaling up, has, I believe, 2 item power spike right now with the safety of a shield bow, so is scaling into that roaming and side laning monster that Cloud9 do need from him, but it's really hard to outscale a Gwen.
Yeah.
Plus, Gwen has some really strong team fighting opportunities for being frontline, whereas Akshan, you have to play the fight a lot more.
Oh, CLG's going in, and they got a lot of damage on C9, but no kills just yet. Isles is going to be the first to die. Jenkins goes underneath the turret, and Jenkins finds 2. 3-for-1 trade, CLG.
All right, this one, they got to blow it wide open. CLG able to find the pick in the jungle, and Jenkins right through the tower. The Gwen picking up 2 in the aftermath. Perfect needlework right through both of them. Able to get some money onto him, and he is going to scale into a monster. This is after he already has Riftmaker. He's going to slingshot right ahead. It is enough time for C9 to try and respond for the Dragons. Again, the Dragons stacking is kind of their out for this game. But here's another look at them trying to go into Fog of War. Poom gets hooked in this time, but it doesn't matter. The double engage of a Vex and a Rakan. So much burst damage there. Luger's ultimate finding the two, softening them up so that Jenkins can get both of them. The range of the needlework with the Q on the front line there too. Snip, snip, finds the extra 2 kills. Here's the reset we're looking for, though.
Look at that damage.
Goose egg, and we wanted to see big things from the Akshan. That was not big things.
Nope.
Was not there.
And we got 2,500 damage from the Vex in the previous fight. Now, of course, this is going to be the third Drake of the game for Cloud9, so they now pose the threat of Soul for every subsequent Dragon. That next fight will be happening just after the 25-minute mark. CLG still has their 3,000 gold lead. They're still feeling good about their ability to make things happen. They've got the Gale Force plus Rapid Fire Cannon here on the Jinx. Once Luger gets that third item, once that Infinity Edge is online, then C9's really sweating.
And just the range of their engage. We keep hammering it home. All these Cloud9 members are so squishy. When you are wielding Vex Rakan, some of the longest range and quickest engage opportunities that exist in League of Legends today, it's basically just set up your picks. As long as you have some Fog of War to work with, you have a very high percentage chance of grabbing someone. And then you just have to worry about the burst damage in return and getting blown up in response. Blabber, if he gets the kickoff quickly, can put a big stop to it, and Fudge has been pretty quick on the shockwaves as well. Remember the previous time around Dragon where Poom gets 100-0.
Okay, Cloud9. Grouped up as 5 right now. Of course, it only looks like they're grouped up as 4. Darshan creeping around here, camouflaged near the terrain. Remember, it lasts indefinitely as long as he doesn't leave that nice use of the immunity frame from Contracts.
Look at this route from Jenkins. He's got a clear route up towards mid lane, so Cloud9 realized they do not have enough warding for their flanks, retreating after that attempt. Sven and Fudge both have their flashes, though, so at least the carries have the extra summoner spell to avoid getting reset on. The Doomsday scenario where Jenkins flanks you, then you also have the engage of Palafox Poom coming up the middle and resets for both Jinx and Viego.
Monk the W.
Yeah, exactly. So as soon as you realize, oh, we don't have our perfectly warded flanks, you have to call it off because there's so many angles that CLG can come at you from, and one mistake does mean tremendous rewards for CLG. 3 minutes left on the Dragon Soul fight, and that is going to be the hopes and dreams of Cloud9. Getting to that point without giving up too much territory so that they would be able to try and cash in, basically.
Exactly. It's a huge power spike to grab that soul for them. It puts them back in a really close contest there with CLG, where CLG just feels like they are definitely the ones deciding things right now. Cloud9 very much in reaction mode. You got the stopwatch up and running here for Fudge, so he's got some outplay potential with that one. Again, a good opportunity to stop some of those resets that you're talking about. Serelda's Grudge completed on the Varus. You've also got him almost up to the point of the fully charged Muramana, but still not quite there. That is one of the problems for Varus compared to some of the other tier stackers, is he stacks it more slowly because he doesn't have a spammable spell. So that one's going to take a little bit more time to come online, but should definitely be there in time for the Drake fight.
Yeah, that's a really big power spike. Looking for 360. Stacks on it. Does have plenty of DPS ready to go once that one transforms. Look at the harder job though. The fight over the vision. They've got Lantern to work with. They have Orianna Ball to work with. They need to poke and prod as cautiously as possible. Because again, no main tank this time around with Darshan playing Akshan. They have to play the vision game.
Contracts walking away. C9 still looking to get whatever damage they can. Yes, Ven lands a piercing arrow, but again, this Varus is not that far ahead. Oh, nice steal from Contracts. Cheeky there.
A little bit of a flex here as the rest of Cloud9 won't be able to punish anybody, even though you see 3 lanes exposed. CLG doing a good job pushing all 3 lanes.
Yeah, Jenkins is bottom. Nobody else is here.
Yep. Luger just finished up in mid as well, so pressure all 3 lanes, plus taking away the jungle camps. You're checking your boxes here for CLG, leading up to the big moment, Flowers.
Yeah.
Here it is, 1 minute ahead of the objective. You've got to recall, you've got to get your pinks now. This is the timing. It gives you enough time to recall and get back out to fight for positioning for your wards before this dragon gets there.
Okay, we got some pink wards on the side of Cloud9, pink wards on the side of CLG. Cosmic Drive done for the Gwen. There's your 2-item power spike. You've also got the Storm Razor completed on Darshan, so that means he's got 2 items here as well. Top laners round about the same spot. Big difference in junglers, however, as Contracts has his Sterix completed and Blabber does not. That shield is often the difference between life and death for these junglers when they go in. So Blabber has his work cut out for him here. No stopwatch on that Lee Sin either. Darshan creeping around the side here. He's going to see Poom.
Should go.
Doesn't go after him. Thinks maybe somebody else is there. Does not want to end up inting it away. Knows that this soul is very important.
Notice that CLG do a good job pushing that mid wave first as well to gain entrance. Top, mid, bottom, all pushing for CLG, preempting this objective spawn, giving them great positioning and flank.
Here we go. Poom with a 3-man knock-up, and the follow-up is there this time. Cloud9, your fight is already over. CLG slam them 3-0.
And it's a White Flowers, all the build up for this. CLG are gonna fight back in this one. They defy the soul points. They wipe Cloud9 off the map. They can turn their sights towards Baron, but they want to chase down Blabber first, get that jungler off of the map. If they take him down with the delayed respawn timer compared to the rest of his team.
Oh, Blabber, that was an int, brother. That's not a good look. Darshan seeing if there's anything to salvage from this. He's going rogue. He's looking for the opportunity. He finds 2 of them, but that's 1 too many. The heroic swing comes out, and he gets the first kill. Shutdown goes through, but he can't quite take down Jenkins as well. 1-for-1 trade, while the rest of CLG will take Baron.
Would have been pretty sick if you pulled off the 2v1 there. Those are the highlights we want to see from an auction game, but he expected to only find a single member, and it's still going to be Baron buff on 4 members. Palfox won't receive his because of the 1v2 opportunity, and he goes down, but the rest of the team wearing purple should be enough for CLG to finish up these inner turrets. They should be able to crack some of these inhibitors, and look at it. Again, as we talk, all the pushing for CLG, every single side lane. Poom had already been hovering around bottom. They go straight up the middle. You have lightning fast engagements. Vex plus Rakan, quickest in the game right now. Just easily switch there for CLG. And what a turnaround from game number 1.
Yeah.
Jenkins fully scaled here on the Gwen, picking up the kills. He is a monster in the side lanes now with the Gwen. All you need is the Rift Maker plus Cosmic Drive. You can chase anyone down, chop them up, but also with the safety and the playmaking of the stopwatch, and Zhonya's coming in here. Should be effortless for CLG with this Baron buff to 4-1 and crack inside the extra turrets.
Yeah, they've got a 7,000 gold lead. Baron for the next 2 minutes. It's CLG's game to lose. Cloud9 has to find some way to dig in and defend here. CLG only has 1 tier 2 turret left to take. Poom has already popped the quickness, and he goes in looking for Fudge. Immediately gets the stasis out of the Cloud9 mid laner. Fudge survives, but the tier 2 will not. CLG's gonna build that lead even further, taking down that structure, and they got their eyes set on the base.
Plenty of time to work with as well. 3 more minion waves worth of Baron buff. Jenkins goes down mid lane. He's looking to usher this one up. The waves are desynced pretty heavily. If he had waited a little bit and let that wave actually just sit there and have the minions move up, looks like if he's able to clear out this one, they could try and time them accordingly to crash on top and crash in mid. But because Sven clears out the mid one, it's just going to be a single arm of pressure. That's enough for Luger to get a couple of rockets on the turret, though, knocking that one down to half, and then Jenkins will slip right in to do the same.
Jenkins just chopping away at that turret, has it down to just over half HP. Baron still on for another 50 seconds. Cannon minions, 2 of them piled up here in mid. Isles just gonna flay them back so they can kill those things a little bit faster. CLG has no intentions of leaving all the way, though. They're just waiting for the minion waves to push up here. Contracts sitting around in the mist, seeing if somebody will walk too close. The Cloud9's playing it safe.
And I like it. This is the syncing that we're talking about, because the mid lane goes straight up, a shorter distance travel goes there quicker, and so just waiting around to try and sync them up so they crash at the same time, make C9 defend 2 points at once. It's just a slight optimization, so you have more opportunity to hit the towers, and they get both
of them. And now can they get anything else? Contracts, again, using the invulnerability frame there on the ulti to get himself away and make sure he doesn't get picked off. Jenkins continues to pressure the mid lane. CLG playing this really nicely. It'll be over 4,000 gold that they got from their Baron power play by the time it expires. Their overall lead, over 9,000 now.
Yeah, and because of the setup, it's just so difficult for Cloud9 to hang their game plan on anything other than picking off estranged members of CLG. If someone is walking alone by themselves through the jungle, and you're able to get a surprise pick, there's an opportunity. You do have a level 16 Orianna, so Fudge can actually have a pretty big impact with the Shockwave if you find someone. Darshan's Uxin already going to be hunting around to try and find those opportunities, but it is a bit difficult for this team. They have plenty of damage, just you have to have perfect setup to be able to make that happen and not give over counter kills. Sven walking through the jungle actually gets zapped, which is a huge chunk. Nice dodge there from Luger. Uses the Gale Force to dodge out on the ultimate.
All right, let's see how quickly CLG can go about ending this game, because it feels like it's just a formality at this point. They do want to make sure they deny this Drake. They don't want to give away that soul. That is one of the only ways Cloud9 could claw their way back into this game. So CLG will patiently force them out and secure the Drake first. But after that, there's 2 exposed inhibitors in the Cloud9 base, and they're all ripe for the CLG team.
Yeah, it's basically blunder insurance. If you make a blunder trying to end the game, you don't want the slingshot comeback to be a possibility there for Cloud9, cashing in on Soul. Regardless, now they've kind of afforded themselves. I would honestly say they could make a blunder and still be in a good position.
Yeah.
Although obviously you don't want to make one. Mid lane and top side are open. Should probably be a little bit more cautious and just 4-1. But they are trying to spread to all 3 lanes, and that gives an opportunity for Cloud9.
Oh, here goes Darshan. He tries to find the comeuppance on Luger, but he can't quite get it in time. They will both die together. Luger and Darshan traded as Cloud9 managed to find an extra one on top, taking out Poom. Meanwhile, it's Contracts and Jenkins saying, you can kill our guys, but we're going to kill your base. Mid lane inhibitor's gone. Top lane inhibitor's gone. Huge map pressure advantage here for CLG.
Yeah. I still think, all things said and done, a little bit more caution and maybe doing 4-1 instead of pushing all 3 just towards the exposed inhibitors with the lead that CLG have and the length of the engage they can go for with Poom, with Palafox. They've got such a massive advantage. They can just kind of smash them over the head with it, with all the extra gold. But Cloud9 very happy to get at least the pickoff on bottom side. Yes, it's incredibly difficult to fight a scenario where Baron is back out on the map and you're missing 2 inhibitors mid and top, so you constantly have to deal with the homework of clearing out super minions pushing into your base.
Yep.
But they got a bit of gold cashing in on those kills on bottom side, and I think it could have been a worse scenario if it just came straight up mid.
Darshan again creeping around here in the jungle, utilizing the power of his camouflage to just try and get whatever extra information he can find. Baron is now back alive. CLG's players died at just the right time. They respawned about 10 seconds before it did, so they're ready to go.
And as Cloud9, why they're kind of happy with getting those 2 kills in exchange for inhibitors is they've got, again, the long-range Varus poke that is now online. So he's 3-item poke Varus. Plus the Orianna, fishing around for vision. Darshan constantly sneaking through. And they know they're at a huge disadvantage, but they are sneaking around to try and find those opportunities while the gold will continually march towards them. If they are able to defend long enough for those to respawn and not give up the Baron to CLG, which is going to be a very difficult task.
Oh, Sven! He's in trouble here. Contract's going in for him. Jenkins and Poom coming up right behind as Palafox has found his way into the back line and looks for Fudge. He won't get the reset just yet, but they will find a kill onto Isles instead. Traded 1-for-1 with the CLG support. Sven gets snipped, and he's gone. Cut right away from Summoner's Rift. And it's a CLG fight, 2-for-1. They'll head right back over to Baron.
And critically, the poke, the range damage that can come over the back of Baron Pit is gone. Varus is dead. Fudge is chunked out. He has no flash either to walk back over. So that is a huge win for CLG. Kind of the final step that you have to take. Now with 2 inhibitors plus a Baron buff to bolster your pushing, it is so easy to play the entire 3 lanes, push all the way up to the base, close the loop here on Cloud9, and finish what you started. You have your engage opportunities ready. There are very few defenses that C9 can muster. And apart from them jumping out on the map super early and trying to, pick somebody from CLG who's moving ahead of the rest of the squad, it is going to be the Hail Mary.
It's looking grim for the side of Cloud9 right about now, but CLG has done a wonderful job responding here in game number 2 after the poor game number 1 they had.
Yeah, let's review, because game number 2 is so much cleaner for them. From the very start of the game, Contracts focusing on bottom side. Luger and Poom earn their own advantages, getting their 2v2 kill onto Isles and Sven, and then Contracts visiting down there multiple times to play off this bottom lane and trying to deny some resources and this control of this side of the map from Cloud9. They're able to play off bottom lane, mid constantly roaming there with Palafox on the Vex and threatening. Plus, Jenkins scaled really well this time around, gave up a couple of stray deaths on some map movements, but CLG so much better this time around in game number 2. Very well-deserved position that they're at in this game right now, where you just got to topple it over. 1 tower left before they get right up to the Nexus turrets and march on into the base. Jenkins has those mid minions moving nicely. Super minion heading straight up. Tower's almost gone.
Well, Luger did lose half HP to a single arrow coming out from Sven. They got to be aware of that, but they don't even need to. Blabber is gone, and boom, baby, y'all better run scared, because here comes Vex. CLG, they're going for the throat, they're going for the win, and they're going to game number 3 as they find their revenge. A triple kill. Jinx is no stranger to those, and we're going for the Nexus. See y'all in game 3.
Powder, powder, powder. Luger shows up, the rest of CLG shows up, entire team victory there. Really nice bounce back. It's good to see in a best of series, They did get slammed really hard in game number 1, but strong mental by the entire team, especially Jenkins.
Yup.
After the beating that he received. So we are going to a game number 3, baby. We called it.
We did.
Talking about we're going to be the ones giving you more games today. Get some of those upset wins. Keep them coming.
That's what I like to see, man. We get to go to the 3rd game. Everything else, we were talking about like how a lot of the quarterfinals coming into it, a lot of people were probably expecting a bunch of these to be 2-0s, and we've been able to see some 2-0s thus far. Now, granted, some of those 2-0s were more expected than others.
What's the name on this 2-0?
Yeah, exactly. But hey, we're going to 3. CLG have answered back, and they're keeping those lock-in dreams alive. We're going to toss things over to the State Farm analyst desk to talk a little bit more about it.
Damn right, Captain Flowers. Our first 3-game best of 3 in the quarterfinals.
There we go.
And it comes at the hands of CLG. Palafox said in his interview, "Don't count us out. We are the kind of team that can surprise and take down Cloud9." They do it here in game 2, and they push us to that 3rd and final game.
They did it through their bot lane.
They did it through the
is
bot
what
lane.
we wanted. I love this bot lane.
Woo!
They're crazy contesting the 2v2. I love it.
And we're going to get to all the great stuff that they did in the bot lane. I will say, though, I think we need to take a quick pit stop in Champions Select and call out what a wildly different-looking draft this is from Cloud9 to what their first game was and how it didn't necessarily impress.
Yeah, I think LS is co-streaming these games, so I didn't hear his opinion on the lot less focus of scaling in front-to-back team fighting compared to the first game. I have to assume he wasn't happy. Varus, Akshan, Lee Sin, a lot more early game oriented and focusing on skirmishing and trying to push advantages in lanes.
Yeah, and just in general, in ease of execution, we've seen this from 100 Thieves comps, having Jinx and Varus, just anything where it comes to, you just get that first kill, and that first possession, you could just snowball it from there. And they even double down. I mean, this is, I think, the 2nd win that we've seen from Palafox's
Vex.
So big thumbs up on that one. And I mean, it was just, there were a lot of team fights where it was just played to perfection. So
Varus getting picked up. We know it's a favorite of Sven down there in the bot lane, but again, wasn't played to brilliant effect. In fact, it was that CLG bot lane that gets the first kill.
Well, I think it's exactly like Raz says, right? If you're going to be contesting the 2v2 this early, as soon as they get these kills in lane, that shifts the dynamic of the lane automatically over to the Jason Rakan.
And that was a small mistake there by Isles. The Rocket AoE got them to level 2 faster than I think he knew it would happen because he starts position aggressively. And then just Poom and Luger just have this understanding of when they want to go and they double flash in. They try and snowball so hard through bot lane. It wasn't perfect the entire time. Luger got sniped one time, but they at least know their identity as a team.
And we've seen this from CLG already in this tournament, where once they do get these advantages, they do recognize in their compositions, this is where we need to play around. We saw it from the TF game, and then we saw it from their bot lane performance here.
I mean, just taking a look at this early game, and I mean, it's just spotless from Luger. He's playing exceptionally, and I mean, as you can see throughout this game, they kept going towards the bottom side of the map because he's just their win condition, and it came out to fruition.
Yeah, that was first for 80 carries, but he was also close to first for everyone in the league. In terms of early game playmakers and who you can play around to get your team kickstarted, Poom and Luger are looking like some of the best options in the entire LCS right now.
Yeah, exactly. You can't ignore the fact that it is the two of them as a duo. And yes, we've called out a few of the mistakes. Hey, I would rather see those and have them keep trying at those big plays, those winning plays for CLG, and have the faith that they will workshop it into a place of consistency by later into the season. Let's take a look at a massive team fight, though, here. The Vex engage. Love to see it out of Palafox.
It's huge when it works out. I know the previous team fight where you couldn't get his ultimate off, they were stuffed and lost the kill, but when you were able to hit it, especially when the Rakan is getting chased out, I was like, wait a minute. This is a perfect look. Poom just goes, and the follow-up is there. So it's beautiful to see the coordination work out for CLG.
So I am very much not sold on Akshan so far, as we've seen it here in the LCS. Granted, it has only been Cloud9 so far that has pulled it out, but to losses in those cases.
They won the first game.
Or they won, or sorry, he just got dumpstered in lane.
It wasn't
That's what I'm remembering.
It was an
Apologies.
impressive.
He did not
like an
He did
L.
not play a role in that
I'm
victory,
just
I
saying,
guess, is
the
maybe the
win
way I
rate.
should have said it.
Statistically, you're right.
So I'd like to see them move away from that in game number 3 as they hop back over to the blue side. But that's kind of where I actually want to take the approach of, with them returning to the sides from game number 1 and Cloud9 having picked up that victory, the Corki obviously played a massive role as the first pick in that draft case. So is it as simple as a ban here coming out of the CLG side, or is there a better trade opportunity for them in giving that away?
Not so much. I liked C9's creativity in their draft. I think the problem with this one is that it just wasn't coherent. Specifically, when I see Poke Varus, I was happy to see Poke Varus come into the LCS. But a lot of the times, internationally, when you see Poke Varus, it works with either Corki, Zoe, Jace, something so there's a follow-up to that poke, right? That there's actually, so you have that, and the Orianna can be used for a hyper carrier or something that you can play more front to back. So in terms of like a direction for this composition, there really wasn't much post early game. So that's just what I would like to see, something where there is a general direction with the comp.
For me, looking at the CLG side of it, banning the Corki this time on red side, I would love to see that. And I really like them in these kinds of press R team comps. Like this was Rakan go in, group them up for the Vex AoE to then hit everyone with the fear. Like that was kind of how it was built to work. Things like Camille Galio could work as well because we see how good Palafox is at working around his team. Something like that, I think, is what I want to see them go for here in game 3.
Yeah, and then I think the difference between these teams is I have a lot more faith in C9 in terms of mid to late, right? So if they do go for a scaling composition, I think they should be able to close out the series because of that. Whereas when we see CLG, I think they're great in games like this, right? Where even when they make mistakes, they know exactly where they want to target off of early advantages they do get. So if they have a team composition where they can get early advantages, specifically through bot 2v2, I'm going to keep harping on it because Poom and Luger are so good. They should be able to snowball the game from there, even if they make mid to late mistakes.
Speaking of that, get rid of Jinx for Luger. My God. He's got it every single game but one, which was the
Put him back on the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, if you can knock him onto the Kog'Maw, great. I don't think he's going to go back there,
No,
but
I
at least
don't
get
think
the Jinx out of his hands. He looks like the best Jinx in the league right now.
Yeah, totally fair, totally fair. We saw a bit of that stubbornness that we talk about with Cloud9 in the late game in this second game, even though it was a loss. Couple moments where it almost slipped away from CLG, you know, people getting run down in side lanes, and that would be my fear in a game number 3 if Cloud9 does take a very stable scaling composition, is that CLG, they're not afforded too many opportunities to make mistakes and still come out with the win.
Exactly, which A, I'm happy that it is going the distance to a third game, but B, what does matter is the losing team, how long they can hold on. Because if they can hold on, if they can stagnate it, this one, they were too damn close to a soul. Then it does actually doesn't bode well for CLG, so I want to see if they can learn with the limited time that they have from now to the last game of the series.
You also mentioned just the Dragon Soul there. We had a brief conversation off camera kind of around, C9's objective control, Drake specifically. Mark, I'm going to hand it to you because I think you were the one with the stat offhand, or was that you, Emily? Who had the
It was
stat
81%.
81%. So,
Or,
I mean...
this was mid-game, so I don't know if it changed it.
Of course. But it just goes to illustrate again that this team operates very well around those global objectives. And it was that Dragon fight that CLG was able to, win this game off of. And so I have a feeling we're going to be kind of isolating that bot river again to figure out where the breaking point for this next game will be. The series, though, it's all tied up. When we return, we'll see if Cloud9 or CLG can take it all and push themselves to a semifinal. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, League of Legends fans. It's time for game number 3. Here for the first time in our lock-in quarterfinals. We're getting to see one of these go the distance. CLG bounced back against Cloud9 in game number 2. Now C9 is back on the blue side. Winner take all. Whoever loses here, they're done. They can watch next week from home. The other teams going on to play in the best of 5s next weekend. It's Gwen and Akali banned out by Cloud9. They are taking a very similar strategy to what we saw in game number 1. Target that champ pool for Jenkins. Target the Twisted Fate as well because it's so good for Palafox. The other side is going to look very similar. It's Caitlyn and Olaf both still banned, but this time CLG is removing that Corki from the pool too.
And if you're not picking the Jinx early away from CLG, then what's to stop Luger and Poom from running it back? Flabber gets the early Xin. Now, I really, really think that Trundle is insanely good against Xin. Does so many good things. Yes, Xin has some good early ganking power, but Xin has been so highly prized across the world. One of the highest presence from the top 4 regions, actually the highest presence champion. And yet Trundle with Pillar can put him in so many bad spots. With the ultimate and with Red Smite can even duel him. So I think there are a lot of good options, even though there's such a high priority on getting Xin Zhao. Because of the time you can buy with your ultimate, you can gank early and play frontline later for team fights. I think that it should be, answered pretty seamlessly by the rest of the teams. But already, even without the ban towards Jinx, we have a divergence. CLG are going for the double poke lane. They're the ones that want supreme poke power in the bottom side. You have such good range with these two. Karma can take over brush control very early on as a support. And then you can throw your Qs to try and get harassment. Yes, the mantra Q does a lot there, but also helps out with the wave pushing for Ezreal, which sometimes the Ezreal can struggle with. So with this duo, you get long range annoying poke, you get control of the wave as well, you get brush control. It's just, there's so many good things here. And CLG, I like that they are now daring and putting the emphasis on Cloud9 to play the Jinx and come up with some playmaking off Thresh.
Right, this is a mirror of game number 1 almost, because remember that it was Cloud9 having the Ezreal and the Karma. It was CLG with a Jinx and a Lulu. But this time around, it'll be Jinx Thresh versus that instead. So you're going to have more engaged power. You're going to have more of a threat for the all-in against the Ezreal Karma here with what Cloud9 has. CLG saying, all right, game number 2 looked really good for contracts here on the Viego. Let's run that back.
Yeah, he definitely had a good focus on bottom side, constant ganks there, escape from any dangerous opportunities. It was a much better game from contracts individually, and that's what you're going to have to match here, because the way that Jinx Thresh can combat a lot of this advantage in poke from Ezreal Karma is with Xin Zhao jungle pressure, trying to take away some of the space for them. Into the solo lane bans, though, as is so common nowadays. Jungles and bottom lane picks in 1, 2, 3 for both teams. This leaves them the opportunity to further whittle down on the Fudge champion pool. Both sides actually taking shots at mid lane. Thus far, we really have seen Fudge respond to basically everything that has been thrown at him. I've definitely been impressed by his early transition towards mid lane.
Well, we're not getting any Corki, we're not getting any Victor, we're not getting any Orianna this time around here in the mid lane. I know,
I'm always... fear time. Then,
right? No, don't you put that evil on me. No.
They actually just played it in Korea as well.
Please no. I'm like, Prage, no Azir. Okay, Sion's banned out now too. CLG remembering what happened with that blue side top lane Sion there in game number 1. They don't want to deal with that again. Let's see what Cloud9's last ban is going to be. Do they want to continue to further target that mid lane pool? Remember that in game number 1, they banned out Kassadin, which is not a super common ban. We'll see if they want to go for something similar here again.
In that one, they were trying to protect their Corki pick, because Kassadin does also scale super well, but then can put pressure on him with the jumps. So banning away the possible split push opportunity there with the Camille pick for Jenkins. And they really did, chop down a lot on the Jenkins options. That right off the bat, Gwen, they're like, okay, we're not giving them that a second time. He scaled quite nicely and had a pretty smooth early stage. Just a couple of transition kills early on. Finally, two things. There are 2 solo laners that have been very suspiciously left up in a lot of LCS games and even a lot of LEC games. The LeBlanc in mid lane and the Renekton in top lane. 2 early game, kill-oriented, pressure solo lane champions that have been left up constantly. Now, finally, we get to see it picked. Paolo Fox, I'm happy to see, is one of the players to do it. He's received a lot of assassin bans early on for the reason that these are the types of champions that he really did make his name for himself and has climbed every time he's gone over to Korea. When he goes over to boot camp for solo queue, sometimes with the team, sometimes just on his own, starts to climb really high with. So I'm very excited to see him with the LeBlanc, something he actually put pressure on. The Malzahar is a very common answer, though. Similar to a Lissandra, it's one of the unexciting yet stable answers to LeBlanc, because you have the spell shield, you can avoid a lot of the opportunity for engage. And big one is just point and click CC versus LeBlanc. Shuts her down so much, not only for team play, but also later in the game.
Hey, Malzahar is just the mage version of Skarner. He's purple, he suppresses you, and he takes no skill. That's why I like it. I'm cool with Malzahar. I think Malzahar is great. And we got the Akshan, they're running that
You
one
and
back
Malzahar
again.
are homies.
Yeah, we're cool. We're hanging out
in the same pod.
The little creatures he summons, they're like little baby Skarner-looking things if you sort of squint your eyes a little bit. Over on the other side, though, the last pick of the draft for CLG is an Aatrox in top lane for Jenkins.
Maybe we make you a Malzahar skin where the little voidlings are little Skarners. little
Yeah, that could work.
Scuttling around.
I would buy that, Riot. I would buy it.
I'm interested to see how this counter pick from Jenkins actually works out into the auction, because to me it screams more of a team pick, not a lane counter pick into auction. Yes.
Is that how I'm supposed to say it? Auction?
Yeah.
Okay. My bad.
It's such the more correct way.
Okay. I got that. That's downloaded now.
Yeah, to go for it. But again, we all say Darshan, which is the English pronunciation of his name. That's not how you're actually supposed to say Darshan. But because everyone has said it for 10 years.
So we have the chance to say it right this time because he's a new champion.
Exactly. I'm still saying Darshan. I'm not changing my pronunciation
All
there.
right, we're on the same.
We'll say
as long as we're on the same page. Okay.
All right, let's get into the game, and we're going to get to see another Darshan auction.
All righty.
Let's see if we can correct our viewing experience here.
We are trying to fix our monitor right now. Pardon us. Which button do you think makes it?
I'm going to leave it small like this.
Why are you doing that? You're not the one who has to cast a team fight off of it. I'm going to make it big. Uh-oh. That was not.
All right. The IT Flowers. Let's see if Flowers hand at his IT. The viewers are not going to experience this at all. This is purely for us.
What do you think snap means?
At Caster Desk right now. All right, we're going to...
Nope, that wasn't right.
Give you some viewers here. All right, let's get into this.
What about grid?
I think whenever... look for like a blow up magnifying glass or something. We see any plus signs now?
Oh wait, hold on.
Hold on. Some key bindings here we can go for.
Hold on, hold still.
I can start doing random
hold
alt
still
keys.
first. Oh no, wait, hold on.
Nah, that's wrong.
I gotta use this.
So if everything goes black right now or explosions start shooting out, that's all Flowers.
It's my fault. I was trying to draw a crown on your head. But
I thought that the production was going to start like changing the color of the screen to troll you and make you think that you had been clicking the wrong.
Oh, I would have believed it. I got trolled.
Yeah, but regardless, they're going to have a smaller experience here.
All right, either way, I'll cast off of the other screen, or maybe this super tiny one. I don't really know what's going on. Anyway, we're about to jump into game number 3. Remember, this is the last one of the series. If you win here, you get to go on and play next weekend. If you don't, you don't. So CLG back on the red, Cloud9 back on the blue. Everybody running out, and once again, it's CLG grouping up at level 1, trying to see if they can find anything extra here before the minions spawn.
One cool thing in this like little mini view that we have, it gives the XY coordinates of the position of wherever I click.
How is that useful?
I just said it was cool. I didn't say it was useful.
Well, normally if someone's cool, you're like, oh, here's why it's cool.
I can tell you that Contracts currently is at 154 and negative 126 on the XY. And Z is 0, obviously, because it's not jumping up. So Z axis is clear.
Do you think Pantheon actually goes to Z when he jumps in the air?
Yeah.
Wait, does he?
Yeah.
That's Pog. Oh, never mind. We got a play coming out. Blabber tries to get away and has to flash level 1.
Also, it's kind of funny. In creating the animations, some of the champions have insane Z-axis changes to make the animation actually look normal for you for your isometric view. I know that Jace, specifically, when he goes hammer to the skies, jumps like 30 feet into the air.
Wait, really?
But because we're isometrically looking down, it looks so normal. It looks like a regular jump. But if we like had a different camera angle and you could see the full Z-axis change, it would be wonky.
Dude, I'm so glad people like listening to me talk. I could never figure this stuff out. This is so complicated. Hey, bless up to everybody behind the scenes and make the game actually function. Now let's see how this top side goes, because last time around, we scaled up to the point where Jenkins was able to just have a lot of impact there in the fights. The rest of the team was doing great, but Darshan early on can command a lot of lane control with his auction pick.
He certainly can. And again, that's why we were kind of talking about the Aatrox being picked in this team for more frontline sort of answer, and having a lot of mobility and stability with the healing to be able to answer there more for team composition rather than actually picking for the 1v1. because Akshan is going to have that oppressive lane regardless. All right, just a quick update too in case anybody cares about our IT situation. We've got help up here, and it was not instantly recognized, so that makes me feel better, Flowers, that it wasn't like a, oh, you idiots. It was just as simple as
I was fully expecting him to come up here and click one button within 3 seconds.
I still am sure that it's one button.
Well, I don't know where the button is.
Boo! There it is.
All right.
I saw where he
clicked. We got it. Thank you, engineers. Y'all are the best. A little bit of...
Guess what?
A lot of love for engineers, but we got a dive coming out as Jenkins is in trouble. He's down to 100 HP and it's first blood over to Darshan, but immediately responded thanks to the TP from Palafox.
And this is the one thing. You may start to get accustomed to making a lot of plays and not having TP responses because of the unleashed changes, but tower dives are where you still can get paid, and it does not hurt CLG seemingly at all there. Because they both have teleport ready, all you have to do is lane swap. Palafox, not only does he get the kill credit in the counter kill onto Blabber, also gets the buff, also gets the big minion wave that was stacked up at his turret, and Jenkins gets to go catch mid lane as that was pushed in because Malzahar early levels cannot push, does not have good wave control. So while CLG are, fall down as far as, oh no, Jenkins got first blooded again. Guess what? They come out still almost 600 gold ahead, seamlessly losing almost nothing on the top lane death there. And Jenkins pulls out the magic trick. Haha, now I'm mid lane.
Feels good, man.
Thought you had me. Doesn't even matter because now Palafox's turbo fed LeBlanc. He gets the double stacked wave on top side. I would actually favor funneling money into LeBlanc in this scenario because you can have a really early power spike here, burst damage, roaming around with contracts.
And talking about contracts, he's farming the whole time. There's an 800, well, it shrunk down to 500 now that the wave crashed, but there's a pretty big lead in the jungle here. 3 camps for the Viego because, hey, he didn't have anything else to do. Might as well just farm it on up.
Yeah, the opportunity cost always of junglers that you have to consider when going for those early ganks is the time farming, which is huge. So while for CLG, hey, we don't actually lose that much for our laners. We just exchange lanes for them. You actually used another resource on the side of Cloud9, which is obviously your jungler, to pull the play off. And so that's where they lost so much. That's where Contracts punishes them, and rightfully so. Moves in for a little bit of extra vision on the bottom side after his recall. Gets the early Sheen buy for Viego. So tons of burst damage here ready for him. And it's painful for Xin because now Blabber, you lost so much time in map control when going for that dive and actually getting killed, and Contracts punishes you. If you go into the side that Contracts is hovering on, then you get hit with the Spectral Maw, red buff Viego, level up on you. You can't get away. You're Xin with no flash for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be a little while.
And you have to give up so much extra control. Palafox, meanwhile, level 6 LeBlanc.
Oh, they're in some trouble here mid. CLG's going after it yet again. Contracts trying to come in there. The Spectral Maul has already missed. Fudge and Isles trying to get away. Fudge has no flash left to try to escape further. Contracts continuing the chase. Palafox right behind him. Fudge still trying to get out, but Contracts is hungry. He goes for the death sentence, but just barely doesn't have the range.
And let's go over the thinking into it. Here comes Darshan down to the river, though.
Contracts, he's knocked up into the air. Auction gets the first kill, and now it's going to be Poom number 2. Blabber takes that one, and Cloud9 responds.
There we go. Flowers, we wanted to see some good Akshan plays coming out in last game. Here's what you get. You get him full wave control topside, constantly pushing in the Aatrox, so it results in the first move down river. And regardless of what is a good play from CLG, playing off their Fed LeBlanc, and their Viego that has extra camp lead towards mid lane and forcing the kill here, they chase so far into the jungle that Darshan gets to answer. Picks up 2 kills on the Akshan. This is the game where we get to put his name in lights. Game number 1, Sion, he absolutely demolished Jenkins and by extension, the rest of CLG. Another hook though finds
Poom! What are you doing, buddies? Ven's getting paid, that's for sure. Another free kill over to C9.
Cloud9 on fire now with a lot of these answered plays. Up through the river, Isles finds the hook onto Poom. Payment received. Level 6 Malzahar.
Oh, Malzahar, baby! Palafox tries to get out, but Blabber's ready to go. Wind becomes lightning. Point and click. That's all it takes, man. Malzahar gets it done.
Budge has got this mid lane thing on lock, you know. Pick the Malzahar, boom! A little bit facetious there, but the reason it went so awry last time, Cloud9, he was only level 5. They were trying to send 3 members to help him push the last wave up to be able to secure that safety, and CLG punished him. This time around, though, half health Palafox goes in for it, and you get hit with the R counterplay. Malzahar ult allows Blabber to go finish up the kill because there's no flash on Palafox, nowhere for him to go.
All right, CLG have found themselves now at a bit of a deficit. 1,500 gold lead for C9. They're going to try to defend their own red buff. Contracts does successfully steal it and uses the Hallowed Mist to get away, so at least he's got that going for him. But when you're looking at that gold over there, man, those top 3 spots are all C9. Darshan having a good time up here against Jenkins as well. Jenkins does have a decently close amount of farm, but once Darshan gets this wave here that's about to crash, he will be about 2 waves ahead.
Yeah, definitely pretty good setup here for the red invade with double support and jungle movement.
Goodbye, Malzahar. No ulti on that one. He took Palafox low, but couldn't get enough damage for the kill.
Kill for kill here towards mid lane. No cooldown back here on the Malzahar ultimate. Palafox forces this one on LeBlanc with the chain. Really nice setup from him. Testing a little bit of those damage limits, knows they have a short window before Malzahar ultimate comes back, and you can try and punish that play. You can try and regain some control. This is what people have loved about the new iteration of CLG. In the games, even when they're down in holes, you know, they start to fall behind, they try and fight their way out. They don't try and wait for a way to open up for them. So nice little force there on the LeBlanc. Palafox sets him up, chain lands under turret, and Contracts has no fear, goes under turret to capitalize on it. With this Rift Trail getting started out, he's going to need one more eye proc to finish it off.
Yep.
But it looks like since Akshan here, Darshan continues to push in top side, the early control from those solo laners will allow him to finish it off without an answer from CLG.
Luger gets out of the way of those flame chompers before they arm. Sven trying to catch him out a little bit there. Needed another fraction of a second. But now the exhaust down onto the Cloud9 AD carry means CLG's ready to go in and look for a little bit more. True Shot Barrage barely clips Isles but misses Sven. And C9's able to get back to their turret. Now rotating multiple players up here into the top side. Looking for another potential dive here onto Jenkins. Blabber and Darshan gonna start things off here. They're waiting for Fudge to get there to guarantee that they got it. Jenkins gets away almost, but he's burning down, and it's Fudge getting the fade away kill.
He's got the sticky honey all over his face. Can't get it off in time. And Fudge gets the kill. The sugar, that'll get you in the end, Flowers.
Gotta take care of yourself, man. Gotta eat good.
And Jenkins goes down again. His flash also burned in this play. It's interesting we've had so many games where Cloud9 focus on top side while CLG focus on bottom side. This is actually low health Blabber taking a beating. And Contracts is gonna get paid.
Blabber is executed in his own jungle. The Ruin King finds him and ruins his day. Blabber just wanted to farm up a grump, but Contracts finds his 2nd kill of the game.
I'm liking him so much more on this pick. El Contracto strikes again. Darshan gonna stop his back though. And Akshan actually has execution in the ultimate. So if you take one more trade there, it gets really scary. Jenkins walks down though.
Yep. Jenkins being there was incredibly important to guarantee that Contracts was able to escape. Darshan is now back up in top, feeling just great about how things are looking here. He'll be able to continue farming up just fine. Super Mega Death Rocket finds Luger here in bottom. They got him down to about 300 HP, but he's pretty safe underneath the turret. Sven doesn't have a lot of mana left to play with, but Sven and Isles looking a lot better here in the bottom lane this time around. When you don't die 2v2 at level 2, your lane feels like you got a lot more ground to stand on.
And you don't really die by the Ezreal Karma unless you are just getting outskilled in movement and they just land skill shots repeatedly and you don't respect the positioning there. So well played by them. Good movement up through the river too. Remember Isles bought time to go up and land the hook onto Poom as he was checking for vision. So even when support is linking up with jungle, they've had some decent showings for Isles. And for Sven, farming up, they also cash in, get Jinx paid, tower, plus the kill in the hands of Sven.
Oh,
this
yeah.
man has carried many a fight for C9. And on the Jinx, now is getting enough money to try and do so again.
Contracts and Poom, however, at least have the opportunity to take this first Drake of the game. Very late first Drake. Feels like a throwback to World's first Drakes. Happened in 12 minutes, 13 minutes into the game. But that one does find its way over to the side of CLG.
Yeah, I think this just looks so good for Cloud9 because, like you're talking about, the delayed dragon means your real payout for dragons does not come until you get your soul. The individual bonus for the dragons is kind of pitiful at the moment, and so 2.6k gold lead now for Cloud9, plus a super delayed even possibility of that dragon stacking for CLG, and a composition that is again still relying on poke with LeBlanc plus Ezreal, even though it's at the same amount of poke. Has counterplay like this.
Okay, Palafox tries to get on out of there after Fudge drops the dots on him. Palafox taken pretty low here, down to about 1/3 HP. And I also want to add on even more so with these individual Drake bonuses not being that effective. Remember that that's Chemtech Drake, one of the new ones, which the base ability of it is that it gives you more damage versus higher health targets. This is a game really without tanks, so it's not going to do a whole lot there as we end up having a fight break out. Isles tries to get himself away, but he's going to be killed by Contracts. Now with the resets coming in, Blabber's the one who's got to be careful. Contracts goes back in, but he's going to get mopped up. It's Janitor Sven, baby, and he's ready for everybody except for Luger, who goes right back in to find him. Blabber with a flash forward to take him right back down. 4 dead on the side of CLG.
Huge win for Cloud9. The only one they dropped there is Sven, and he still got 2 kills before going down. So more money onto the Jinx, and Blabber's able to clean up here. Actually, I think the early death there as well for Isles. He just respawned in time. But it's still such a huge play for Cloud9. So Isles the first one to go down. Contracts picks up his body, but the response here is so quick. Blabber creates so much space there on the Xin that Sven gets to walk up, collects 2, triple kill racked up for him, and I believe the LeBlanc had the extra cash in. Luger cuts his time short, but it is still answered by the flash from Blabber, so much money picked up by Sven. If he wasn't set up to carry fights previously, he certainly is now, and that was without Fudge or Darshan being there. So they also, even though they have zeros on the damage graph, pushed in waves to the towers, saw him up at the mid turret, so big wins there for Cloud9. Gold lead balloons to 4K, and now you're worried about the mid-game Jinx in the other hand. Sven gonna show him how it's done.
So let me ask you then, because this does feel so dire, 4,000 gold lead, it's not like we can talk about the Drake Soul being a big counterpoint there. What's the plan for CLG?
Well, the biggest problem is, again, coming back to the counterpick of the Malzahar into LeBlanc. So much of it is for this stage, and it's just made worse that the team is that much ahead. LeBlanc, your late game pattern is trying to pick people off, trying to go for poke combos where you expose yourself by moving up with your distortion. Now, if Fudge ever hits R on you, you'll get melted by the C9 team. And they also have split pushing opportunities with the Uxtion. So unless you catch Fudge out...
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Speaking of a catch out, oh, he tried to get away, but he only found himself in Blabber's waiting arms.
Such a good response here, and this is just going to be more of the same for Cloud9. They're very robust in their setup. Split push here with Darshan. Does actually face check into the brush, and so it costs him a flash, but they've already got the towers that they want down. So they can push on both side lanes there. Fudge on cooldown with the R button can handle a lot of these aggressive champions from CLG. The LeBlanc, the Viego coming in and shut down a lot of those opportunities. What they want to hope for, though, you're looking for hope flowers, and I gave you Doom.
Yeah, I was like, this is some Walmart brand hope here. This is not doing it.
The hope for CLG, is that they can actually land some good skill shots and poke early. If Ezreal can poke off the Malzahar shield or land significant damage onto any of the members, they're all squishy. So, the poke from Luger and even Poom, even though he should be saving Mantra for the shield speed-ups at this stage in the game as you transition into multi-champion play, will actually find lasting rewards. So Luger, they put some emphasis on getting him the Ezreal and Karma lane this time around. They chose to give up the Jinx. Has to repay the team now, has to repay the champion choice with landing a lot of skill shots that add that value, add your poke value before it starts out. Because that's their only advantage there for CLG. The only possible advantage is finding poke first. Otherwise, Cloud9 go for the hard engage, get their resets off for Auction and for Jinx.
Well, we've got Darshan down here in the bottom lane. Everybody's looking towards this second Drake now as it's about to spawn. Blabber's going to find himself in a pretty bad spot, but he is pulled to safety by the Lantern. Poom now trying to get away as C9 moves forward as a 4-man unit. Remember, Darshan is still bottom. He has not started to move yet. Contracts uses the smite there to secure the Scuttle Crab. He does have the next smite coming up here in about 10 seconds. Cloud9 already onto the Drake. They saw him smite it. They know if they burn it down, there's not going to be a smite fight. But now they're turning back onto the enemy instead. Fudge gets the kill on Jenkins. Y'all are disrespecting Malzahar without paying your taxes. That is not a good formula.
How you trying to tax the team that's 6,000 gold behind? That's trying to tax your butler.
I never said taxes are fair.
You're trying to tax your butler here, Flowers. CLG are too poor to pay taxes. Jenkins just gets melted. It's also just the worst scenario. You get some health. You get the steel caps to try and deal with your lane, and you get absolutely melted by a Malzahar ultimate with Leandries. It's just, if you are a health stacking bruiser with no magic resist against that, you actually just get destroyed by that alone. And that's why there's no hesitation from Fudge. He literally has the easiest gameplay for Malzahar ever. It's ult anyone who dares to approach your team.
Yep.
First person, doesn't matter if it's their frontliner because it's just a high health target. You do percentage health damage and they've got no magic resistance. So well done by C9. That's why we kind of deem it a death trap there for CLG to even approach. And it is well executed by Cloud9. They are not playing around here. Game number 3 looks like some serious business for them. They want to move on. They want to get to those semifinals.
I mean, they have a 6,500 gold lead, not even 20 minutes into the game. That is a nightmare for the side of CLG. Contract's trying to stand and fight a little bit here, but C9's ready to look for even more. Fudge has the ulti back up and ready to go. Remember, Palafox has a QSS now, so they can't just do the point-and-click guarantee on him anymore, but he is the only one that has that outplay opportunity. Rift Herald number 2 going to be summoned up here in the mid lane. The minion wave will be cleared out in time, but there's no way to stop this Herald from doing its job. Wham, bam, there you go. Turret falls here in mid. CLG still seeing if Palafox can find anything else on the back end of it. Just a little bit of poke, anything, but it's not quite there. Wind becomes lightning over the wall. He wanted the blue, but he found the top laner. Jenkins doesn't want anything to do with this. Enemy jungler same level as he is, and that just means Cloud9 can steal that one away nice and easy, even donate it over to Fudge.
Yeah, and they also have time to reset and catch their waves. Bottom lane now is just getting up to the turret, so a little bit of gold lost bottom lane, but not a tremendous amount. And Fudge has teleport too, so you can go catch that, no problem. Top side does get up to the tower. Here we go. Can they pull it off quickly?
Oh, Darshan! He stays alive with the shield bow, but Contracts is able to stick to him and get the kill. Now can he get out? Isles and Sven are after him. Gale Force has already been used. Sven, super mega death rocket. Put the highlight on the death. He grabs the kill.
Now I guess the only thing to debate there is, should you go back and pick up the soul or just run straight north and try and escape there? It's definitely hindsight. So we already know with the timing going back to pick it up, you also gain some distance being able to recast R, but the time and the transition over
let's see it again.
Allowing Jinx seeing you. Yeah, this is theoretical.
Yeah, let's theory craft a little bit. Okay.
So they pull off the kill, yes, and you're trying to chase down. Pretty good burst damage here. The only thing they miss is the chain, and that's because Darshan flashed. So Contract still is able to get the ult over the wall. They get this. So they kill him about as quickly as possible, barring something with the flash. Yeah, I think even if he had run straight up, Sven probably still cuts him off.
I never noticed that the rocket is a bouquet of flowers in that skin. You learn something new every day. Anyway, Cloud9's learning how fast they might be able to win this game here. Oh, that's big. QSS from Palafox means that Palafox now no longer has access to his poke pattern if Fudge is nearby for the next 90 seconds.
I was going to say it's convenient. Flowers for the grave of the person you just killed with your ultimate, just exploding all over the ground.
That's cool.
There you go.
Yeah,
there's thought that goes into those skins.
Yeah, dude.
considerate move from Jinx as well.
All right. We also have a change in the itemization here from Darshan in this game compared to how he was playing the auction in the previous one. He did go wits in second item this time
He paid
around.
his taxes
And,
early.
Yep. We've got the QSS up for both solo laners on the side of CLG. Still nothing there for the Viego, but Luger has his too. That means the only targets without their QSSs are the Karma and the Viego.
Yeah. I'm just gonna
get those highlighted. Yeah, there we go.
Since
There
we
we
went
go.
through so much technical difficulty at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we gotta
to get
really
this off the
utilize this
race
thing.
We go ahead and put as much focus
It's very
on
important.
QSSs as possible because it is the single most important thing on a Skarner player's minds.
Yes,
Look
it
at
is.
that item.
It is. This is the one thing that makes suppression balanced and not just the absolute most broken mechanic in League of Legends.
All
Rylai's
right.
Crystal Scepter, second item done here for Fudge. Talking about suppression, the Rylai's now going to make it so whenever those malefic visions bounce around, you're automatically slowing a target. Palafox going to get chased after here by Darshan, who goes in with a comeuppance, and they're ready to chase him down with Isles and Blabber too. Palafox trying to get all the way away. Wind becomes lightning, and here comes Isles. The QSS is back up, but Palafox is burning, and Isles will burn him to death. Ping's coming out onto the Baron now as Cloud9 is ready to keep this lead snowballing.
All right, that's going to be Baron started. No LeBlanc on the map for 30 seconds. There's an unleashed teleport ready for Palafox, but that would be a lot of time. CLG would have to poke them off this Baron and make it reset. They're going to try and do just that. Darshan taking a lot of damage.
Darshan down below half HP, does lose the shield bow there, thanks to the True Shot Barrage, but now they're turning in for the fight. The Baron has been stopped.
They did it.
What happens thereafter? Blabber continuing to lead the charge here. He goes after Jenkins. Zap finds the slow one of the CLG top laner. There's your death sentence. QSS is in, but it's not fast enough. And Sven's able to get the kill. So they miss out on the Baron, but they at least pick up one for their troubles.
Yeah, you got enough time here. Palafox is back, so shouldn't be a restart for Cloud9. They did gain, a bit of gold and some more territory, but I have to caution with the bounties up. You have to be very quick with your resets. A little bit of a change in gameplay with the objective bounties is that you have to be more cautious than previously because there is a decent amount of comeback gold available on the map if you're slow or greedy with your reset timers. So immediately CLG start pushing waves. You kind of push and prod as the team that's behind, and then barring giving up Baron, try and trade a little bit for some of those cash-ins.
Darshan continuing to split down here in this bottom side. You can see he's got the Kerches shard in his inventory, so now it looks like he's working towards that Stormrazor that he got second in the previous match. Palafox finds him down here, but Darshan is going rogue, hiding back on that terrain, utilizing the power of the camouflage. Contracts heading back into his own jungle as Cloud9 will clear out whatever vision they find here in the neutral territory. There's not really anything to fight over in this bottom side river right now except for that Scuttle Crab they just picked up. There's no Drake for the next 2.5 minutes still. Even down here in bottom lane, the tier 2 turret has already been removed because of Cloud9's advantages so far. Isles and Sven now backing away as Contracts goes in, but they got to be careful, man. The box is dropped and Isles is down. Nice pick there for CLG. They're seeing if they can find even more as Luger goes forward, but now they got to be careful. Cloud9's coming in with the backup. Blabber's here in the middle of 4 different players from CLG, but he remains unafraid. Darshan has found an entrance on the side, but is it really the one he wanted? He gets himself away, and now Jenkins is in the middle of 3. CLG's doing everything they can. They're able to find the kill on Blabber. Jenkins tries to get away, but just barely will not. Darshan able to revive Blabber with that as Fudge goes on a killing spree, and Luger is down.
And Sven resets, chases him out of the river, heads right back up to Baron. These are 2 members down for CLG. Reset and heal right back out on the map for Blabber and Isles. This should be a Baron start once again.
That is so huge that the auction passive was able to bring them back to life. You love to see that, bringing your allies back so that the Baron take is as easy as ever.
It's one of the things that people were so worried about on release of the champion is the revive mechanic, and in scenarios just like this where you can reset for these objectives. Because of the execution, Contracts does get caught up, and it's just going to cost them the activation of nothing. There you go.
Hey, activation and nothing. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Either way, that is a Baron for Cloud9 now with nearly a 10,000 gold lead. Darshan's going to try to get away here as Contracts goes after him. Now, Contracts is 2 levels down, but he has backup. Darshan can clear the distance in time, and he will escape.
All right, with Baron now, easy push. You can just move up. There's a teleport ready here on Fudge. He's going to try and get the bottom wave moving first. Here's another look at how it went down.
Right.
Isles does get chunked out first, and they get the reset, but there's such a huge gold lead on Cloud9. Even with their Uxin flanking up and taking a lot of damage on the exit here, they're still able to come out. So, chunk down onto Fudge. They get the spell shield down. They get the flank here, thinking they're going to put some pressure on Luger. They get the exhaust out early. Blabber creates so much space, and Malzahar does get the ultimate cleanse. Jenkins creates the opening here, trying to retain, but let's see. Oh man, the extra little burn there does actually tick down. He had Malzahar on him, plus the ignite burning from Darshan. Those 2 dots finish up the kill and allow the reset from Sven to move right in. Baron buff means
And the
they
thing
can finish it
was,
off.
Blabber was dead, but Contracts was alive, so going for that Baron is still kind of risky if it's not Akshan bringing him back to life. So really good turn of events there for Cloud9 to be able to bring their boy back and look to break the enemy base in half. The mid lane inhibitor is already gone, and they're grouped up as 5 here for the tier 3 turret in bottom. They're going to continue just applying that pressure, applying that damage. Everybody's heading for the hills on the CLG side as Cloud9 is looking to end this game soon. Sven just continuing to be that massive damage source here. Inhibitor down bottom now, 2. Nexus turrets under pressure. Sven just auto-attacking freely. CLG is going to have to make their stand sometime here soon. First Nexus turret's already gone. Second one's the target, but Luger's not even able to participate. Comeuppance is about to channel, looking for the damage here, going around for the angle, but won't be able to find it. Jenkins in the middle of everybody. Contracts trying to escape, but he will not. And Cloud9 respond in game number 3. They will pad their stats however they can, but the game is done, and C9 take the win.
And they had so many counters in pick and ban, with Malzahar shutting down melee carries, but also specifically for LeBlanc later on, that even with some of the early money that CLG got, where they got the early counter kill plus double stacked wave into Foulfox's hands for the LeBlanc, and even off of the play towards mid lane where they try and force, Darshan came down. He cleaned up the kills on the exit. The Uxin constantly cleaning up some of these possibilities. And yeah, in the last fight, they were 8,500 gold ahead.
Yeah.
But really also showcasing, the revive from the champion. So you get to see how the rewards are exacerbated in what would be an even-ish fight because of the speed of the reset for the next objective, which is kind of cool for the champion specific kit to be highlighted there. But honestly, from that point, they had such a big lead. Well done there from Cloud9. This game, they completely turned it right back around. So deserving of their semifinal spot. Excited to see them move on.
Oh, yeah.
Also excited to see this CLG team grow as the year goes on.
Right, this CLG squad was the one that made this quarterfinal match go to 3 games. None of the other series went to that level. CLG definitely seems like they got a bright future ahead of them if they can keep improving, keep showing up the weaknesses. A lot of young talent here. They're fun to watch.
Jinx was also quite important for this series. Expected to be important moving on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she's just been one of those top tier picks for the entire lock-in, right?
Yeah. For me, it is, since Caitlyn is banned all the time, and even when Caitlyn is up, it does really need and benefit from being paired with something like the Lux to be able to make the most of your strong laning
Just
phase
throttle
and
the lane.
actually
Yeah.
get those plates. Barring that, Jinx a little bit higher, so much carry potential for resetting in these team fights than the Aphelios that actually can work super well, especially into shorter range comps. But Jinx, the range on level 5 Fishbones just gives you so much power and safety for later team fights. Plus, since everything is turning into 5-on-5 surrounds objectives, the passive has insane value. So a lot of it is has been a bit warping for some of this. Did see some good, use of the poke though as well. Ezreal Corki also going to continue to move forward and be extremely powerful. Obviously, we're setting up an interview right now, so we have a little bit of time.
And I'm looking forward to next weekend too, because we've already got to see the differences here from group stage best of ones going into best of threes. But next weekend we get the full best of 5 experience for the finale of lock-in for the semifinals and the grand final. And just seeing the way this one played out, with the changes that we got to see between games 1 and 2, I think it'll be a lot of fun to get that full-fledged series play next week.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for it. There are already changes on live to some of these things too. So as the season starts to progress, we'll get a little different look from the lock-in look that is our first petri dish.
Yeah, somebody's gonna need to take
change.
the gasoline out of Corky's helicopter or something, because he's just watching the double rocket 100-0 on the Jinx in game number 1 was some absolute madness.
Yeah.
But now we're joining the Tigress and Blabber for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. Following that best of 3 series, we got Blabber here for the Verizon post-game interview. Starting on the Poppy, ending on the Xin. Can you just give me your breakdown of this 3 games?
Yeah, so the simple breakdown is game 2 drop sucks, so we lost.
That's it? What about the way that the bot lane was playing? I feel like that they were really pressuring things, going for a lot of engages as well.
You mean in game 2?
Yeah, I mean, just the way that CLG were playing on the picks. Did you find any confidence in the roster and the way they were able to put up a fight just based on their performance?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think today's matchup would be easy. I don't think CLG is a bad team. I also don't think we're super great or something. So I didn't expect it to be easy, and I think they played well in game 2, especially after killing bot. They invaded my camps. I made a mistake by dying, which was my bad. But I think they translated their bot pressure in game 2 pretty well.
Yeah, it was definitely fun to watch in the back and forth going between the 2 squads. And when we're talking about draft, there was a bit of experimentation for Cloud9 as well. What value do you see from bringing out these different picks and how they function against different compositions?
I don't for sure. I was playing Poppy, I guess, looked like it was kind of experimentation, but I think Poppy is just a good champ for me personally. And I think the comps that we build, we try to sort of outscale in a sense, because I think that's what we're good at. And to stop their engage, I guess, with Poppy picks and stuff like that. So I think we are definitely trying to play different styles, but I think that's the style that was working best for us.
Yeah, it worked well, and I know that you're going to hone in what was working well when going into your next matchup, because it's best of 5s. It's Evil Geniuses. What do you think about taking on Vulcan on his new squad?
I think EG is looking pretty strong. Yeah, they're definitely a scary opponent, but I definitely think we can improve in the next week and put up a good fight versus them and hopefully win. Excited to play against Vulcan too. He's been doing a lot of trash talk on Twitter, so not of me, but in general.
Do you think that they have the more savage players when it comes to the trash talk, or do you think Cloud9 does? Because I know that Fudge, for instance, doesn't mind snapping back a little bit.
I think Fudge will win the trash talk war. So I definitely think that we'll win that.
All right, well, we'll make sure to keep tracking it on the socials. Blabber, thank you so much for stopping by for the interview.
Thank you very much.
More for us to break down, so to do that exact feat, let's head on over to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Bud Light Breakdown. Cloud9 will end up taking the series, so no upsets today. All right. Although CLG did try their damnedest to make
Called
it happen.
the 2-1?
Yeah,
True.
you guys were right.
Well
Boom.
done. Congratulations. Very proud of you. Emily,
you.
do
That's up.
better, okay? No.
Hey, I'm always bad at predictions. You should never follow me.
Let's talk about how they did it, because Blabber himself kind of chalked up that second game as well to say, hey, I didn't feel like the draft we had was great. This time around, they will stick with the Akshan, but a couple of other pieces, I think, coming in that feel a little bit more stock standard in some ways. The Malzahar being kind of the tricky pick that they pulled out.
Yeah, and I don't think it looked incredible, but it did what it needed to do. It helped them make some plays through the early and mid game. And then you saw for CLG, 3 or 4 people picked up a QSS despite already falling behind in the game. So it did have an impact on that game, as well as the fact that I think C9 just played a lot better in their actual skirmishing.
Yeah, and I thought that Aatrox would have a lot of a real tough time dealing not just the Malzahar, but also with Akshan inside lane. These team fights were yep, and they were all in favor of C9.
Love this play by Luger, though. He almost gets it, but getting tagged by damage there. Getting tagged by the damage. Can't pull out the 1v2 at the end, and it's Cloud9 off to the races.
And this game came down to a lot for me, like, C9 were able to capitalize on a lot of mistakes that CLG made. We already talked about CLG in some of their lock-in games where this group of players is very, like, you know, fun, aggressive, especially when we talk about their bot lane, maybe a little bit too audacious, I guess, in certain situations. Like not aspirational. There we go. They use that cast. Not paying attention to like vision or where the play is setting up, or feeling like they need to make a play in a certain moment to try to turn the game back in their favor when thinking about what to do next as a team might serve them better.
To me, this I would walk away from this series and this lock-in tournament as CLG feeling happy, though.
Yeah.
How would you, Raz?
100%. I mean, look, games like these look ugly, but a lot of the times, being the team that's making constant plays, especially in lock-in, makes it so you can look back and it's like, okay, we need to reel back here, here, here. But like this specific play made sense for us to try and try and get the game back in our favor. So I think being a lot more aggressive is a positive. They just did a lot of it.
Sure.
They didn't, and it felt like they didn't even think about oftentimes trying to trade sides when they were falling behind. So that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, tons of learnings to be had. End of the day, though, for me, it's just the perspective of being the 10th place LCS team, going through an entire restructure, new roster.
True.
You come out here, you make it out of the group, so boom, top 8. You challenge Cloud9 by taking a game, right? Okay, you didn't pull off an upset like Dignitas did, but to me, that is already massive gains in a very short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're ever happy after a loss. Like, I wouldn't be, because I get really salty when I lose things. But in terms of like actual key takeaways, I think there's so many for CLG, and I think there's a lot of good things that we did see from this team. Especially once they get ahead, they seem to have a much better understanding of like how they want to execute some of these compositions in early to mid game. So it's just like the mid to late that they kind of need to shore up, like closing out the game. But there are a lot of reasons to get excited about CLG, honestly.
Same thing for C9. I think that they have a lot of room to continue to grow, even though this isn't their main roster. They will be playing again in semifinals next week against EG, who still look like monsters. So, you know, JoJo versus Fudge is going to be a big skill check for Fudge, and you see if he can continue to improve. I mean, Fudge's growth has been pretty crazy last year in top lane, and we'll see if he can emulate that this year again in the mid lane. But he's going to need to start.
Well, he's got to track JoJo's growth, though, too, right?
That's true.
Both of them going to be growing there in the mid lane together. Talk about individual matchups. I want to talk about individual performances by pulling up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 from this week. Taking a look at a few players and how they've performed individually by checking specific metrics in their role. First and foremost, we are going to talk about Afromoo. This is a guy who we had that conversation just the other day about, you know, how valuable he is to teams, especially teams as he joins them, brings some semblance of, you know, consistency and steadiness to the roster.
Yeah, and leadership as well. I remember when we always cast our minds back to literally last year in Dignitas, where even hearing from Dardoch when he was in Spring Split, saying that, you know, bot lane is our consistent part of the map. And they are our rock, and it is in Afromoo and Neo. This time around, Afromoo we're doing a lot of good stuff with Johnson.
Just over 6 minutes for that item transformation on his support, and that comes from the Bard game, where he was going absolutely nuts. This tweet from Core JJ says it better than I ever could. Hey, at LEC, Hans Sama said he never had pressure like Afromoo Bard in EU. Also throws it at them in a couple other languages. I am not going to read it. No, my French is not coming out on air today. The Spanish, maybe I could give it a go. There was also other, I think, Polish in there, and a few more. He made sure he got it across in as many languages as he could. But to me, that's just a super cool individual kind of recognition to another player. But backed up by that Samsung SSD Fast 5 leaderboard, where you see how much quicker he completed that support item, which means you just have to consider how many auto attacks were coming out with the Spell Thieves in order to generate that kind of gold.
It was funny to me, too, because it was praising Afromoo taking a shot at the LEC while also exposing Hans Sama, because Hans replied to that tweet like, "What are you doing leaking our conversation?" Yeah, like it was just hitting everything with that one
Take
tweet.
it down.
Nobody is safe
Yeah.
from Core JJ, all right? Know that. Especially you, Rez.
Oh, what?
Raz isn't even safe from LCS official.
That's also true. How's that battle with LCS official going right now?
Not doing well. I got ratioed.
Oh, gets hard ratio. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Maybe by the end of this segment, they can get that tweet up onto the screen so we can see what it looks like. All right, our Rockout big play of the day, though, is going to Danny's first pentakill of his sophomore season. It comes on Senna, of all things.
Man, his Senna, look, this is just Danny and who he is. He did it on Tristana. It resulted in an unofficial pentakill. He must have felt bad about that. Like, where the hell is my banner? What's going on there?
Get done early this year.
So, yeah, exactly. Get it out of the way before the split even begins, right? The flash that he had when Leona lunged in her direction, amazing. They were super far ahead, too, in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we talk about Danny specifically as a player and what he achieved in his first year, it was always stuff like this, right? Like, it was his reaction time and his mechanics in team fights.
That Felios outplay.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of,
And to talk, like, to bring it back to, like, him improving in his sophomore year, I really have liked his laning, actually, a lot more than last year, right? Like, he was down in that bot lane on the Senna by himself for a while. He played it safely enough that he could continue to farm up without getting caught out. And I think it seems like being paired with Vulcan has helped increase that exponentially.
I'm so excited for them as a duo. I know that I'm
It'd be
big
great.
on Vulcan right now, but exactly as you talked
Shout
about.
out to whoever said in the Blabbers Crabbers Reddit thread, like in the off-season, tournament thing, where they were like, I think Danny and Vulcan can be the best bot lane in LCS. Shout out
They
to
absolutely
whoever
can
said
be.
that.
There we have it.
Who would you put up there right now? Obviously, with Team Liquid, you've got so many amalgamations of bot lanes. It's a little harder to nail them down, but like
It's weird because there's also, I mean, Sven has been incredible thus far, but Berserker will be coming for him. Tactical we haven't seen from C9, or excuse me, for TSM. And so I actually think bot lane will be one of the most stacked positions given how Poom and Luger already look. FBI and Huhi are going to be great. Core JJ and Hansama are going to be great.
Already looked amazing.
Yeah, Sven is looking great. We'll see if he gets some playing time eventually, but assuming Berserker is about as good, there's going to be a lot of stacked bot lanes.
So is bot lane the most stacked?
I would say it's
position
jungle
in
still.
the, it's still jungle in the
but
LCS?
like it's looking a little competitive.
We're making our way there.
True.
There we go.
That's what we like to see. All right, time for some bracketology. Let's break it all down on Friday. The Dark Horse Dignitas Quantum Pay will take on the Titans of Team Liquid. We'll follow that up with Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9, the grudge match between Vulcan and his old squad. Cannot wait to see that. We'll see if Cloud9 can hand them their first loss of 2022. But before we dive into that EGC9 matchup, Raz, give me your thoughts on Dig TL. They've already surprised us once.
True.
Can they surprise us again?
I'm a little worried. We made our
Who are you worried for? Team Liquid? Are you worried for Dig? Are you worried for yourself?
All of our predictions.
Okay.
Because
fair
yes,
enough.
Dignitas look genuinely good. Now, Team Liquid, of course, I'm just gonna already spoil it and say that I'd have to predict Team Liquid, right? But that's always
You
what
don't
happens.
have to, Raz.
This is what
I want to
happens.
make that clear to you. You
I'm doing
don't
it.
have to predict them.
I'm throwing it in that direction
Okay.
already.
All right, you risk being wrong. You risk losing to Dignitas.
My
What are your
predictions
thoughts on
already
that one?
donezo, but I will say, I think it's going to be Team Liquid because I actually think I was really impressed with River, and I liked what he did early. But going up against Santorin, who's someone we haven't mentioned, who's been incredibly consistent in Team Liquid's games and has been the only member, I believe, who has not been swapped out at some point. Outside of Bjergsen, right?
But Bjergsen played in Academy.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Santorin is a very experienced jungler. He should be able to track River pretty well. So that's the matchup I'm looking at because I feel like that was such a massive part of how Dignitas upset 100 Thieves.
All right, Cloud9 EG. Unless you got thoughts on Dig TL, I'm going to hand you
I always
Cloud9
have
EG.
thoughts, but you can skip them if you want.
I don't believe you, but all right, let me test that theory then. All right, TL Dig thoughts, Mark.
I think Neo's going to have a good game. I don't know what they're going to run in the bot lane for Team Liquid, but Neo was a huge part combined with River. I think that's the other key part if they are going to pull off the upset.
Okay, now,
See, there's something
EG,
there.
Cloud9. Well done, dude. Well done. All right. Last time I questioned Mark Z. Definitely not.
We're going at round two.
All right, Cloud9, EG, undefeated EG. They look good. Blabber's a confident person. And so to me, it's telling when he does not answer a question about an upcoming matchup with like just exuding confidence.
I think it's a two-part equation where like EG has looked incredible thus far throughout the tournament, hasn't dropped a game yet. C9 looking a little shaky, even in that last game, which was kind of a stomp. There were still just like misplays happening all over the map. I'd like look up from my phone and suddenly like someone would be behind a tier 1 randomly dying. Like it was not super clean.
Yeah, and also Evil Geniuses, every draft I've looked at, and I was like, this is a smart draft. This is a creative draft. Like Senna coming in was something that I was like, I didn't expect, but should have, of course, because that's just been something Danny's been going for. So it's just like, that's something that they have no troubles with. Where C9, of course, in game 2 didn't look good. Sure, they would learn those lessons, but now you're in a best of 5, more room for error.
Yeah, EG has had some really, really clean drafts. I'm curious how that interacts with some of the creativity that Cloud9 has shown us in the drafting phase, but we'll find out next week. Now, the LCS is winding down for the day, but as always, Academy's got your back for more League of Legends action all week long. Check it out.
The Baile de los Muertes, we've seen it from time and time again as these late game stages come to fruition. Dokolo still on this right side flank. Rose Thorn with the massive Warthog kick flash play finds Yon, but it's now up to CLG to clean up the rest of the fight. Prismal getting centered up here. Bradley looking for the assassination attempt. Zonya's Hourglass is available once again. Armeo was able to secure the dragon and prevent Infernal Soul, but it's still a numbers advantage for the side of CLG. Rose Thorn flying in onto Bjergsen, but Prismal is still alive, and he's got the damage on this Aphelios to punt it out against Team Liquid Academy. Bjergsen will fall, Armeo's GA will be popped, and CLG Academy now have the numbers to take the Baron.
What I love about things like that is hearing Bjergsen's name said. At this point, with the rosters that we have competing in the LCS, and then therefore the rosters we have competing in Academy, we basically just have double the LCS, which is good news in my book. Now, Academy returns to your screens on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/Academy and twitch.tv/Faceit.TV. That's twitch.tv/Faceit.TV. Any other thoughts before we go? There's quite a weekend of games. We got 2 semifinals. We go to best of 5s here.
I'm excited. Let's go. Best of 5s this early on the split's awesome. Also, you already sold Academy to me. For the people out there. Love being able to hear the hype cast there from Rafa as well. So that's sick.
It's been actually so fun to watch Academy this past week. I had a ton of fun. The shout out to the entire crew because they looked like they were having fun while doing it too. So.
Hell yeah, that's what matters. Having fun. That's gonna do it for us though on today's Sunday day of action. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you later for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. All right. Good night.